Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of What If Class 1A Watched the Multiverse? If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. Just one day. Just one normal day without something happening. That's all Aizawa asks for, but does he get that? No, he does not. He intended to go over internships with his students today. Instead, he gets transported to some dark room. When the lights finally turn on, Aizawa looks around the strange room he was dropped into and sees Class 1A, some of the staff, and a Gen Ed student all trying to figure out what happened and how they got here. Good, you're all here. Aizawa quickly turned to the voice. It belonged to an ethereal figure hovering above all of them. She has long blonde hair going well past her shoulders. Though that is not what draws Aizawa's attention. No, his focus went directly to her face. The being seemed to be missing her eyes. Who the hell are you? Aizawa went to activate his quirk on her, however nothing happened. Why can't I use my quirk? I assumed we'd run into this problem. I disabled your quirks for the duration of your stay in my theater. As for your initial question, I am the goddess of prophecy, Orakuru. The audience went quiet as they all tried to process this information. Though as quickly as the silence came, it was gone again as everyone burst out with questions all at once. All right, everyone, quiet down. There's no sense in talking over one another. I will answer some of your questions, but I will not guarantee you will like the answers. Kaminari raised his hand. Yes, Denki? Why don't you have eyes? Kaminari, that is very disrespectful. You should not just go around commenting on things like that. Ida practically yelled. Aizawa rolled his eyes. To Aizawa's surprise and everyone else's, Orakuru laughed and waved her hand dismissively at Ida. It's fine, Ida, truly. I do not take offense to those types of comments. Though to be fair, I would refrain from asking that to others. And I do actually have eyes, they just aren't on my face. She lifted up her hands to show two eyes on her palms. Mineta raised his hand and the goddess sighed before gesturing for him to ask his question. Can you use your eyes to look in your vag dash? Before Mineta could finish, he disappeared into a cloud of smoke. Mineta has been sent back to your universe. I will not tolerate such behavior in my theater. Not that I really wanted him here in the first place. All of the girls from Class 1A were looking up at Orakuru as though they were going to start a religion based upon her, which they probably would as soon as they get back to the dorms. What exactly do you need us to do, Miss Orakuru? Nedzu spoke from where he had been sitting on the floor, sipping on tea. Where did he even get that from? Thank you for asking, Nedzu. I brought you all here to react to another universe. She clasped her hands in front of her chest in excitement and smiled widely. Before you ask any more questions, not all of what I am about to show you occurs in your universe, but some does. I am showing you this so you can be better prepared for your future, whatever may come. If I may, Momo says, if you want us to be prepared for our future, why show us another universe? Why not show us our universe? This is a good question, Momo. I'm afraid I can't directly show you your future because it would throw off the timeline. This is as close as I can get to showing you your future without violating the laws of time and space. Some of the students muttered to each other, nervous for what their futures hold. Orakuru turns to a more serious tone, her smile falling from her lips as she speaks. I will warn you in advance, some parts of this universe get very, how should I say this? F it up? It is not pleasant by any means, though there are many light-hearted moments. Another thing, many secrets will come out. She looked specifically at Midoriya and All Might before continuing. If at any point 5 or more people are looking away from the screen, it will automatically pause. It will only resume after everyone has returned their attention. On that note, she claps her hands twice and they are all seated in theater chairs. A large movie screen appeared on the wall behind her. She clapped her hands twice more and disappeared from the room. Aizawa turned to Hisashi, who was seated next to him, and was about to speak when the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Searching Multiverse. Multiverse found. Loading Multiverse. Just trying to survive and learn to love along the way. Chapter 2. Loading Multiverse. Just trying to survive and learn to love along the way. Everyone looked to the screen in anticipation. By 10 p.m. on a cloudy Sunday night, Aizawa Shoyuta was already on his way home after an uneventful evening patrolling the shadier part of town. He didn't normally finish patrol this early, but tonight's date night and he just wants to go home to his husband. You have a husband? Mina stood from her seat and turned to Aizawa, who glared at her until she sat down again. That's so manly. They've had to cancel the last 4, and if they have to cancel any more, Hizashi will scream so loudly that they'll be kicked out of yet another apartment building. They could technically postpone, but tonight is the last night before returning to school, and Shoyuta needs one last free night before dealing with the stress and paperwork of kicking one kid out of the hero course and transferring another into it in the aftermath of the sports festival. Wait, someone's getting kicked out? Several students looked back at Aizawa again. Yes. We are currently in the process of transferring Mineta to general studies. The class was silent for a few moments before erupting in cheers. The few people not in 1A looked at them in bewilderment. Now students. I, myself would quite like to see the rest of this universe. Everyone turned back to the screen on Nedzu's request. Shoyuta is just pulling up Hizashi's contact to let him know he's be home soon when his phone starts ringing, display flashing unknown number. The only people who know his number are his fellow pro heroes and the students in his homeroom, and Shoyuta knows for a fact that less than half of his kids actually bothered to copy down his number. Shoyuta answers quickly, wanting to get whatever this is over with so he can make it home before the rain hits. Eraserhead. S-sensei? Of course it's the problem child. Midoriya bristled slightly in the front of the room. Surely I'm not that bad, sensei. You have managed to get involved in every major thing that has happened this year. You are like a magnet for trouble. Midoriya's shoulders sag slightly before looking back at the screen. Problem child? What is it? There's a worrying amount of silence on the other end of the line. It lasts long enough that Shoyuta stops in his tracks and pulls the phone away from his ear with a frown to check if he's still connected. Yes. Midoriya? Kid, is everything alright? I think I need some help. Midoriya's voice is thick with tears, tone bordering on fearful. Midoriya, do you know why the other you is afraid? Uraraka asks. No, although there is always the possibility of a villain attack. He can't help the flash of worry he feels at just how wrong his student sounds. Shoyuta, you do care. Nermuri called out. Aizawa sent a harsh glare her way and she sticks her tongue out. There's nothing wrong with caring about your students, Shoyuta. Just admit you love them. Hizashi joins in making fun of his husband. Both of you are children. Where are you right now? Are you at home? At this point, Shoyuta is already heading towards his apartment, but there is the chance that something happened while he was out. A villain attack maybe? He is pretty recognizable, especially after the sports festival. No, and there's silence again. He can't really go anywhere without a destination, so Shoyuta stops and focuses on the sound of Midoriya breathing, the only indication he's still on the line. Kid, you need to tell me where you are so I can help you. He doesn't have to force the sense of urgency in his tone, trying to will the kid to speak. I'm at a payphone, across F from the 24 Hours S Sushi Diner. That's nowhere near where Midoriya lives. What on earth is he doing there? Alright, I know the one. I need you to stay on the line with me, Midoriya. Keep talking. I don't care what it's about. I see, can't sensei. There's not enough ti dash dot. The line cuts out before he can finish, and it has Shoyuta running faster than he was before. What happened to Midoriya? Why did the line cut out? Todoroki asks. That's just how payphones work, Todoroki. When you insert the money into the machine, you only have a limited amount of time to talk. Uraraka answered. Why wouldn't you just put more money in? He probably didn't have enough on him. Not everyone is super rich like you are, Todoroki. He dials Hizashi as he moves, already feeling guilty about what he's about to do. I swear to God if you are canceling date night again dash. Shoyuta interrupts him before he can get any further. I need your help. Shoyuta puts as much urgency as he can into those 4 words, and clearly it gets through. What happened? Are you hurt? Do you need me to come get you? God, he loves Hisashi. One sentence and he's ready to drop everything for him. That's so cute. Mina yelled. Aizawa hid his face in his scarf to hide his embarrassment. Not that it worked, as the two idiots next to him started laughing at him. No and yes. I'm not the one that's hurt. Midoriya called, and I need you to meet me by the diner on 14th. I'm on my way. Do you know what happened to the little listener? How bad is it? All I know is that he sounded hurt and scared. I'm coming up on his location soon. See you in a bit. Alright. Love you, show. The line goes dead just as he reaches the payphone. There's no one there. The Deku squad all unconsciously moved closer to Midoriya. Trying not to panic, Shoyuta checks behind the phone and finds Midoriya curled up, trying and failing to avoid the rain. His shadow falls over him and the kid flinches, looking up fearfully. His cheek is marred by a dark bruise, dried blood crusting over a shallow cut at the center of it. There are bruises on his chin and on his lower neck, no doubt continuing below his shirt. More bruises are scattered along his arms, with a set circling a suspiciously swollen right wrist. Gasps ring through the theater. Who would dare hurt the living embodiment of sunshine? Midoriya relaxes when he recognizes him, and Shoyuta takes that as his cue to move closer and crouches down. He gently places his hand atop the dark curls, and that small action seems to be Midoriya's breaking point. His face falls as his eyes well with tears, and he dives into Shuta's chest, nearly knocking him over. The kid is trembling from fear or the cold. Shoyuta can't be sure. It's only know that he registers that all Midoriya is wearing are shorts and a thin t-shirt, already soaked with rain. He pulls him a little closer, trying to provide a little warmth. The sobs subside far too quickly for someone who seems to cry so easily. Midoriya, kid, what happened? Who did this to you? She was so upset that IG got hurt during the sports FF festival. She was crying, and asking why IF finally G got a quirk. Oh no. Bakugo whispered. Kirishima and Kaminari turned to him, being the only ones who heard him. Baku bro, do you know what happened? His only response was a small nod. Bakugo was pale and holding his hand over his mouth. He looked to Deku, who looked equally pale. She doesn't want me at UA. D doesn't want me to be a hero. What? Midoriya, is this true? Aizawa asks. Midoriya's silence was answer enough. She just wouldn't stop crying us, so I freaked out and told her the truth about my Q quirk. Aizawa frowns. What does he mean, the truth about his quirk? Tashinori se in a sharp breath, gaining several questioning looks from the staff. If it is possible, Midoriya looked even more pale. She told me I had to give it B back and I'll leave the hero course. IT told her and no, and she got so mad. She wouldn't stop hurting me, and she said that she's going to P pull me F from UA. By this point Midoriya has dissolved back into tears, barely comprehensible, voice muffled by his scarf and stuttering getting worse every second. Is she really going to pull him from UA? Uraraka turns to Nezu. I have not been notified of such a change. Nezu said. The students all let out a breath they didn't know they had been holding. He's brought up some very concerning things regarding his home life. Shoyuta decides to not dwell on them now, focusing instead on reassuring the problem child. Shoyuta moves a hand to Midoriya's hair, hoping the small action will calm him down. Midoriya. It's going to be okay. Present Mike is on his way, so we can get you checked out at the hospital. We'll get you away from her and we'll keep you safe now. At that, Midoriya pulls back a little and lifts his head. Why is Present Mike coming? Of course that's the part he focuses on. Such a problem child. Because we're married. Blunt and to the point, Shoyuta decides it's better to just tell the truth. Todoroki owes me 2,500 yen. Todoroki owes me 2,500 yen. Midoriya said that at the same time as his counterpart, going red from embarrassment. The Deku squad burst out laughing. Wait! Mina shouted, back to the more important topic. Aizawa is married to Present Mike? The whole class looked toward the two of them. Aizawa attempted to become one with the chair he was sitting in. When that didn't work, he and Hisashi both held up their hands to show their wedding bands. The theater erupts in cheers. Aizawa buried his face inside his capture weapon. Shoyuta just rolls his eyes fondly. At least that brought a smile to Midoriya's face, no matter how small. Midoriya shivers and tucks himself back under his arms when the rain picks up more, and Shoyuta has never been more grateful to see Hisashi's ridiculous bright car reflected in the windows of the shop behind the phone booth. There's a loud slam and running footsteps before Hisashi is coming around the payphone, face pinched with worry and an old sweatshirt clutched tightly in his hand. Shoyuta tugs the bright yellow "Put Your Hands Up" radio hoodie over Midoriya's head before scooping him up and starting towards the car. Hisashi, bless his heart, doesn't say a word and simply opens the door for Shoyuta to stick a far too light Midoriya into the back seat before moving to take his own in the front. The screen fades to black. Wait, is it over? What happened to Midoriya? Orakuru appeared in the air again. So, did you enjoy this first glance at the multiverse? What happened to Midobro? Kirishima asks. I'm afraid I can't tell you as of yet. But I can show you the next clip. Orakuru says, clapping her hands together. Loading multiverse. Just trying to survive and learn to love along the way. Chapter 3. Loading multiverse. Just trying to survive and learn to love along the way. No one says a word during the blessedly short ride to the hospital, and before long they're pulling into the nearly full parking lot, finding a spot near the edge. Shoyuta holds the door open for Midoriya, allowing him at least the option of walking in there on his own. He does so slowly, shivering hard, and Shoyuta keeps a hand close to him in case he falls. Zashi, we're going to need a few extra forms tonight. Hisashi gives Midoriya a sad look before responding. I think I know which ones you mean. That's all that's said until they reach the nurse's station inside the entrance of the hospital. Wait, you mean Dash? Ah. Nermuri shrieked in excitement and the students looked confused, as did most of the teachers. Aizawa and Hisashi came to the same realization and both turned red. I'm so sorry, but there will be quite a wait before he can see a doctor. There was a villain attack and many civilians were hurt in the crossfire. She gives them a sympathetic look before handing Hisashi a clipboard with several forms on it and pointing them towards the waiting room of the pediatric ward. Shoyuta herds Midoriya that way while Hisashi stays behind to request the extra forms. Midoriya is moving so slowly that Hisashi is back with them by the time they reach the waiting room. They settle into a set of chairs away from other people with the heroes on either side of Midoriya, shielding him from any prying eyes. Shoyuta takes advantage of the bright hospital lights to take a closer look at Midoriya's injuries. There are several cuts on his legs that he missed the first time, a few of them still oozing blood. What's far more concerning is the blood matting the kid's hair to the back of his head. Several students paled at the sight of how much blood there was. Problem child, what did you mean the truth about your quirk? His voice is quiet and tone gentle, but Midoriya still flinches. Hisashi looks up from the forms and focuses on Midoriya, a small frown on his lips. Ignoring him, Shoyuta focuses on Midoriya, waiting for him to meet his eyes. He does, and Shoyuta feels like he just won a trust blink moment with a cat when Midoriya nods and opens his mouth to speak. Everyone waited for an explanation. Toshinori looked at Midoriya scared. About 10 months before the entrance exam, IW was attacked by a villain on my way home from school. All Might saved me B but went to leave before I could ask him a Q question, so I grabbed onto his leg and he jumped away with me. We landed and he shrunk and he told me the story of his quirk, how it could be passed along and that he was the 8th holder. Shoyuta can see where this is going and he doesn't like it at all. Hisashi's expression tells him he feels the same way. Midoriya takes a few deep breaths before continuing, calming down as much as he can. I asked him if someone quirkless, someone like me, could become a hero and he told me no. This is already much worse than Shoyuta thought. The number 1 hero told a young boy he couldn't be a hero without a quirk. There are so many things wrong with that. Before I knew it he was gone. He left me on a roof the same day a bully told me to kill myself. Toshinori goes pale. Bakugo looks to the ground in guilt. I didn't really consider it. Even though All Might said it was impossible, I still wanted to be a hero. This is going downhill so quickly. His problem child had been through so much before he even started at UA. Then there were explosions nearby. IW wanted to see more heroes since I loved W watching their fights, and it was the same villain that attacked ME, but now it was attacking Kaken. The heroes weren't doing anything. Bakugo looked at Deket. You were attacked by the sludge villain before I was? He nods. Bakugo opens his mouth to say something but decides against it, looking back at the screen. The teachers were furious. What kind of person can call themselves a hero after nearly letting a kid die? They need to be removed from duty or retrained at the very least. I am moved without thinking to help out and got Kaken a bit more air, and then All Might SH showed up to save the D-Day again. The heroes were so mad at ME, but none of them ran in to help. When they finally let me leave, IW was going straight home, but the All Might showed up again and told me I could be a hero. He T-trained me and gave me his quirk on the day of the entrance exam. Aizawa was glaring daggers at Toshinori, who was doing his best to avoid his eyes. Midoriya hides his face with the sleeves of the too large sweater, and it seems like he's done. His story. There is so much to unpack there that Shoyuta has no idea what he can do to comfort the problem child. Hisashi does not have the same problem, and he pulls Midoriya into what Shoyuta knows is his most comforting hug. It lasts long enough for Shoyuta to pull his thoughts together and figure out what needs to be said. When they pull apart, Shoyuta places a gentle hand on Midoriya's head and waits for him to look up before speaking. Midoriya, All Might should have never said that to you. There are many heroes who fight basically quirkiness, myself included. I'm sure with your determination you could have made it to the hero course without a quirk. Look at Shinso, for example. His quirk isn't a powerhouse one like yours and All Might's, but now he's being transferred to the hero course because of his hard work. Shinso, who had previously been observing from the corner, jolts. Wait, what? Congratulations, Shinso. You are gonna be a more fun to have in class than Mineta. Midoriya exclaims. Shinso.exe has stopped working. All Might should have given you time to practice with your quirk before the entrance exam, and he should have told me so that I could have helped you earlier. We've got about 10 years of quirk training to catch up on, kid. Shoyuta doesn't bring up the bully's words. He knows they have to discuss it sooner rather than later, but the kid already has so much going on right now, and bringing that up is the last thing he needs. Midoriya looks surprised to say the least. He probably thought that Shoyuta would get mad and expel him or something. Unlikely. Most of the kids in 1A have managed to worm their way into Shuta's heart, and his problem child is at the forefront. See, Shoyuta, you can't deny you care now. Shut up, you overgrown cockatoo. Hisashi puts his hand to his chest and gasps dramatically. You wound me, Sho. The kid looks exhausted, so he lets him rest and doesn't ask any more questions. For now. It's nearing 1:30 a.m. by the time a doctor has time for Midoriya, and Hisashi has to nudge both him and Shoyuta awake. Midoriya stands on shaky legs to follow the nurse, and both heroes stay close in case he falls. By the time they make it to the examination room, Midoriya is clearly in pain and looks ready to keel over at any moment. The nurse makes them wait outside while he performs his examination, and it feels like hours before a doctor steps out of the room, but it was only a tense 30 minutes later. Hello, I'm Dr. Kahlua. Are you Midoriya's guardians? We are pro-heroes and his teachers. He called for help and we brought him here. What's his condition? Shoyuta gets straight to the point, wanting to be back by his student's side quickly. Hisashi gives him a knowing look. Midoriya is extremely malnourished and dehydrated. It's likely he hasn't had anything to eat for a few days now, and before that I'd say he had very limited amounts. We've got him started on N4 to start treatment for that. That's not good. How long has this been going on for? Why didn't anybody notice? Problem child, are you getting enough food outside of school? Why sensei? Midoriya didn't seem to have much conviction behind that, but he decided to leave it, at least until they got back to their own universe. He's got a bad sprain on his right wrist and bruising on 3 of his ribs, so we've wrapped those and he'll just have to be careful with how he moves. He's also got multiple contusions on his arms and legs, and some of them require stitches, which my nurse is administering right now. The cut on his face is mostly superficial, so we've just cleaned and bandaged it. The doctor takes a moment to let it all settle in before she speaks again. The wound on the back of his head was a little more concerning, but I've used my healing quirk and now it's been downgraded to a mild concussion. Unfortunately, since he's so dehydrated and malnourished, I couldn't use my quirk for more than the head wound, so we have to let most of his injuries heal naturally. Technically, that's not as bad as it could be, but it's still very alarming. Shoyuta can tell that Hizashi feels the same way even before he speaks up. Can we see him now, Doc? Of course. The screen fades to black. Now that that's done with. All might, you dumbass. Aizawa smacked him in the back of his head. You left a kid on a roof after crushing his dreams to be a hero? What the hell were you thinking? Orakuru walked in through a side door which had not previously been there. Boys, do your arguing in this room. Anyone else who wants to yell at Toshinori is welcome to follow them. The entire staff followed behind Aizawa, who dragged All Might into the side room. The students sat in silence, sans the occasional yell from the other room, until the teachers came back, All Might sporting a new bruise along his jaw. Well, that was entertaining. Now for some fun hospital scenes. Orakuru clapped. Loading Multiverse. Just trying to survive and learn to love along the way. Loading Multiverse. Just trying to survive and learn to love along the way. The sight that greets them is at least better than how the little listener looked when Hizashi picked them up a few hours ago. The poor kid is half asleep as a nurse covers up the last of his cuts. Shoyuta certainly looks relieved as they pull up chairs on the left of the bed and the nurse leaves without a word, Midoriya falling asleep easily once they've settled. What now, Sho? Shoyuta looks conflicted at his question and hesitates before answering. I'm not sure, Zashi. We are not letting him go back there. I can't. But I don't want to throw him in foster care either. We don't have many options. Are you saying what I think you're saying? We taking the listener home with us? But I was right. Nemuri yelled. Oh, that's what she was talking about earlier. Momo said. If it's all right with you, Zashi. I just know we need to keep an eye on him, and what better way to do that than from our own home? Hizashi couldn't have said it better himself. This kid is going to need a lot of love to recover, and Hizashi knows that both he and Shoyuta are more than willing to provide that. Sho, you should know by now that I wasn't going to let you leave without the listener. You know that I've been wanting to adopt. You going soft on me? Bringing home a stray without me having to beg? Shoyuta shoots him a quirk-assisted glare at that, but Hizashi just laughs and grabs his husband's hand. They're quiet a few moments before he speaks again. Soft eraser. Aizawa tried to pinpoint. Who yelled that but was unable as the rest of the class also started chanting soft eraser. He buried his head in his scarf. Hey Sho, what if he doesn't want to come with us? We can't exactly force him. The thought is unpleasant, but Hizashi doubts that many kids would want to move in with their teachers. Shuta's hand tightens around his before he answers. Then we find him a safe place where he does want to go, and keep an eye on him from afar. The words are said with a slight frown, as if Shoyuta doesn't want that to be the case. Hizashi knows that he doesn't. They sit in silence for a while longer, just watching Midoriya, before Hizashi gets up and stretches. I'm going to get home and nap before school in a few hours. You, Sho, are going to stay here with the listener and email Nizu that you need someone to cover for you today. He leans over and Shoyuta meets him halfway for a soft kiss before they part. Love you, Sho. I love you too, Zashi. That's so cute. Ashido, please stop. No, I don't think I will, sensei. Ashido gave Kaminari a high five and giggled. Aizawa sighed and turned back to the screen. It takes a while after Hizashi leaves for Shoyuta to actually do something, but once he does he regrets not starting earlier. He starts with a short email to Nizu, telling him that he and the problem child will be absent. He doesn't add any more than that, instead choosing to put more details in an email to the rest of the Hero Corps staff, if only so they don't hound him with questions or come and bother them. He specifically asks that no one comes to the hospital because he doesn't know how Midoriya would handle all the attention from pro-heroes or any students that tagged along. Shoyuta doesn't think he would appreciate his peers seeing him in this state. He makes sure to mention that they suspect Midoriya's mother is the assailant. He knows that All Might has met her and seems to have a soft spot for the woman. This could go very poorly very quickly. I am getting a bad feeling of foreshadowing. Todoroki muttered. It's not long after he hits send that Midoriya is stirring, dull green eyes searching the room before landing on him. Present Mike. The question is hardly a whisper, voice groggy from sleep and pain meds. He had to go home before going to school today. With that, the problem child is struggling to sit up, face contorted with pain. He's got an arm around his middle and tears in his eyes, but it seems as though nothing short of death will stop this kid from wanting to go to school. He isn't wrong. Uraraka laughed. Midoriya pouted but didn't disagree. Shoyuta places a gentle hand on his shoulder and presses him back down before continuing. I already told Nizu that we're not coming in. Besides, Zashi will be back after school and we've got to talk to Detective Tsukachi before then. So you're not leaving? Midoriya sounded almost desperate for him to stay. Of course not, problem child. Shoyuta says the nickname as fondly as he dares, and Midoriya relaxes at his answer, previous tension melting away. Shoyuta allows himself a small smile before pulling out his phone to deal with the responses he could feel arriving as they spoke. Nizu keeps his short, agreeing that he'll get sniped to cover homeroom. Shoyuta snorts and wonders how long it will take for him to shoot one of his students. Probably about 5 minutes. Snipe says laughing. Most of the other teachers have answered his email with concern and simple well wishes, but Midnight asks what they can tell Midoriya's friends about his absence. Shoyuta sends out a mass response, telling them that nobody can say anything about the situation and leaves it at that. If one concerned student found out, then they all would. Who knows how upset Midoriya would be at that? Shoyuta sighs, powering down his phone before looking back to Midoriya. He's already fallen back asleep, bruised face turned towards him. He looks incredibly young in this moment, completely dwarfed by the large hospital bed. Midoriya wakes up to a gentle hand in his hair, Aizawa-sensei leaning over to tell him he's meeting Tsukachi by the entrance of the hospital, and that he'll be back shortly. He's gone, and for the first time since everything started, Midoriya is left alone with his thoughts. A quick glance at the clock by the bee tells him that it's just past 10 a.m. It's only been 12 hours since his world was flipped upside down. He remembers less than half of that, most of it blocked by shock and pain. It's not shocking that she hurt him, but she's never gone this far before. Midoriya? Todoroki looks over to his friend only to find him staring intently at the ground. The pure anger in her expression had terrified him, but seemed only to encourage her. She must have forgotten that he's surrounded by pro-heroes and teachers that seem to actually care about him, as opposed to how all of his old teachers treated him. Problem child, what does that mean? Instead of Midoriya answering, Bokugu spoke up. It means the teachers at that goddamn middle school didn't give two sheets about what anyone did to him because he was quirkless. They stood by and watched him get beaten up and bullied, some of them participated too. Bokugu spoke with his head down. When he looked up, the teachers were staring at him in surprise. What? We went to the same middle school. It was Sheet. What was the name of this school? Netsu asked, his usual maniacal grin firmly in place. Aldera Middle School. Ah, I will be dealing with them when we get back. Yeah, you could probably charge them for a lot of things. Any specifics you want to share, Bokugu? Aizawa asks. Quirk discrimination, bullying and harassment, unsafe work environment, probably more. Thank you, Bokugu. Netsu goes back to sipping his tea. Midoriya had never been so grateful for his good memory than when he was pouring all of his change into the payphone and dialing Aizawa-sensei's number. He had been so relieved when he had looked up and Eraserhead was standing over him that he dove forward and clung to the hero, forgetting that the man was his scary, no-nonsense, homeroom teacher, only registering his hero, coming to save him from the pain. He had felt hurt and so scared that when Aizawa-sensei asked him about his quirk, he spilled everything. Everything about that day and what All Might said to him. His teacher's reassurances were like a breath of fresh air. Feelings he's hidden inside for so long getting validated by someone he knows he can trust will tell him the truth. Midoriya's musings are cut short when there is a soft knock on his door, and a powered-up All Might is waltzing into his hospital room. Goddamn it, All Might. Aizawa sighed. Young Midoriya. I heard you had been injured and thought you would appreciate a nice surprise. Midoriya frowned, wondering what sort of surprise All Might was talking about. The man moved away from the door to reveal someone standing behind him, pale face covered in tears. The screen faded to black. All Might, what the F dash? All of the staff started yelling at him. Revelry in the dark. Not the time, Tokoyami. Orakuru appeared at the front of the room. Settle down. She waits for everyone to return to their seats before continuing. This next bit is not pleasant in the slightest. I'm sorry, Midoriya. And Tashinori. All Might looked up at her. F you. While everyone was trying and failing to stifle their laughter at this goddess expressing their hatred from the number one hero, the screen lit up again. Loading Multiverse. Just trying to survive and learn to love along the way. Yagi Tashinori was having a great morning. Of course you were. He got a full 8 hours sleep last night after going over footage from the sports festival, planning his discussion for his next class. He always checks his email before leaving for work and finds a surprising one sent from Aizawa to the Hero Corps staff and the principal of UA. The subject of the email is enough to stop him in his tracks. Midoriya Izuku. Why would Aizawa be sending out an email about his successor? An email that was sent at almost 4 in the morning? Why would Midoriya be up that late and do something for Aizawa to notice? Reading the beginning of the email causes him to choke on his blood. Midoriya Izuku contacted me after being attacked and is now residing in the hospital. We believe the perpetrator to be his dash. Yagi can't read anymore. Young Midoriya attacked? Who would do something like this? Was it a villain who saw him at the sports festival? With its national broadcast, that would be his best guess. The students are an easy way to get to the school. Has anyone told his mother? You didn't. The teachers stared agape at how incredibly dumb the top hero in Japan is. Unsure, Yagi sets off for the Midoriya apartment almost immediately, dialing Nizu as he powers up into his All Might form. I hope you're calling to let me know you're on your way to work, Yagi. School started almost 30 minutes ago. The false cheer in his voice makes Yagi cringe, already dreading what he's about to do. About that? I won't be able to make it in today. I have some other matters to attend to. Other matters involving Midoriya Izuku? I have no idea what you're talking about. What he had hoped to come out strong came out as a barely contained yell. Be careful, Yagi, or Eraserhead will erase your head. Ha! The dial tone speaks volumes, and Yagi takes a big breath before leaping to the nearest building, making it to young Midoriya's building in no time. He isn't wrong. I will be destroying you as soon as this is done. Aizawa glared at All Might. He's standing in the lobby trying to remember which apartment he needs to go to when he spots the green head of hair belonging to Midoriya Inko. Sighing in relief, Yagi heads her way and catches up by the time she exits the stairwell. Miss Midoriya. So good to see you. As you may recall, my name is All Might and I teach your son. She startles at his loud voice and he inwardly cringes. Maybe he should tone it down a little. All Might. So good to see you again. What can I do for you? Is Izuku in trouble? In a way, yes. He's in the hospital right now, and I'm wondering if you know what happened. She looks shocked and frown in the direction of her apartment before answering. Was he chasing another villain fight? The boy never knows when to stay away. Always writing in those little notebooks of his. Her tone takes him back a little, but everyone reacts differently to this sort of news. Auntie never acts like that in front of me or my old hag. Auntie. Kirishima looks to Bakugo. You all seem to keep forgetting me and the nerd grew up together. No, not at all, ma'am. It seems some sort of villain attacked him sometime last night. I'm not sure of the details. I didn't finish reading the email before leaving to find you. I believe it had to do with the sports festival. Your son did quite well. Inko is crying now, loudly and in the middle of the hallway of her apartment building. Who sent an email? That means as someone saved him? That he's okay? Yes, he's alright. It seems he contacted Eraserhead who took him to the nearest hospital. Inko sags to the ground at that, body tense with worry. Why didn't he tell me he was leaving? Or call me instead? He shouldn't need some random hero to help him. That's why he's in the hero course. Ever since he joined that class he's been changing, and I don't think I like it. That bit surprises Yagi a little, and Inko must see the shock on his face, for she leans against the wall a little more with a sad sigh. He was smart to contact a hero he knows. Eraserhead is very strong and tends to be very protective of his students, no matter what the man will tell you. It's just he worries me so much. He's broken so many B-bones since the entrance exam, and who knows how many other injuries he's had. His C-class was attacked by villains at the very start of the year. Who knows what else will happen to him at this point. I don't think I want this to be the lifestyle he chooses. Her words must be because of how worried she is. People say whatever comes to mind when facing something like this. Young Midoriya's mother would never stop him from pursuing his dreams. Of that he is certain. Wow. You really are a dumbass. He is surrounded by pro-heroes, all day, every day at school. The chances of another villain attack are very slim. And if there was one, all the heroes would rush in to help, just like last time. How about we get your groceries into your home then head over to the hospital so you can see him yourself? Inko simply nods her agreement, a bit of surprise on her face, and they rush through getting her groceries put away before hailing a cab to the hospital. It's not a long ride, but Inko is tense the whole way, so Yagi gently places a hand on her back when they arrive, and he guides her towards the pediatric ward where young Midoriya is likely to be. The nurse at the desk looks shocked to see the number one hero, but gives them the room number swiftly and sending them on their way. Yagi knocks lightly before entering, and takes in his successor's bruised and shocked face. Young Midoriya, I heard you had been injured and thought you would appreciate a nice surprise. Yagi grinned before moving to the side, revealing the boy's mother. Well, that's not quite the reaction he was expecting, but it will do. Now young Midoriya, I will leave you two alone so you can reassure your mother that you are fine. Maybe tell her about the villain that attacked you. He hopes it was something minor. That Midoriya can reassure his mother he's perfectly safe at school. All of the teachers were shell-shocked that one person could be so stupid. Paula might wait. UCC can't leave her here with me. Well, that's not right. Why is he refusing to speak to his mother? And why not? She's just worried for your well-being. Yagi turns to leave, missing the despair on the young boy's face. But she's not. She's the one true dash. Young Midoriya, can't you see that you're upsetting your mother? And he was. There are fresh tears streaming down her face as she takes in her son's rejection. You must speak to each other. I will be back shortly and expect you to have apologized and made up by the time I return. Ignoring the heartbroken look on young Midoriya's face, Yagi strides out of the room and closes the door loudly behind him. What the All Might? The room went silent. Young Midor No. Shut up. All Might shut his mouth real quick. All Might, if this situation occurred in our world, what would you do? I would not leave you alone with your mother. I would know better than to do that. Would you? Yes. That sounds like a question, not an answer. Do you know better? Because from what I'm seeing you don't. Young Midoriya Don't, young Midoriya, it's me. You're the number one hero. You're supposed to help people. But in that world, you left an abuse victim alone with their abuser. I wish I could say that you wouldn't do the same, but I'm realizing that I think you would. I wouldn't do that here. I know now what You know now? If you didn't know, would you have listened if I protested? If you had finished reading that email, you would have known in that universe too. But you didn't. You don't deserve to be a teacher. Excuse me? You heard me. You definitely don't have a teaching license. The only reason you're allowed to teach at UA is because of your status as the number one hero. And, sure, you gave me a quirk, but the only instructions you gave me on how to use it was to yell, smash, and hope for the best. It worked, didn't it? Barely, and I broke 3 of my limbs in the process. In that universe we are viewing, you didn't even finish reading the email. If you would have continued reading, none of what I'm sure is about to happen will have happened. Young Midoriya, I apologize, but my actions have nothing to do with the actions of my counterpart in that universe. This isn't just about what you did in that universe. You did cheat in this universe too. Granted, nothing has been as extreme as this, but you still need to acknowledge that you effed up. In that universe and in this one. Young Midoriya, I fail to see what you are so upset with me about in this world. Midoriya flipped him off and sat down again. The video literally said it earlier. If you aren't going to listen, I'm not going to argue. The entire theater was silent. To the shock of everyone, himself included, Bakugo stood up and started clapping for Midoriya. More people joining in until everyone was giving Midoriya a round of applause. When the applause finally died down and everyone settled down, they see Orakuru had been standing in the front for a while. While that was absolutely immaculate, we do have to continue the viewing. There isn't much left of this segment, but it is necessary. Yagi walks slowly down the hallways, no destination in mind. Maybe he should visit some of the younger kids in this ward? It's not every day that the #1 hero shows up at a hospital like this. He's smiling at the idea when he nearly walks into Aizawa and Tsukachi, who are heading in the direction of young Midoriya's room. All Might, what are you doing here? Did you not read the part of the email where I said the kids shouldn't have any visitors? The erasure hero drones on, sounding eternally bored. Well, I may have missed that part. And most of the email. I stopped reading after I saw that he was attacked. I simply wanted to surprise young Midoriya with a visit from his mother since nobody thought to tell her that her son was attacked by a villain. You did what? Wow, Yagi has never seen Eraserhead so angry before. Is it because he didn't read the entire boring email? There can't have been that much more information in there. You heard me, Eraser. She's actually in there now. I wanted to give them a moment. Aloe dash. Yagi doesn't even finish his sentence before Aizawa is running past him, Tsukachi hot on his heels. He turns after a moment and follows the two at a much slower pace. What in the world is going on? The screen fades to black. Dumb. Dumb as hell. Loading Multiverse. Just trying to survive and learn to love along the way. Shoyuta is just finishing an explanation of the night before to Tsukachi when they run into All Might. All Might, what are you doing here? Did you not read the part of the email where I said the kids shouldn't have any visitors? This man must be illiterate. You'd have to be to fail to understand that part of his email. Not illiterate, just stupid. Hizashi says, I am still seated right next to you. I can hear everything you're saying. You hear something, Todoroki? Midoriya looks to his friend. No. Must have been the wind, problem child. Aizawa could hear the rest of the class snickering behind their hands and smirked into his capture weapon. Well, I may have missed that part. And most of the email. I stopped reading after I saw that he was attacked. I simply wanted to surprise young Midoriya with a visit from his mother since nobody thought to tell her that her son was attacked by a villain. You did what? Now he knows the man is illiterate. That woman cannot be here. You heard me, Eraser. She's actually in there now. I wanted to give them a moment. Aloe dash. Shoyuta is running off before a still smiling All Might can finish his sentence, feeling the detective following closely behind. The run to Midoriya's room feels much longer than the walk to the front door. And Shoyuta had never been more grateful for the empty halls. They do not need a nurse berating them for running when his problem child is in danger. Shoyuta bursts into the room, capture weapon flaring, and freezes at the scene. Midoriya is out of bed, for needle yanked out of his arm. He stands, back against the corner of the room, clutching at his mother's arm, face grimacing in pain. The short woman has the kid's sprained wrist in her hand, blood seeping from beneath her fingers. He's trying to pull her off, but whatever he's doing seems to be making the pain worse for him. She's probably using her quirk on my bones. Midoriya said nonchalantly, like he hadn't just put a horrifying idea in their minds. Aizawa clears his throat uncomfortably. Problem child, what is your mother's quirk? She can attract small things to her hands. She most likely shattered the bone in my wrist and attracted it to the surface of my skin. You know, normal parents' things. By this point, several of the teachers are starting to worry about problem child in both universes. It probably isn't normal to say things like that so nonchalantly. Let him go. She turns around at that, yanking his kid by the arm to pull him with her, finally noticing the others in the room. Midoriya whimpers at the movement, fresh tears falling from his eyes as his injuries are jarred. Shoyuta meets his eyes, and he looks terrified, No sign of the reckless determination he had come to expect from the kid. Oh, you must be Eraserhead, the teacher who cares too much. Well, if you care so much, then you can have the worthless Deku. Bakugo cringes internally. Bakugo was Deku's bully for most of his life. But it didn't sit right with him that Auntie was calling her son Deku. With that, she propels Midoriya towards them by his injured wrist, and he quickly loses his balance as she lets go. Shoyuta, however, is much faster than she thinks, and he catches the kid as he falls, bringing them both to the ground. Midoriya clutches onto the front of his uniform as if his life depends on it, other hand tucked against his chest, blood staining the thin hospital shirt. His breath is coming in short gasps now, on the verge of panicking. Shoyuta pulls him a little closer as he looks up to see Tsukachi standing between them and Midoriya's mother, pulling out a pair of quirk-canceling HNDCFFS. Better safe than sorry. It's at this moment that All Might decides to finally join the party, and Inko starts crying as soon as she sees him. Daemin, she's a good actress. All Might. They attacked Emi and took my son away from Emi. Wow, this woman is good. All Might must think so too because he steps towards them, confusion in his eyes. He reaches a hand towards Midoriya, and he flinches away, hiding his face in Shuta's scarf. His breaths are impossibly short now, and Shoyuta knows they have to end this quickly. This is not a situation for the kid to have a panic attack in. All Might looks confused at the action, and tries to move closer still before Shoyuta settles his glare on him. I think you've done enough here, All Might. Why don't you go fetch Dr. Kahlua while we deal with the situation? All Might frowns before getting up to leave without another word. Shoyuta tunes back into the problem before them just in time to hear the end of Inko's rant about how useless her child is and how he would be better off dropping out of the hero course and UA altogether. Midoriya, does your mother actually think this? Ida looks concerned. Midoriya thinks for a moment. I think so, just not to that extreme. Tsukachi seems to have enough of it as he moves forward to place the cuffs on her wrist. She shoots a hand out and the cuffs fly out of the detective's hand and towards her own. Shoyuta is quick to use his quirk on her and the cuffs clatter to the floor. Oh, you are good, Eraserhead. She seems content to let Tsukachi arrest her now, and is soon led out of the room, and Shoyuta and the problem child are left alone. Okay, Midoriya, I need you to take some deep breaths now. He exaggerates his own breathing, and Midoriya tries to replicate it before his breathing stutters. Ooh. Go Dadzawa. Hizashi, be quiet. IICC can't. He's crying harder now, shaking in his arms. That's okay, Midoriya. We can try again. The kid nods and Shoyuta can feel him trying to breathe more deeply. After a few minutes he succeeds, and Shoyuta waits a few more minutes after that to speak again. All right, kiddo, let me see that arm. Midoriya complies faster than he expected, left hand keeping its death grip on his shirt as he lifts his right arm. Shoyuta gently begins to unwind the bandage covering his sprained wrist, and is shocked to see splinters of white cutting through his arm. Hey, I was right. She did use her quirk on my bones. How can you be so cheerful about that, Karo? Tsu asks. Midoriya shrugs and turns back to the screen. Dr. Kahlua walks into the room as the bandage finally comes off, and kneels down beside them to take a look, and All Might is suspiciously absent. Oh dear, this does not look good. How did she do this, kid? Midoriya gives the doctor a wary look before refocusing on him. Her quirk is C-called attraction. I think she used it on the bone sheet. Well, that explains the splinters of bone peeking through his skin. She shattered it with her quirk and attracted the shards towards herself. Doc, can you use your quirk on this? I'm afraid not. There are some unfortunate drawbacks when it comes to using my quirk. It won't work on the same person twice within 12 hours. If I'm healing multiple injuries at once, then it works just fine, but if I try to fix anything with over half an hour in between, then it won't work. So unless you want to wait, we've got to prep him for surgery. That won't be necessary. I'm calling in Recovery Girl. Kahlua looks far too excited at the prospect of Recovery Girl coming, and Shoyuta shoots her a look as he pulls out his phone and calls his husband. Sho, what's up? The little listener done his interview with Tsukachi? Unfortunately not. There was an incident and I need you to bring Recovery Girl. Is everything okay? What happened to my listener? Hizashi's voice gets steadily louder, quirk usage obvious even over the phone. Imagine being in his class when that happened. I would be so confused. Kaminari laughs a little. It will be once you guys get here. I'll tell you what happened then. I'm on my way, I just have to get midnight to cover my next class. I'll be no longer than 15 minutes. Shoyuta raises his eyebrows at that. UA is at least a 25-minute drive away. Alright Zashi, see you soon. He hangs up without waiting for an answer and turns his attention back to the kid in his arms. Was that present Mike? Yeah kid, he's on his way with Recovery Girl. The small smile that brings to Midoriya's face is pained but relieved. The kid must really like his husband. Shoyuta returns the smile, chest a little warmer at the thought. The screen fades to black. He likes me. Of course I like you, you're awesome. He thinks I'm awesome. I know Zashi, I can hear him. Loading Multiverse. Just trying to survive and learn to love along the way. Hizashi is in the middle of teaching class 1A the meanings behind different English sayings when his phone rings. Normally he'd just ignore it, but it's the ringtone he set specifically for Shoyuta, and he wouldn't be calling without an important reason. He gives the class an apologetic look as he picks up the phone. What's up? The little listener done his interview with Tsukachi. He can always hope for a good reason for the phone call, but it's unlikely. Unfortunately not. There was an incident and I need you to bring Recovery Girl. He needs Recovery Girl? Is there something so bad that the doctor's quirk can't fix it? He's worried, and doesn't even think before answering his husband. Is everything okay? What happened to my listener? Hizashi grimaces as he accidentally activates his quirk, earning some interesting looks from his class. It will be once you guys get here. I'll tell you what happened then. I'm on my way, I just have to get midnight to cover my next class. I'll be no longer than 15 minutes. Hizashi is a very respectable driver the majority of the time, but when someone he cares about is in danger, all the rules and regulations go out the window. He barely registers Shuta's goodbye before the dial tone is going off. Alright class, I've got to go. Ida, I need you to go to the teacher's lounge and get midnight to cover the rest of this class. Without giving his students a chance to ask the questions he knows they have, Hizashi ducks out of the room and runs to the infirmary, praying that Recovery Girl isn't busy with a student. She's not, and all it takes is one look at his worried state and him breathlessly saying Midoriya's name before she is up and following him out the door and to the parking lot. It is 13 minutes and 49 seconds later that Hizashi and Recovery Girl are bursting into the listener's hospital room. He broke several traffic laws on the way over and passed a guilty-looking All Might on his way up the stairs. I think that might be a new record. Hizashi whispers to Aizawa. Is holding Midoriya in a sort of half-hug on the floor, while his free hand gingerly holds the kid's bloody arm. He's got his face hidden in his husband's scarf and his uninjured hand clutching his shirt so tightly that his knuckles are white. Dr. Kahlua is crouched in front of them, cleaning the blood as best she can while the wounds are still open. The sight is enough to have Hizashi lurching forward. Crouching begins and placing a comforting hand on his shoulder, but still within Midoriya's vision should he choose to look up. Shoyuta gives him a grateful look as he leans into the touch. Recovery Girl gently nudges the doctor aside before placing a light kiss on Midoriya's temple. Midoriya relaxes a little in Sho's grip, clearly exhausted. The best I can do is mend the bones. He's so tired that I can't even close the wounds properly. Those will have to be stitched. Since it can't be fixed with a quirk, it will most likely scar as well. Recovery Girl frowns and stands to walk out the door, dismissing herself. Welp, what's one more scar to add to the collection? Midoriya laughed, earned more than a few concerned glances. Hey Midoriya, random question? Tsuyu asks. What's up? Are you okay? Physically or mentally? Problem child, when we get back you're getting therapy. Yeah, that's fair. Why don't you get him to bed and out of that shirt so we can get him stitched up and into a clean one? At the doctor's words, Shoyuta scoops Midoriya up in his arms and walks the few paces to the bed, careful not to jostle him. He has a bit of a hard time getting Midoriya to let go of his shirt, but he manages. He then pulls off the blood-stained shirt and Hizashi can't help but stare at what he sees. Scattered along the poor kid's torso are small burn marks that look like they were caused by explosions. There are long, thin scars that look like knife wounds, but far too thin. Maybe someone's quirk? Hizashi would bet money that Midoriya's back has the same marks. Everyone minus Midoriya cringed at the sight of the many scars littering his body. Bakugo, do you by chance know how he got those burn marks? Aizawa glared at him. Yes, I do. Care to elaborate? I don't feel like that's necessary. Bakugo, one of us will probably spill eventually, or it'll come up on the screen. Until then, I don't particularly care to share. Hizashi could hear Aizawa grumbling something about DMN problem children and stubborn brat, but wisely decided against bringing it up. The little listener is oblivious to their staring gaze tracking his doctor as she gathers things to stitch up his arm. Everyone watches as she carefully stitches him up, Midoriya clearly nervous about what happened. It's not long before she is wrapping up his arm and handing Shoyuta a clean shirt to put on a half-asleep Midoriya. He does so without hesitation and only hesitates for a moment before grabbing Hizashi's forgotten put your hands up radio sweater from a nearby chair and pulling that over his head too. Midoriya gives him a small, grateful smile before laying down. He's asleep in moments, and Hizashi turns his gaze towards his husband, hoping for an explanation. Instead he gets an armful of Shoyuta, and he squeezes him back just as tightly before guiding his husband to one of the chairs. I've got a feeling I should let Nizu know I'll be out for the rest of the day. Recovery Girl returns at his comment, and speaks before Sho can give him an answer. I've already handled it. Now Eraserhead, I think I deserve an explanation as to how Midoriya got hurt a second time, why you didn't bring him to me in the first place, and why we passed All Might crying in the stairwell on our way up here. Sho's lips quirk up a little at the last comment before falling back into the frown that had made its home on his face. Since last night, several students laughed at the mental picture of All Might crying in the stairs. The hospital was much closer than UA, and I don't think even you would be at work past 10 p.m. As for your other two questions, All Might is an illiterate fool who decided to bring a suspected child abuser to visit her victim and leave them unsupervised. I doubt Midoriya would willingly be left in a room alone with her, so All Might must have ignored him and still left. He completely broke the kid's trust, so that's probably why he's crying. That's it. All Might is dead. A few tears is nothing compared to what Hizashi wants to do to the man. You wouldn't actually kill me, right? All Might asked, risking a glance at Hizashi. He quickly turned away again after being faced with a look of pure bloodlust. You didn't do anything to him? Threaten him? Recovery Girl looks surprised, and Hizashi spots Shuta's scariest grin on his face before he answers her. Not yet, I haven't. All Might feels a shiver go down his spine. He glances to his left, big mistake, and sees Aizawa, face adorned with the same grin as his on-screen counterpart, looking directly at him, eerily reminiscent of a predator stalking their prey. At Hizashi's insistence, Sho ends up leaving to drive Recovery Girl back to work and to head home to shower and nap, promising to be back by late afternoon for the delayed interview with Tsukachi. It's not long after he leaves that Midoriya is stirring. Present Mike? What happened to Aizawa-sensei? He looks worried for his teacher, and it's adorable. Hey little listener. Sho went home to rest for a bit. You know you don't have to call us by our hero names or sensei out of school, right? You can just call me Hizashi, and I'm sure Sho would be good with Aizawa or Shoyuta. Midoriya looks a little shocked at that. Okay, Hizashi. Then you can call me Izuku. I'm not sure I like the name Midoriya anymore anyways. Izuku gives him a sad, tired smile at that. It's a deal, Izuku. Why don't you go back to sleep? Sho won't be back for a few hours and you could use the extra sleep. Izuku frowns at that and Hizashi is just opening his mouth to speak when Izuku raises shaky hands and signs. Can't. Too loud. Hizashi really shouldn't be surprised that the kid knows sign language, and yet he is. He's glad that Midoriya's still facing the ceiling and can't see the shocked expression on his face. I'm too loud? Or the hospital? Hospital. Well, you're in luck, listener. I've got an easy fix for that. Hizashi removes the headphones from his hero costume and places them over Izuku's ears. The listener reaches up one hand to feel the headphones and the other to sign a quick, "Thank you." "Go to sleep, listener." Hizashi leans forward to press a soft kiss to his temple and Izuku gives him a watery smile before complying. The screen fades to black. "Okay, that was way cuter than it needed to be." Hagakure cried and Mina was quick to agree. Loading Multiverse. Just trying to survive and learn to love along the way. Loading Multiverse. Just trying to survive and learn to love along the way. Hizashi is nearing sleep himself when Sho returns a few hours later. He can hear him pause in the doorway as he takes in the sight of Izuku where he has curled himself around Hizashi's hand. Hizashi had offered it after Izuku woke up from a nightmare, and he had scooted closer on the bed so he could grasp it more firmly. It's a cute sight, and Hizashi can tell Shoyuta feels the same without even turning around. "Don't worry, Sho, I already took lots of pictures." Shoyuta snorts as he strides forward to place a hand on his shoulder before leaning down to speak in his ear. "Tsukachi should be back soon, we should wake him up." Hizashi complies, leaning forward to run his fingers through the thick curls. It takes a few minutes before Izuku opens his eyes, frowning. Sho reaches forwards and pulls the headphones off of his head before handing them back to Hizashi. "Hey kid, Tsukachi will be here soon to interview you." Izuku frowns harder at that, and simply nods in response. It's a few minutes of awkward silence later when Izuku tugs on Shuta's sleeve to get his attention. "All might." The frown is still on his lips, and there's fear in his eyes. A look Hizashi has never seen on his face when talking about the number one hero. It's always been a look of awe and adoration. Whatever happened definitely shook his trust in the hero. Tashinori looked slightly guilty, though apparently not guilty enough if the harsh glares he received from all of the students were anything to go by. He didn't even have to look to know Aizawa was glaring daggers into the back of his head. Hizashi looks to Sho and sees that he's keeping as straight a face as he can, a slight crease in his brow the only indicator of his mood. If he's surprised about the sign language, then he's not letting it show. "He left, kid. I'm not letting him see you right now." Izuku relaxes at that, and Sho stands up straight, moving away from the bed towards a small table that holds a pitcher of water. Izuku grabs the offered glass in his right hand, left still gripping Hizashi's own. "Thank you, Shoyuta." Sho's eyebrows go up at the name, but he doesn't say anything and Hizashi takes that as a win. He hadn't expected Izuku to try out the name so quickly. Shoyuta pulls a chair right next to Hizashi and grabs his free hand before settling down to wait for the detective. They don't have to wait long, Tsukachi knocking on the door and easing it open less than 10 minutes later. Izuku is tense when he walks in, and Hizashi gives his hand a little squeeze of comfort. Tsukachi notices his uneasiness, and sets up at the small table a little ways from the bed, slumping a little in his chair to try and make Izuku more comfortable in his presence. He hits play on his little handheld recorder before speaking. "All right, Midoriya." Izuku tenses right back up at the name, and Tsukachi gives him an apologetic look. "My name is Detective Tsukachi Naomasa. I'm here to gather a statement regarding the events of this past weekend. First, we need to establish a history regarding the relationship between you and your mother, Midoriya Inko. My quirk is lie detector, so I'll be able to tell if what you're saying is true or not. You with me so far?" "Why, yes. True. Looks like we're off to a good start, Izuku." Izuku smiles a little at that, relaxing a bit more at the detective's tone. "Is this the first time your mother hit you?" Izuku tenses back up, looking anywhere but at the detective before answering. "No. She first started in a middle school when I would come home beaten up by bullies. I guess she'd thought that since IW was getting bruises already and nobody would notice a few extra. Problem child, is she abusing you in our world too?" "Not physically, but I do know that for a long time she didn't want me to be a hero. I don't exactly know how she feels now, but it's better than in that world." Aizawa let out a breath he didn't realize he was holding. "That's good." "True. Has she been hitting you ever since then?" Once IG got into UA she stopped. I think she was worried that the heroes that teach there would notice." "True. Has she abused you in any other way besides physically?" "Why yes. Before she started hitting me, she would alternate between pretending I didn't exist to yelling at me for existing, calling me names. True. When did this start? What kind of names did she call you? It started when I was 4, the D-Day I was diagnosed quirkless. Tsukachi doesn't look surprised at this. How much does he know? He seems to be pretty good friends with All Might. True. She was pretty unoriginal with names. She just called me what she heard my bullies call me. Usually V variations of stupid, useless, worthless, and deku. True again. While neglecting you, did she also withhold things from you? Izuku gives him a confused look at that. What kind of things? Necessities. Things like food and water. Well, she forgot to feed me a lot of the time, so I had to sneak food when she was away. If she caught me taking food, she always started yelling again. Shuta's hand tightens in his at that. Why did nobody ever help the little listener? True. Where was your father during all of this? At first she said that he was working overseas, but as I got older, she started telling me that it was my fault he left. Because I'm a stupid, worthless deku. True again. That's enough for the history. Can you tell me what happened this weekend? What triggered her assault? I got pretty banged up during the sports festival so as soon as I got home I hid in my room. It took her until Sunday to notice I was even there. When she did, she barged into my room and started yelling. She kept telling me how worried she gets when I get hurt like this. How she wished I never got a quirk in the first place. How she had never heard of anyone else developing one this late. She was being so loud and she wouldn't stop, so I told her how I got my quirk. She was so mad at me. Started yelling about how I should give it back and leave you it. I told her no, so she started hitting me again and wouldn't stop. I had to wait until she went to bed to sneak out of the apartment and call Aizawa-sensei for help. All true. Can you tell me about what happened when she and All Might came to the hospital? Do I have T2? There are tears in Izuku's eyes now, and Hisashi grips his hand a little tighter. I'm so sorry, Izuku, but we need to know what happened. Izuku sniffs before continuing on. Okay. All Might came into the room and told me he had a nice surprise for me. He moved and she was there. I tried to tell him that I didn't want to talk to her, or see her, and that she was the one who hurt me, but he wouldn't listen. Jay just told me I was upsetting her and he left. As soon as the door closed behind him, she walked towards me. She was calling me all those names again, but she was so calm, it was even scarier than usual. I got out of the bed to get away from her, but she still grabbed me and used her quirk. It hurt way more than usual, so I know she was extra mad at me. The room falls quiet as Tsukachi makes a few more notes. Hisashi looks over at Shoyuta and finds him tight-lipped, face as neutral as he can get it. However, there is no disguising the anger in his eyes. He's sure that the same look is mirrored on his face. Hisashi is furious. Who the hell treats their child like that? He's glad he wasn't in the room earlier with Inko. Who knows what he would have done then? As it stands, Hisashi isn't sure what they're going to do with All Might. Would Midnight be willing to help hide a dead body? Oh, absolutely. Midnight smiles wickedly at All Might. I'd be down in a heartbeat. All right, Izuku, that's all I need for now. Eraserhead, a word please. They walk out the door and Hisashi is left alone with a softly crying Izuku. Hisashi stands and pulls Izuku into a tight hug, and he breaks down in his arms. The screen fades to black. When are you all going to stop ganging up on me? All Might asks. When you become a competent teacher, and stop being so discriminatory of quirkless people. Midoriya said. I'm not even that bad. Shut up, will ya? Bakugo shouted from across the room. You're not much better, Kaken. Midoriya. Bakugo opened his mouth to argue but couldn't really find a valid argument, so he just sat back down and pouted angrily. Loading Multiverse. Just trying to survive and learn to love along the way. Loading Multiverse. Just trying to survive and learn to love along the way. Shoyuta follows Tsukachi out of the room, feeling guilty leaving Izuku behind in that state. At least he's got Hisashi with him. Alright, Eraserhead, I'll make this quick. His statement is more than enough to proceed with charges. Pair that with what we both witnessed, this case is pretty open and shut. You may need to testify if this goes to court, but I'll do my best to keep Izuku out of it. Thank you. This is stressful enough for him already. There is the small matter of his father. We managed to contact him, but he told us he wanted nothing to do with the kid. He even signed the papers to relinquish custody, so that won't be a problem. Even Uncle Hisashi doesn't want to be around him. Bakugo shouts, purposefully ignoring the pointed glares he received. Rude. I knew he didn't want me, but that's just mean, Midoriya pouts. Jesus. What kind of father refuses a relationship with his kid? Not that Shoyuta minds all that much. It'll make it so much easier for them to take him home. You know how he mentioned his mother saying he works overseas? Well, he's the kind of father that runs a small villain gang over in America. I'm sorry, he does what? Aizawa says. That's new. Midoriya is shocked to say the least. To think, the successor of the #1 hero has a villain for a father. Crazy. Now, I'm assuming you want to take the kid home. Of course. Hisashi and I both have our foster licenses for cases like this. We already filled out the child abuse forms with the hospital. They should have faxed those to you already. We just need to fill out the fostering forms so we can take him home. I'm guessing you already knew the answer and brought them with you? Tsukachi gives him a smug look as he pulls the forms out of his briefcase. Shoyuta starts filling them out as they talk so the detective can take them with them when he leaves. He knows you so well, Shoyuta. You can't help but to take in strays. Midnight teases. Aizawa buries his face in his capture weapon. Shut up, Namuri, Aizawa mumbles. Ah, come on, Shoyuta. Can't you handle a little teasing? She poked him in the side, laughing. Let him be him. Can't you see he's trying to find a way to adopt the listener in our world too? Present, Mike said, grinning, before being shoved off the couch by Aizawa. Stop it, Hisashi. Betrayed by my husband. Mike dramatically draped his hand over his forehead and mimed falling dead. Get back up, you overgrown cockatoo. We need to keep watching. Aizawa said, extending his hand. Present Mike, of course, accepted his hand, but only to pull Aizawa to the ground along with him. Diamant it, Hisashi. Aizawa tried to pull himself back onto the couch, but he was held tightly to the floor by his husband. Let go of me, he protested. The students, who had previously been talking amongst themselves while the screen was paused, turned to the teachers at Aizawa's shouts, only to laugh at their homeroom teacher's misfortune. Stop laughing or you're expelled, Aizawa said, desperately trying to hold onto the last shred of his dignity and failing as the students just laughed louder. You're all ridiculous. Aizawa finally managed to get out of Mick's hold and back onto the couch. He was trying to hide his flushed face in his scarf, but everyone saw it anyway. Let's just get back to watching now. Everyone settled back in their seats and the screen unpaused. Alright, I'll see if I can put in a good word with his social worker once they're assigned. You can tell them to not bother looking at other placements for him. We're both wanting to keep Izuku more long-term. Tsukachi gives him a look at that. You going soft on us, Eraserhead? Shoyuta doesn't dignify that with an answer, instead showing the detective his middle finger as they turn back to his kid's room and begin the walk there. They run into Dr. Kahlua on the way, and he allows her to step into the room first. All right, Izuku. I'm just going to check you over, and then if everything is to my liking, we can get you out of here. The problem child nods from his place on the bed, scrubbing at his face to get rid of the tears. Hisashi steps back to stand next to him as Kahlua gets to work. Everything go all right with Tsukachi? He hands him the forms to sign before he answers. Yeah. There shouldn't be any custody problems on account of one garbage father. Hisashi gives the forms to a lurking Tsukachi before he turns his attention back to their kid. Well, that's a relief. Shoyuta simply nods, eyes following the movements of the doctor. Izuku seems a little more comfortable this time around, watching the heroes instead of the doctor. Alright, everything looks good to go. He will be sore for a few days while his bruises heal. The wrist might become a long-term issue with residual pain, so make sure to keep an eye on that. I'll prescribe a few painkillers and send the form with the nurse when they bring the discharge paperwork for you. With that, Kahlua is gone, leaving the pros alone with their new charge. Senseis? Where will I go now? Izuku looks more than a little nervous, fresh tears sprouting in his eyes. Sho, you didn't tell him? Hizashi looks outraged, and Shoyuta rolls his eyes at his antics. You're coming home with us, problem child. I hope you like cats. Shoyuta gives him a wide smile, one that usually unnerves his class. Izuku simply answers with a grin of his own, what he hopes are happy tears falling from his eyes. Sensei's a cat person? Mina asks. Yeah. Always has been. Present Mike yelled. Even without using his quirk, he is still ridiculously loud. Shoyuta is really soft around cats. He'll practically melt. Midnight says, throwing herself on top of Aizawa. No, I don't. Stop saying these things. Yes, you do. I can prove it too. Present Mike said, pulling out his phone. What are you about to show them? Aizawa asks, looking concerned. Hizashi. Gather round, students. When the students walk over to where the teachers are sitting, Mike pulls up a video on his phone. The video shows Aizawa sitting on the floor. He is letting the cats walk over him and talking to them in a cutesy baby voice. The video ends when Aizawa notices Present Mike filming and starts to run toward him. Oh my god! That's so adorable! The girls, and some of the boys, are fawning over the video. Aizawa attempted to become one with the couch, but when that didn't work he settled for hiding in his capture weapon. No one noticed Orakuru, also fawning over the video, until she spoke, "That's so cute. However, you do need to stop derailing the chapter just to embarrass Aizawa," she chuckled. Aizawa sent her a grateful look. What do you mean chapter? Midoriya asks. Never mind that, let's continue the reaction. Orakuru laughed nervously before disappearing again. She's strange. You said it. They don't have to wait long for the paperwork, and Shoyuta sends Hizashi to fill the prescription while he deals with it. He fills it out quickly, then he and Izuku slowly make their way to the front desk, Hizashi joining them while the nurse checks over the forms. Everything seems to be in order. I hope I don't have to see you here again, mister. She directs the last part at Izuku as she hands him a sucker. The kid looks mortified, and Shoyuta has to repress a laugh. It seems he didn't succeed though, because Izuku shoots him a glare as they walk out the doors and to the car that is parked much closer than before. They make the drive in silence, the only noise coming from the softly playing radio. By the time they make it home it's nearing 6 o'clock, so Hizashi sets about making a light dinner while Shoyuta shows Izuku around the apartment. He starts the tour from the entrance that leads directly to the living room. The wall to their left is lined with various records and CDs, while the one across from it has multiple bookshelves and some small knickknacks, mostly belonging to Hizashi. The third wall houses their TV and sound system with a few pictures scattered on the walls. There's a couch in the center of it all, and Shoyuta suspects that at least one cat is curled up on it. Instead of a fourth wall, the living room opens up into the dining room and kitchen, where Hizashi is already humming a tune as he cooks. There's a hallway at the edge of the wall with the bookshelves that leads to the bedrooms and bathroom. Shoyuta and Hizashi's room is the first on the right, with an office across the hallway on the left. Right next to the office is the bathroom, and across from that and next to his own room is the spare room, now Izuku's. Shoyuta shows him the room with a small smile, and notes the surprise on Izuku's face as he takes it all in. I may have broken into your old place and nabbed some of your stuff while I was supposed to be napping. Thought you'd feel a little more comfortable that way. He notices how the kid's eyes light up at the notebook stacked on his desk, and he's not surprised when Izuku turns around and hugs him. He just simply hugs him back. Soft sensei. Detention Ishido. Ah man. Thank you so much. You guys have just been so nice to me, and I don't know what I would have done if why you didn't answer the phone. I can't thank you enough for this. Izuku. You being here and okay is more than enough thanks. Still. Thank you. Shoyuta gives him one last squeeze before letting go and leading him back towards the dining room, where Hizashi is just setting the table for dinner. They eat in silence for a few minutes before Shoyuta speaks up. Alright kiddo. I figure we have two options for tomorrow. You can either come to school with us, or hang out here with the cats. Either way, Hisashi and I should probably teach our classes tomorrow. I think I'd like to go to classes. Shoyuta gives him a soft smile before resuming dinner. Once they are all done and cleaned up, they sit Izuku on the couch to introduce him to the cats. This one is toothless. Sho named him that because he has no teeth, and that is his favorite movie. Hisashi is holding out their fluffy black cat for a giggling Izuku to pet while Shoyuta shoots his husband a glare. What movie is that? Oh my god. Shoyuta has to silence his husband with his quirk. Sorry. IWs and never are really allowed to watch movies. I only did when she forgot about me and left F for a few days. Izuku looks so disappointed in himself. He feels so badly for something that wasn't his fault. Oh my god. Other me has never seen How to Train Your Dragon. That's horrible. Midoriya looked at the screen like it had personally offended him, which it had. Seriously, that's what you're horrified about? Not the abuse or scars, but him never having watched How to Train Your Dragon. Tsu asks. Yes. That's okay, little listener. It's not your fault, but it will be ours if we don't rectify that soon. Shoyuta has to speak up now, before it becomes too obvious that he's feeling things. Hisashi will never let him hear the end of it. And this one is radio, because she is loud and Hisashi is stupid. Izuku is laughing now, reaching out for the small Siamese that meows loudly in response to being passed around. She settles in his lap though, and starts purring as the problem child sets about petting her. Rude. Present Mike fakes offense. It's true though. Midnight adds. Namuri and Shoyuta? Don't know them. My only friend is Tensei. Mike tilts his head up snootily, only to start laughing when Midnight starts viciously tickling him. It's not long before they're all yawning, the day's events catching up with them. Izuku goes to bed without complaint, and they follow suit. Shoyuta is asleep in no time, Hisashi's warmth at his side. The screen fades to black. That was fun. Aizawa-sensei? Yes, problem child? Is How to Train Your Dragon really your favorite movie? Yes. Why? Aizawa looks over at Midoriya, who pulled a notebook out of who knows where and starts to write. What are you writing about? Midoriya was so lost in thought he didn't even hear him. Todoroki answered instead, he seems to be writing something about you, but I can't read what it says. Why not? The entire thing is written in code. The only reason I know it's about you is because of the drawing on that page. Todoroki looks closer over Midoriya's shoulder. It's actually a really good drawing. Aizawa walks over to where Midoriya and Todoroki are sitting, not noticing the principal perched on his shoulder. Problem child. Midoriya continues to mutter, not looking up. Problem child. He finally looks up. What are you writing? Oh, I'm updating my analysis on you. Midoriya replied. Would you mind if I take a look at it, Midoriya? Netsu says, purposefully not noting how Aizawa nearly fell to the ground in shock. I'm sure, but the entire notebook is encoded. Midoriya rubbed the back of his neck nervously, but handed the notebook over to the principal anyway. Thank you. Netsu hopped off of Aizawa's shoulder and scurried back to his seat, leaving behind his bewildered staff member. Aizawa turned back to Midoriya when his shock had worn off. Be careful, problem child. It seems you've caught Netsu's interest. Really? My analysis isn't anything special, it's just a hobby I picked up when I was 4. No one does something for 12 years and SEK said it, problem child. Don't sell yourself short. With that, Aizawa walked back to his seat and the screen lit up again. Loading Multiverse. Just trying to survive and learn to love along the way. Loading Multiverse. Just trying to survive and learn to love along the way. Izuku wakes up to a weight on his chest and opens his eyes to see Radio's blue ones staring back at him. She meows loudly and pushes her face against his before hopping off of him, allowing him to sit up. A glance at the clock tells him it's just past 6 a.m., and he throws on his school uniform before following the impatient Radio to the kitchen, where he makes sure to give Toothless a few pets. OMG! Those cats are so adorable, Mike and Aizawa-sensei. Mina screeched. They are. Present Mike yelled in equal volume to Mina. I want them, Shinso said. Those seated around Shinso jumped. He was so quiet they forgot he was sitting there. No. They're mine, Aizawa hissed. Realizing what he'd just done, Aizawa turned red. He hit his head in Mick's shoulder and mumbled something. What was that, Sho? I can't hear you. Aizawa lifted his head up. Kill me. Aizawa deadpanned. I don't think so. Sorry. Ugh. Aizawa threw his head back into Mick's shoulder. Izuku takes a moment to look at his teachers and take in their odd sleepwear. His homeroom teacher is wearing bright pink sweatpants and a sweatshirt that do not match at all. In direct contrast, the voice hero is wearing dark sweatpants and a bright yellow Present Mike t-shirt. They've both got silver chains around their necks. Some sort of matching necklaces? Sensei, you wear pink sweatpants to bed? That's so cute. Detention, Ashido. You already gave me detention. Double detention. He mindlessly eats the breakfast they put in front of him, not quite ready for the day ahead. He knows his classmates will be full of questions that he doesn't want to answer. His teachers disappear and return in their pro-hero uniforms, ready to leave at a moment's notice. Come to think of it, they probably would be. The apartment is a bit of a drive from UA, and as teachers they're probably expected to be there early. Izuku looks up from his musings to find both pros watching him, a small smile on Hisashi's face as he moves towards him. You mind if I fix your tie, listener? It looks very interesting. Izuku looks down at said tie and grimaces. It's tied in the same crumpled way it has been since day one, Izuku having no one around to help him figure it out. Finally, someone did it. Uraraka said, Hey, my tie doesn't look that bad. Midoriya tried to defend himself. He failed. Every single student and staff member was looking at him in the same, are you serious kind of way. I don't think it looks bad. He grumbled, folding his arms and pouting. He nods his consent and Hisashi reaches forward, taking a few minutes to figure out how to untie the mess. Once finished, Izuku grabs his backpack from his room and they all head out the door, giving the cat some pets on the way. See, that looks so much better. Uraraka turned to Midoriya smug. I get it. It's hard to do, okay? Midoriya pouted. The drive is spent in silence, and Shoyuta only speaks once they park the car. There's one more thing to talk about before we head in, kid. Both teachers are turned in their seats, and Hisashi's got a frown on his face. We talked to Nisa last night. Tried to get him to at least suspend All Might from teaching. We're worried that the way he handled things at the hospital are insight onto how he might treat the rest of the kids. He's too ignorant for his own good. Shoyuta turns back to the front before continuing. Nizu refused. Something about how the country would stand against UA for pulling the #1 hero from teaching for a while. Who knows what the rat is thinking? Do you want to train with 1B instead of with All Might for that PRD? Izuku hesitates before replying. While Shuta's suggestion would be nice, Izuku doesn't think he wants to leave his class, even for that one PRD. He's trained so hard with his classmates as friends, that he doesn't think it would be worth it. But Dekukuin? No. You lost Dekukuin privileges when you decided to make fun of the way I tie my tie. She pouts. He shakes his head at the pro. All right, kid. Shoyuta doesn't seem upset, and he's got a look of understanding in his eyes when they meet his own. You want to wait in the teacher's lounge, listener? Be easier to avoid questions that way. Hisashi's question breaks the silence of the car. Izuku simply nods his assent and they make their way over. It's thankfully empty when they arrive, and Izuku settles on the couch to catch up on some missed work before class. It's not long before other pros start to arrive, barely sparing him a glance as if they expected him to be there. A few pros give him a smile or a quiet hello, and Snipe even reaches over to ruffle his hair, messing up his curls even more. Hey! Snipe just laughs at him as Shoyuta makes his way over. It's not my fault. I had to see how fluffy it is. We should head to class now, kid. And remember, you don't have to answer any questions you don't want to. It's none of their business. Izuku nods and grabs his backpack before following him out the door and to their classroom. Izuku steps inside first, and is met with a barrage of noise. Deku-kun. What happened? Whoa, that bruise. So manly. Midoriya, are you alright? Where were you yesterday? Were you attacked by a villain? Izuku is quickly overwhelmed and tries to step back away from the noise but ends up backing right into his teacher. He places a steadying hand on his shoulder before addressing the class. Midoriya, I would like to apologize on behalf of our on-screen counterparts. They should not have overwhelmed you like that. Ida said, chopping his arm up and down. Ida, it's okay. You can calm down. He said, having to dodge out of the way of Ida's hand. Everyone shut up. With that everyone did, too afraid of their teacher's wrath to continue. Izuku rushes to take his own seat, in the back and away from the attention. Only once he reaches it does he notice the new face in the spot behind him, and he gives Shinso a small smile before sitting down and taking out his notebook. Homeroom passes far too quickly for his comfort, and as soon as Shoyuta steps out of the room, Ida and Uraraka are rushing up to his desk. Deku, what happened? We were so worried. Izuku tenses at the nickname. I'm fine. Nothing happened. Midoriya. As your classmate and friend I am inclined to believe you, but those bruises tell a different story. Was it a villain? It must have been bad if you missed a day of classes. Ida's robotic gesturing is awfully close to his face, and he shrinks away a little and keeps his mouth shut, unwilling to answer. Come on, Deku, you can tell us anything. Uraraka is reaching for his shoulder now, and he can't help but flinch away. She looks hurt at the action, but doesn't try again. You guys should get back to your seats before Present Mike gets here. Ida frowns when Shinso speaks up but leaves for his desk anyways. Okay then, you can just tell us what happened over lunch, Deku. Uraraka leaves then, and Izuku shoots Shinso a grateful smile before he relaxes in his seat. English passes almost as quickly as homeroom did, and Izuku can feel himself getting more worked up as it gets closer to lunchtime. Before he knows it, the bell is ringing and Ida and Uraraka are once again making their way over to his desk. They've got concerned frowns on their faces. Izuku is touched. He really is. He never thought he'd have friends that cared so much. It's just not something he can deal with right now. He's panicking, shoving things into his bag in the hope that he'll be able to get away fast enough when Present Mike calls out. Izuku, a word? He relaxes a bit at the sound of the hero's voice, and makes his way over to his desk at the front of the room. Deku, we'll wait outside the class for you. Hizashi notices his distress and answers before he can stutter something out. That won't be necessary, Uraraka. This might take a while. The door shuts behind his friends and he sighs, relief washing over him. Seriously? Can they not see how uncomfortable he is? Uraraka says, glaring angrily at her counterpart. Like, I get they're worried, but come on. I don't remember them being so loud last week. Hizashi simply frowns in response, and gets up from his chair. Let's hit up the teacher's lounge. I'm sure Sho is already waiting for us. Thank you, Hizashi. I have a feeling they were going to interrogate me more over lunch, and I really don't want to share what happened. No problem, listener. They step out into the empty halls and make the short walk to the teacher's lounge, where only a few of them are present. Lunch passes quickly, and it's only when the final bell is nearing that Izuku remembers what class he has next. Hero Studies. With all might. Shoyuta and Hizashi notice his distress when they're rising from their seats to head towards their last classes. Don't worry, listener. I'm going to talk to All Might and have you sit out today. You can still watch the class, but no strenuous activity for you. Izuku smiles gratefully at him and they make their way to the location for today's hero class, Gym Beta. Most of his classmates are already present and loud, and a few of them start heading in his direction when he enters with Hizashi. The man simply leads him over to the benches before making him sit, and plunks his headphones over his ears to block the noise. Izuku smiles in relief at the cutoff of sound and Hizashi gives him a small hair ruffle before heading over to speak with All Might. The screen fades to black. All Might stands up. Young Midoriya, how come you are so quick to forgive young Uraraka and Ida for what they did in that world but you won't forgive me? They are acknowledging that they did something wrong in the other world and apologizing even though they didn't need to. Midoriya wasn't looking at All Might. He was staring straight at the wall in front of him, but you seem to not understand what exactly you did wrong. I am also not forgetting what happened in this world, All Might. He spoke with a tone that left no room for arguments. All Might opened his mouth to try but was silenced by harsh glares from the Deku squad. He signed in defeat and sat down again. Uraraka leans into Midoriya and whispers, "Are you ever going to forgive him? If he decides to acknowledge his mistakes, then I'll gladly forgive him, but people have walked all over me my entire life. I'm starting to get tired of it." He glanced at Bakugo. Loading Multiverse. Just trying to survive and learn to love along the way. Loading Multiverse. Just trying to survive and learn to love along the way. Izuku successfully ignores the rest of the world for all of 5 minutes before a tap on the shoulder has him jumping up and whipping around. It's just Shinso, and Izuku relaxes at the sight of him. Shinso gives him an apologetic look before raising his hands and signing. "Sorry. It's okay. You know sign language too?" Present Mike looks at Shinso, who rubs his neck nervously. "Yeah. People at my middle school didn't really like when I spoke to them, so I tried to communicate in other ways. Not that that helped much." Shinso looked down sadly. Midoriya walks over to Shinso and grabs his wrist. Midoof." Shinso cut himself off when Midoriya dragged him to sit with the Deku squad. "You're sitting here now." "But I'm not here to make friends." Todoroki gasps. "He said the words." "What words?" Shinso asked, not seeing how Midoriya's eyes lit up. "It is now my personal mission to befriend you, Shinso. You do not have a choice in this." Shinso looks around at the other students, silently asking for help. Kirishima, Kaminari, and Mina dramatically looked away, and Jiro shook her head and said, "You've been claimed by one of the Sunshine Boys. There's no escape." "Sunshine Boys?" Shinso tilted his head. "Midoriya, Kaminari, and Kirishima are Class 1 as Sunshine Boys." Jiro explained. "Once you are in their grasp, there is no escaping. Just look at Bakugo." Said blonde stood up, looking at Jiro. Are you talking about huh?" he shouted. Kirishima also stood up, trying to force him back into his seat. "You've been claimed by Kirishima." Bakugo went silent, and if anyone saw him and Kirishima blush, then no one was brave enough to point it out. Bakugo stopped struggling in Kiri's grasp for a moment, before trying to launch himself at Jiro again. "What are you implying, ears?" "Bro, calm down." Kirishima tries desperately to keep a hold on Bakugo despite how much he's struggling to get away. "I think you know exactly what I'm implying," Jiro said, smirking and focusing on the screen again as Kirishima finally managed to calm down Bakugo. Shinso looks momentarily surprised that Izuku understands him, and Izuku shoots him a grin as he reaches up to pull Hisashi's headphones off. A cacophony of noise meets his uncovered ears, and he winces when a particularly loud screech of Bakugo's reaches them. Are those present mix? Shinso is staring at the headphones, and Izuku really doesn't know how to explain their existence around his neck, so he just nods, and Shinso doesn't press him. "Why are you sitting out, Shinso?" All Might decided that since I'm new to the hero course that I should just watch today. He also wanted to give me extra time to catch up on hero work, even though I finished it all 3 days ago. I also don't have a partner to spar with. Shinso doesn't look upset, just mildly inconvenienced at being left out. Sorry. It's my fault you don't have a partner." "It's fine, Midoriya. I've waited this long, I can handle one more day." Shinso gives him a look that tells him there's no point in arguing, so Izuku goes back to his analysis on his classmates' quirks for a few minutes before he speaks again. "What about you, Midoriya?" Izuku hesitates at that, wondering how much he should tell him. Shinso seems like he would be fine with him telling him that it's none of his business. It's a comforting thought. He also seems like he would be good at keeping secrets. Izuku decides to tell him the bare minimum for now. "Well, I got hurt this weekend, so fighting like this is probably a bad idea. Aizawa-sensei also doesn't want All Might talking to me right now." Shinsu's eyebrows rise a little at that, but he doesn't say anything else. Izuku is grateful. See, other Shinso knows how to leave it alone. Why won't other me do that? Uraraka is really pressed about her counterpart not respecting Midoriya's boundaries. They spend the rest of the class in comfortable silence and leave a few minutes before it's over, neither wanting to get caught up in the crowd that leaves the change room. It isn't until they're walking to the classroom beside each other that Shinso speaks up again. Hey Midoriya? Why do people keep calling you Deku? Izuku frowns before speaking and decides to go with honesty. It's what my bullies used to call me in middle school. One of them goes here and they all heard him call me that before they even learned my name. I guess it kind of stuck. Why didn't you ask them to stop? I can tell you don't like it. Izuku frowns at that. If Shinso can tell, why can't his other friends? I'm so sorry, Midoriya. I didn't notice you didn't like it. Oh god. Have I been making you uncomfortable this whole time? Uraraka says. It's okay, Uraraka. Really. I tried to hide it, so it's not your fault you didn't notice how I felt about the name. Midoriya says quickly, not wanting his friend to feel bad. Oh, trust me, I've tried. Every time they say it I think about how terrible that name felt in middle school. I've asked them to stick to Midoriya but they just keep calling me Deku. It's really hard to hear my friends call me something I used to hear every time I got beat up. At least some of them go with Midoriya now, even if that name still causes him pain. At least it's not as bad as something that means useless. Well, that's stupid. They should respect your wishes and stop. Shinsu's blunt response leaves Izuku rooted to his spot as he makes his way into the classroom. Izuku follows suit when he hears the rest of his classmates coming down the hallway. Shoyuta is already in the classroom and Izuku gives him a small smile before settling in his seat, right before his classmates barge through the door. Their teacher starts speaking before the bell even rings, telling them they are picking hero names before Midnight saunters in to help them. Izuku's thought about hero names before, but could never find something suitable. There's just nothing with that much meaning to him. He briefly thinks about using Deku for a name, but disregards the idea just as quickly, his conversation with Shinso making him think about what a bad idea that is. Deku is not a name he wants to be attached to for the rest of his life. By the time the class starts presenting their names, Izuku's whiteboard is still blank and he panics a little. They're coming up on him soon and he doesn't have anything. Izuku scribbles the first thing that comes to mind on his whiteboard and pauses. That's actually not a bad idea. Why didn't he think of that before? Soon Midnight is calling his name and he only hesitates for a second at the front before flipping his board around, revealing his name to the class. Janus. Several of his classmates look confused, so he decides a small explanation is in order. Janus is the Roman god of beginnings, choices, and doorways. I chose this name because UA was a new beginning for me. I've had to make a lot of decisions here that will shape my future as a hero. I don't doubt that I'll have many more to make. That's actually a really good fit for you, problem child. The class is silent as he makes his way back to his seat. Only one student remains, and Shinso flips his card around without a word. His chosen hero name, Hypnos. Izuku can't help but think it suits him. The end of day bell rings as Shinso is making his way back to his seat, and he stops in front of Izuku. I like your hero name. Izuku finds himself unable to speak at the sudden compliment, so he simply signs instead. Thank you. Izuku packs up quickly, ready to get away from all the questioning glances and to the safety of the teacher's lounge when Ida and Uraraka waltz up to his desk. Hey Deku. Let's walk together to the train station. I don't actually need to go there. Is someone picking you up? Something like that. Izuku can feel Shuta's eyes on him from the front of the classroom as they talk. Well then, we can wait with you until your ride comes. Maybe you can tell us what happened last weekend. Uraraka is really insistent on learning what happened. She really needs to chill out. Uraraka says, she just will not quit. She's worried about her friend. It is an admirable thing to do. Though I will agree, the other you is going a little overboard. Ida acquiesces. That's not necessary. Go see catch your trains. Are you sure, Deku? Absolutely. With that they finally leave, and Izuku realizes all his other classmates are gone too. He places his head on his desk and groans, reveling in the silence of the room. He stays that way until a gentle hand is placed on his head. All right, problem child. Let's go find Zashi so we can head home. Izuku raises his head and gives Shoyuta a tired smile, ready to go back to the quiet apartment. He blindly follows Shoyuta back to the teacher's lounge where they find Hisashi, deep in conversation with Snipe. Hisashi gives them a wide smile and excuses himself before heading over. "We all ready to go home?" Shoyuta simply nods while Izuku stares at the hero. There's something different about his costume. Hisashi reaches up to scratch at his neck when he notices the staring. "What's up, listener?" Izuku pulls off his bag and digs through it before pulling out the headphones and giving them back to Hisashi with a smile. "Thanks, listener. Let's go home." The screen fades to black. Present Mike leans into Aizawa's ear and whispers, "Don't get me wrong, I'm happy the little listener is happy at home, but I kind of wish we could have him in this world too. Are you sure we can't just kidnap him?" "I agree, but we can't kidnap him, so we just have to live vicariously through the screen." Mike pouted but let it go. Orakuru stood in front of everyone once again. "Okay, guys. You have watched 10 episodes of this universe. I'm giving you some time to rest. You can eat, sleep, do whatever so long as you don't destroy anything." She looked at Bakugo. "You can go through that door. There is a kitchen, separate bedrooms, bathrooms for each of you. Clothes matching your style will be automatically placed into the rooms you choose. There is also a common room stocked with video games as well as board games. Have fun, we will continue this tomorrow." She claps her hands and disappears again. Everyone looks to where she pointed and there was another new door. Upon heading inside, they see a beautifully decorated common room with a hallway to where they assume the bedrooms are. "Come on, let's pick rooms," Mina shouts before running off down the hallway, all of the students following after her. Once their rooms were picked and they changed into casual clothes, they had all been wearing their uniforms since they were pulled out of class, everyone returned to the common room. "All right, who here can cook?" Aizawa asks, mostly directed at the adults, but the students were included too. Only Bakugo and Sata raised their hands. Seriously, none of the other adults know how to cook? Aizawa looks at the other teachers. They were all looking around the room trying not to meet his gaze. "I'm going to cook. If either of you would like to help, you are welcome to." Aizawa says, sighing, "Figure out what you want to eat and let me know." He makes his way to the couch Present Mike is currently seated at and lays down next to him. After 5 or so minutes later, Ida walks away from the gathered students to inform Aizawa of their choice. "Katsudon it is then. Don't bother me while I'm cooking or I'll give you detention." "Yes, sensei." Aizawa went into the kitchen to start dinner. "Bakubro, we should play some board games." Denki grabs Bakugo's arm, practically vibrating in place. Dunce face. Bakugo tries to explode Denki's face before remembering their quirks don't work here, so he settles for just pushing him away. "Come on, bro. It'll be fun." Siro says. "I said if off." "Please, Bakubro?" Kirishima says, giving Bakugo puppy eyes that are totally not at all effective. "I don't know where you would even get such an idea." "Teeth, fine, whatever." Bakugo lets Kirishima drag him over to a table where Mina and Jairu are setting up a game of Uno. Okay, so maybe they were a little effective. Mina leans over to Jairu and whispers, "Notice how Bakugo only relents when Kiri asks?" Jairu nods. "Simp." Both girls start laughing. Louder, Jairu says, "Hey boys. You ready to ruin our friendship? Bold of you to assume we are friends." Bakugo says, sitting next to Kirishima, his friend. "Don't deny it. You love us, Bakugo. Do you still want me to play this game?" "No. Bakubro, stay and play with us." Kirishima pouts. "Whatever, let's just get started." Yay! During their second game of Uno, the Baku squad hears a lot of yelling coming from the other side of the common room. Looking over, they saw the Dika squad playing Monopoly. "Should we go make sure they're okay?" Denki asked. "I'll go." Kirishima starts to get up, sitting down again after their yelling becomes loud enough for them to hear on the other side of the room. "I hate you!" Midoriya screams. "Oh, well, next time don't steal my Monopoly." Uraraka yells back. "Midoriya, give Uraraka her $200, you landed on her property." Tsu says, trying and failing to de-escalate the situation before it gets too violent. "No. She's in jail. I'm not gonna give money to a criminal." Midoriya yells. That's not how you play. Ida yells, chopping his arms dangerously close to Midoriya's face, who doesn't seem very fazed by the action. Sue, why is Midoriya screaming? Todoroki asks quietly. Shut the F up, Todoroki. You don't get to talk after stealing my last railroad. Sue yells, giving up on peace. I wish I was never born. Midoriya screams, launching himself at Uraraka. Me too. You think I wanted this? Todoroki yells. Aha. Aizawa screams. Shut the F up. All of you. They quiet down. Detention when we get back. All 5 of you. There is no need for that level of violence over AF game of Monopoly. Sorry, Aizawa-sensei. The DK squad looks down. Maybe it's best if we play a different game. Tsu suggests. Yeah, I think that might be best. Ida says, starting to clean up the game of Monopoly. Kirishima turns to Bakugo. Baku bro, did you know Midoriya could be that loud? Bakugo shakes his head. I don't think I've ever heard the nerd yell like that. I'm glad we decided to play Uno instead of Monopoly. Mina says. Anyways, the food is done, problem children. Aizawa says. Thank you, sensei. The students run into the kitchen and begin to serve themselves. After the meal, Aizawa forces all of the students to go to bed. Remember, just because it is an alternate universe doesn't mean it can't happen in this universe, so you need to pay close attention. We don't know what else we are going to watch tomorrow, so it is best to be well rested for whatever is to come. Gotcha. Mina says. Speak properly, Ashido. It's, yes sir. Yes sir. Mina says, pouting. Everyone files into their respective bedrooms for the night. No one really expects an air horn to blare inside their heads. Which was exactly how Orakuru woke everyone up the next morning. Rise and shine. Orakuru cheers as students and staff alike leave their rooms and glare at her like she had just killed their entire families in front of them. Was all of that really necessary? Aizawa asks, already heading for the coffee. Nope. Then why the hell would you do that? It was funny. Alrighty then, everyone, head back into the theater and we will start the screen up again. After about 5 or so minutes, everyone finally filters into the room. Okay, time to get started. If you need me, just call. Orakuru claps her hands and vanishes from the room as the screen turns on. Loading Multiverse. Just trying to survive and learn to love along the way. Izuku is quiet. Not the kind of quiet that Shoyuta has come to expect from the small kid either. Hizashi notices it too, and keeps shooting him worried glances over dinner. It looks like Shoyuta has to be the one to break the silence. So Izuku, where did you learn sign language? Izuku tenses up at the question. Guess he picked the wrong conversation topic. People didn't like when I talked, so I learned so I could communicate. Turns out they didn't like that either. Sometimes I find it really hard to talk, so I use sign language instead. Izuku looks worried, like he thinks they'll be mad at him for this. Guess we're pretty similar there, huh? Shinso says to Midoriya. Yeah. Except I don't really find it difficult to talk in our universe, so that must be different there. Midoriya replies. Good to know. You know, sign language is very useful for a hero to know. It means they can communicate plans without speaking and revealing their position. I never thought of it like that. Can you tell me what situations you find it hard to talk in? Izuku frowns, but answers him anyways. Sometimes I get really anxious and stressed out, and my throat just locks up. It happens when I'm around lots of new people, or if it gets really loud. I also can't speak when I'm really tired or sick or scared. That sounds a whole lot like selective mutism. Definitely not something his mother would have brought up to a doctor. If the kid's ever seen a doctor before he got to UA, hell, she's probably the cause of it. He'll have to bring it up to Recovery Girl next time he sees her. Shoyuta places a gentle hand on his kid's shoulder before speaking. It's okay, Izuku, we don't have to talk about this anymore. Thank you for telling me. He gets a small smile for that. Thank you. Izuku keeps his hands raised, as if he wants to keep going. You know you can ask us anything, right kid? Izuku blushes before he moves his hands again. Why do you guys know sign language? Is it because of how useful it is for a hero to know? Shoyuta glances at his husband, wondering what he'll tell Izuku. Well, listener, I had a very tough time controlling my quirk, and by the time I had become almost completely deaf. I have hearing aids and they help a ton, but I didn't for a long time, and sometimes they get really annoying to wear. So sometimes when we're at home I'll take them off and rely on sign language to communicate with Sho. Zashi looks a little sentimental at that, the topic likely bringing up bad memories. From the look on his face, and seems like Izuku notices too. Sorry. I didn't mean to make you feel sad. I shouldn't have said that. Hizashi interrupts him before he can sign anything else. Hey listener, it's alright. It's important for you to know. If I ever take out my hearing aids and don't tell you, now you know that I just can't hear you instead of you thinking I'm ignoring you. Which I will never do. Izuku nods, still a little unsure. He wouldn't have told you if he didn't want to problem child. Izuku looks a little more sure of himself as he answers. Okay. I'll try to remember that. Thank you. Both of you. Not a problem. Hizashi and I will clean up. Why don't you go relax with the cats for a bit? Izuku simply nods as he gets up silently from the table, and Shoyuta only moves once he hears the kid's bedroom door shut behind him. Do you think something happened at school today? I'm not sure. The other kids were pretty insistent that he tell them what happened. He made it pretty clear he didn't want to talk about it, but some of them were still pretty pushy. It looks like Shinso stepped in though, so he might help ward off some of the questions. He hopes he does. He might have to have a talk with the class about invading each other's privacy either way. That's not good. He looked pretty tired too, Sho. And the selective mutism is something we'll have to bring up with Recovery Girl. Shud is glad that Hizashi came to the same conclusion as him. It makes him feel a little less irrational. I think he's still in pain. We'll make sure he takes some painkillers before bed tonight and hope that helps him a little. And I'm already planning on it. By now the dishwasher is all loaded and the counters wiped clean, so they head to their room to change out of their hero gear before making their way over to the couch to turn on the evening news and work on some marking. Izuku emerges moments later, wearing Hizashi's radio sweater. Oh my god, Sho! He looks so adorable in my sweater. Present Mike says quietly, which for him is still pretty loud, shaking his husband's shoulder. I can see that, Zashi. Can you let go of my shoulder now, please? Yes, sorry. It seems like you've lost all rights to that sweater, Zashi. Shoyuta shoots him a cheeky grin when he gets an elbow to the side, and Izuku settles on the couch next to him, homework in hand. It isn't long before the cats join them, radio sitting on the kid's textbook and meowing loudly for attention. Izuku smiles softly at that, and puts down his pencil to give her the attention she does not deserve. That cat deserves all of the attention in the world. How dare you? Shinso yells. I think that's the most emotion I've ever seen you show, Shinso. But Midoriya, the cat is so precious. No, that cat is a demon. Aizawa says, matter-of-factly. Cats can do no wrong. One time radio purposefully ran under my foot at 3 in the morning while I was getting a glass of water, making me spill it all over the kitchen. That's your fault for being thirsty. How is that my fault for being thirsty? Aizawa asks, raising his voice slightly. All cats are angels and can do no wrong. But they can do no wrong. Shinso, that's just stew dash. They can do wrong. It's like arguing with a child. Whatever, radio's an angel and I wish I was asleep. Great, glad we can agree. They sit there like that in the comfortable silence until Shoyuta feels a small weight settle against his shoulder. He looks down at Izuku and finds the kid half asleep against his arm, one hand buried in radio's fur. All right, problem child, I think it's time for bed. Izuku nods and gets up slowly, tiredly shuffling to his room. Shoyuta makes a stop in the kitchen for some painkillers before following. Take these. They'll help with the pain. Izuku complies and slumps over in bed, eyes drooping. Shoyuta gives him a small hair ruffle before leaving the room and rejoining Hizashi on the couch. His husband is finishing up the last of his marking when he sits next to him. Why are you so much better at marking than I am? Shoyuta eyes his large stack of paperwork that still needs to be done. Don't worry about it, Sho, I'll help you finish it tomorrow. With that, Hisashi is pulling him to his feet and to their bed, pulling him in close as they get settled. Shoyuta wakes up a little over 2 hours later when he hears a loud thump in the next room. Izuku's room. He extracts himself from Hisashi's grip and throws on a shirt that's laying on the floor before rushing to the kid's room, freezing in the doorway. Izuku is curled up, shivering on the hard floor. Blankets and sweater abandoned. The thump must have been him falling from the bed. Izuku! He looks up from his position on the floor and the sight breaks Shuta's heart a little. He's clearly distraught, face covered in tears and snot as he tries to gain control of his breathing. There's fresh blood on the bandage that covers his right wrist, and he clutches it tightly in his other hand. Shoyuta approaches him slowly and crouches down in front of him, making no other moves. He hesitates a moment before speaking. Was it nightmares? A nod. Your mother? Another one. Want to tell me what happened? Izuku shakes his head, but speaks anyways. It was be back at the hospital. She was using her Q quirk and it hurt, and then I woke up and it still hurt, so I thought I was really back there and dash. Shuta's hand on his head stops him, and he dissolves into more tears. They stay like that for a few minutes before Izuku is uncurling and sitting up, looking exhausted and ready to fall back asleep. How about we go to the couch and I can take a look at that arm? Izuku doesn't answer, he simply stands and heads out to the hallway. Shoyuta follows him, taking a moment to grab the first aid kit from the bathroom. He finds the problem child sitting on the couch, and he hardly reacts when Shoyuta sits down next to him, simply holds out his arm for him. He sets about slowly unwrapping the bindings, and frowns at what he finds. A few of the stitches have popped, and the wounds are practically radiating heat. Could mean the start of an infection. Shoyuta reaches up to feel the kid's forehead and frowns, finding it too warm for his liking, while Izuku leans into his cool touch, eyes closing. He pulls back his hand to stick a thermometer in Izuku's mouth and starts carefully cleaning the cuts before wrapping them back up securely. The thermometer is done by the time he is, and he frowns again at the display. 38. Not ideal, but nothing he can't deal with at home. He looks back up at Izuku and finds him staring at him. What is it? Are you W-ing? Shoyuta looks down at his shirt and blushes. He'd grabbed Zashi's shirt by mistake in his rush to get to Izuku's room. It's just Zashi's shirt. Grabbed it by mistake. Izuku gives him an odd look at that, but he decides not to dwell too much on it. Shoyuta packs up the first aid kit, leaving out a cold compress, and returns it to the bathroom, grabbing some ibuprofen on the way out before stopping in the kitchen for a glass of water. Eat these and drink this. Izuku accepts them wordlessly, shaking hands threatening to spill the water. He doesn't, and when Shoyuta pats the spot next to him he lays down, head resting by Shuta's legs. Shoyuta snaps the cold pack to activate the chemicals, and places it gingerly on Izuku's head. The kid sighs in relief once the coolness hits and is asleep soon after, Shoyuta following suit. Stan Aizawa for clear skin. I can just keep adding on detentions, Ashido. You're no fun, sensei. Loading Multiverse. Just trying to survive and learn to love along the way. Loading Multiverse. Just trying to survive and learn to love along the way. Shoyuta wakes up again a few hours later to a light touch on his shoulder and blinks blearily up at his husband. Everything all right, Sho? I got worried when you didn't come back to bed. Shoyuta doesn't answer him, just frowns down to where Izuku is, and is surprised to find out how much he moves in his sleep. He has moved from being flat on his back to curled up on his side, facing the back of the couch. His head is pillowed on Shuta's thigh, and he's got his arms wrapped around his middle. Shoyuta can feel where his hands are fisted on the back of his shirt. He smiles a little at the sight, wishing he could capture the moment. Hisashi, ever the mind reader, speaks up again. I already took about 1,000,000 pictures. Now what's going on? He had a nightmare and I found him on the floor. Some of his stitches popped and it looks like he may be getting an infection. I plan on taking him to Recovery Girl before class. Poor kid. You should get ready soon if you want to have enough time for her. You know how much she likes to talk. Zashi shoots him a wink and stands, heading back to their room. Shoyuta somehow manages to extract himself from the kid without waking him, and changes quickly into his hero costume before downing a mug of coffee. He stops by Izuku's room to grab his sweater and backpack before returning to the living room where Izuku is still curled up. It takes a few tries to wake him, but soon his eyes are sluggishly opening, and he's pushing himself into a seated position. Put this on. We're heading out a bit early today. Sensei, that doesn't follow the dress code. Surely you wouldn't allow Midoriya to wear that to class. Ida says, chopping his arms robotically. Ida, I'm the teacher. I told him to put it on so he can wear it. It isn't that hard to understand. But, the dress code. Ida whines. Ida, please, for the love of everything, shut up. Aizawa yells, pinching the bridge of his nose. I don't get paid enough to put up with their shit. WH'd about my uniform? The sentence is barely comprehensible, and Hisashi silently laughs from where he's standing behind the couch. Don't worry about it, kid. It's not worth it today. Izuku manages to get the sweater over his head and tries to grab the matching yellow backpack, but Hisashi grabs it before he can. He lets out a little whine, but follows them out the door and to the car without a word. He nearly falls asleep on the way to UA, and they don't even make it through the parking lot before Shoyuta loses his patience. He walks back to the problem child and turns around in front of him before crouching down. Get on. But Shoyuta. I can walk. We won't make it inside by lunchtime if I let you walk. Izuku sputters begins him, but still wraps his arms around his neck and climbs on his back. Shoyuta stands and tucks his arms under the kid's legs, not nearly as off balance as he thought he would be at the extra weight. That's so cute, sensei. Ashido det dash, Aizawa starts, being cut off by present Mike. I know right. Mike yells. Zashi, not you too. You're supposed to be on my side. Sorry, Sho. It's just so cute. Mike says, plus, I think Ashido has gotten enough detentions for a while. Whatever. Aizawa leans his head on Mike's shoulder. Thank you, Mike-sensei. No problem, little listener. Jesus, kid. You are way too light. It's not my fault. It's said so quietly that Shoyuta almost doesn't hear. He can feel Izuku nuzzling his warm face into the back of his neck as they walk, and he can feel every puff of air that leaves the kid's mouth. He can see Hisashi laughing out of the corner of his eye, and turns his head just in time to catch him take another picture. They pass by far too many heroes on their journey, and he knows the entire staff will hear about this by the time classes start. Oh God, I can only imagine the teasing that will come from that. Aizawa groaned. Oh, you bet. There's no way I would let you get away with that without teasing you. Midnight says. God damn it, Nemuri. It doesn't take long to reach the infirmary carrying Izuku, and Recovery Girl simply sighs when she catches sight of them, and gestures towards the nearest bed. Shoyuta is careful as he puts the problem child down, and Izuku releases the death grip he had around his neck. He turns around and pulls up the right sleeve of Izuku's sweater before speaking. I think his arm's getting infected. He woke up with a fever last night. He carefully doesn't mention the nightmare, and Izuku gives him a grateful look. Recovery Girl doesn't say anything, just pushes him aside and unravels the bandage. It most certainly is. These stitches were done poorly. They'll let anyone with a healing quirk be a doctor nowadays. Looks like you at least did a good job cleaning it. She cleans his arm again before rewrapping it and turning to her desk to pull out some pills and hand them to Izuku. These should help with the fever. They may make him more tired though, so I hope you're fine with him passing out in your class, Shoyuta. Of course, there's one other thing we wanted to talk to you about. We believe he's got undiagnosed selective mutism. He has trouble speaking under specific circumstances and described it as his throat locking up and preventing him from talking. Well, it sounds like you're right, Shoyuta. I'll add it to his file. I suggest you let him rest in the teacher's lounge for the remainder of time before class begins. She walks into her office and closes the door, dismissing them. Well, Hisashi, I think it's your turn. My turn to what? His husband looks a little scared at that. Shoyuta just gestures to the problem child. You get to carry him this time. Hisashi doesn't even answer, just hands Shoyuta his speaker to free up his neck and walks over to the bed to get the kid onto his back in the same fashion that Shoyuta did earlier. They walk in silence for a few minutes until Izuku decides to speak up, voice muffled by Zashi's jacket. "Hey Zashi." He sounds so tired, and it's surprising he hasn't fallen back asleep yet. "Ya kid. WH test this chung around your neck." Noticed Sho, as one too. His words are slightly slurred, but they both get the point. Shuta's almost surprised the kid even noticed them. Almost. "Why don't you pull it out and see?" Hizashi's got the hint of a smile on his face, eager to see Izuku's reaction. He doesn't know why. The kid already knows they're married. Izuku tugs on the chain eagerly, pulling the chain out from where it's tucked into Zashi's shirt. Izuku smiles at the simple ring he finds. "Wedding ring." Shoyuta bets the kid knew already. Izuku sounds more awake now, becoming more comprehensible with his interest. Hizashi nods in place of replying. "Why don't you wear it on your hand? We didn't want to risk breaking them. And it's nice to have something for ourselves that the world doesn't know about." Hizashi is smiling as he says this, and Izuku nods in reply, tucking his face closer to Zashi's neck. It's cute, and Shoyuta knows that he'll be a dead man if he doesn't capture the moment, so he does. Zashi is obsessed with pictures. "It's so soft." Mina whispers to Kirishima. "That's so manly." They don't see a single person until they enter the teacher's lounge, and the only person in there is Ectoplasm, grumbling about some math problem. He doesn't even look up as they enter, just mutters a greeting and refocuses on his work. Shoyuta sinks down onto one of the couches and Hizashi crouches in front of it, intent on putting Izuku beside him. He manages to get him on the couch and makes to stand up, but the kid's arms are locked around his neck. Shoyuta huffs a laugh before leaning forwards to help his husband. He stands when he's freed, and Izuku immediately curls towards the next source of body heat, which happens to be Shoyuta. He glances down at the kid and finds him in almost the same position they woke up in this morning. "Wow Zashi, I think he's almost as clingy as you when you sleep." "Hey, I don't cling." Shoyuta just raises his brow, and Hizashi blushes before looking away. "You totally cling." "Shuta." Mick's face turns red and he hides his face in Aizawa's shoulder. 20 minutes later finds Shoyuta working through his marking once again, one hand settled in Izuku's curls. A knock on the door makes him look up, but Zashi is already moving from his place on Izuku's other side to go and answer it. A mumbled conversation later, and Hizashi is moving back into the teacher's lounge, heading towards his desk. He's accompanied by a set of lighter footsteps that freeze when they pass in front of the couch. "Yes, Shinso? Did you need something from me?" No." Shoyuta looks up at the hesitance in his voice and finds the kid staring at Izuku, brows creased in concern. He raises a brow, daring Shinso to say something. He doesn't even look at Shoyuta, instead keeping his eyes on his kid. "He's just like a cat." Shoyuta fixes a glare on Shinso and he flinches, backing up a few paces. It looks like he wants to say something else, but before he can, Zashi returns to his side with papers clutched in his hand. "Here's your missing work, listener. Better get a move on. It's due in a few hours." Shinso gets a panicked look on his face at that, and scurries out of the teacher's lounge, barely sparing a glance behind him. Shoyuta wants to leave for class a few minutes earlier than usual, so he starts waking Izuku up a few minutes after Shinso leaves. It's not all that hard, and once he realizes the position he's in he jolts up and away from him, bashing right into Zashi who was back in his place on the couch. Izuku stammers out a quiet apology, face a deep crimson. Shoyuta just smirks while Hizashi laughs at the kid's embarrassment. "You apologize too much, problem child." Sorry, we... Midoriya hides his face in his hands while his friends seated around him giggle. "Guys, stop laughing at me." "Sorry, Midoriya, but it was a little funny," says M, hiding a smirk behind his hand. He ends up practically dragging Izuku behind him on the trek to the classroom. He lightly pushes him into the room ahead of him and heads for his own desk, wanting to catch a quick nap before class starts and he has to deal with little demons all day. He makes sure Izuku gets to his desk before closing his eyes, settling down in his sleeping bag. The screen fades to black. We haven't had any good drama in a while. I need tea. Mina says. I'm with Mina on this one. It's getting kind of boring. Hagakure nodded, not that anyone could see it. Don't worry about that. It should be picking up soon. Orakuru says, suddenly behind Mina and Hagakure, both of whom were screaming. You know, for someone who wants to be a stealth hero, you really should work on your spatial awareness, Hagakure. You never know when a villain could pop up behind you. Aizawa says, not even looking over. Right, sorry sensei. This next part is from someone else's point of view. The beginning goes back in time a little to show this person's thoughts during certain events, before it catches up with the present. Orakuru says, whose point of view is it in? Aizawa asks. All she says is, someone important to the story, before disappearing again. Who could that be? Kirishima asks, scanning the room. Obviously it's me, shitty hair. I'm the only one important enough to highlight. We all know who yelled this. Loading Multiverse. Just trying to survive, and learn to love along the way. Shinsu's first day in the hero course does not go as expected. It's me. Shinso looks at the screen in surprise. Why the hell is it mind F over there? I'm so much better than him. Bakugo yells. Shut up, you angry Pomeranian. Shinso shouts back. The hell did you call me? Bakugo stands up, preparing to march over to Shinso, before being wrapped in Aizawa's scarf. Sit down. Bakugo grumbles quietly, sitting back in his seat next to Kirishima. He and Midoriya have spoken a few times over the weekend since the sports festival, and he's excited to finally be in class with his friend. It's his first time having a real one. See that? That's why you're sitting here now, Shinso. Congratulations, you have friends whether you like it or not. He got concerned when Midoriya stopped answering his texts on Sunday, and now his friend is nowhere to be seen in class. He catches a few of his new classmates casting worried glances towards Midoriya's desk, so that means that no one knows where he is. Right when he's expecting Aizawa-sensei to walk into the classroom, Snipe does instead. Snipe-sensei? Where's Aizawa-sensei? Does it have to do with Deku-kun? Shinso thinks that's Uraraka speaking. Eraserhead will not be coming in today. As for Midoriya, don't worry about it. Because that in and of itself isn't worrying. Uraraka says sarcastically. He doesn't give her a chance to answer before beginning class. Shinso can tell when he's annoyed because every time his hand drifts towards his gun before he stops himself. Imagine if he just straight up shot us. Kaminari says, laughing. Kirishima and Siro, who were sitting next to him, also started laughing before Siro started singing. All the other kids with their pumped-up kicks, better run, faster than my gun. Mina overheard, laughing before joining in, all the other kids with their pumped-up kicks, better run, faster than my bullets. Shut up, idiots. Bakugo yells. Shinso is relieved when present Mike walks into their classroom. He doesn't want any more unpleasant surprises, and he actually likes the pro hero. He's glad he still gets to learn English from him, instead of being taught by a completely new set of teachers. He's been taught by the pros since the beginning of the year, so he's genuinely surprised when his phone rings and the man actually answers it. Show what's up? The little listener done his interview with Tsukachi. Shinso eavesdrops with the rest of the class, not even trying to pretend he's not like some of them are. Present Mick's face tightens with worry before he speaks again. Sheet, is everything okay? What happened to my listener? His listener? Who in the world could that be? I'm on my way, I just have to get midnight to cover my next class. I'll be no longer than 15 minutes. Their teacher is leaving? Any sense of normalcy Shinso was beginning to feel is gone now. Alright class, I've got to go. Ida, I need you to go to the teacher's lounge and get midnight to cover the rest of this class. Present Mike doesn't give anyone a chance to reply as he's leaving. Nobody misses the concerned glance he throws at Midoriya's seat. Tuesday comes and Shinso is worried that Midoriya won't show again. It's not until the last minute that he does, stumbling into the room right in front of their teacher. His friend has a dark bruise on his cheek and a wrapped-up arm, and his face pales even further when their classmates start asking him a ton of questions. The day passes mostly the way he had expected his first day to. It's concerning how pushy Midoriya's friends are being about the origin of his injuries when it's clear he doesn't want to talk about it. Finding him sitting out of hero studies and wearing Present Mix headphones is just the icing on the cake. Something very strange is going on here. He may have to refer to their resident conspiracy theorist. Who's the resident conspiracy theorist? Shinso asks. All eyes in the room shift to Todoroki, who just shrugs. I figured that out the hard way. Midoriya says, looking down and trying hard not to smile. What does that mean? During the sports festival, Todoroki cornered me to ask if I was All Might's secret love child. All Might choked on his blood. What? He manages to get out, wiping the blood from his mouth. You still haven't earned talking privileges yet. Shut up. All Might dejectedly slumps down in his seat. It's on Wednesday that Shinso thinks he might get some answers. He's at school early, as per usual, but needs to make a stop at the teacher's lounge in the hopes that present Mike is there. He may have misplaced some homework that's due today. He knocks softly at the door and is relieved when the hero he's looking for opens it. Mike-sensei, I lost Monday's homework and am wondering if you have any more copies. Sure thing, listener. Come on in while I find the right stuff. Present Mix's voice is quieter than it usually is. Maybe it's because of how early it is? He follows Mike-sensei into the room and towards his desk, but he freezes at the sight on the couch. Aizawa-sensei is there, grading work, but that's not the surprising part. What's surprising is the hand he's got in Midoriya's hair. Midoriya, who is curled up on his side with his head on their teacher's thigh. What the F dash? Midnight pulled out her phone to take a picture of the screen. I can't believe I didn't take a picture of this earlier. Yes, Shinso? Did you need something from me? No. He avoids looking at his teacher and keeps staring at Midoriya. He's just like a cat. Shinso does look up then, and his teacher looks absolutely terrifying. And he's staring right at him. Shinso stumbles back a few paces, immediately regretting his comment. He goes to say something, anything, before present Mike returns and saves him. Here's your missing work, listener. Better get a move on. It's due in a few hours. Shinso runs at that, needing to escape the teacher's lounge as quickly as possible. Shinso is not surprised that he's still the first one to homeroom, even with the pit stop at the teacher's lounge. What does surprise him is when Midoriya stumbles in with Aizawa-sensei a few minutes later, wearing a bright sweater that is not a part of the uniform and that he definitely did not take note of when Midoriya was curled up like a cat on their teacher. Ida quietly whispers, the dress code, looking like the idea of Midoriya breaking rules is causing him physical pain. Uraraka puts her hand on his shoulder. It'll be okay, Ida. Just let it go. He looks absolutely terrible. Aizawa-sensei spares Shinso a glance and he shrinks a little in his seat as the man slips into his sleeping bag, returning his look to Midoriya. Shinso speaks when Midoriya is close enough to hear his quiet voice. Midoriya, are you okay? Instead of replying verbally, he raises shaking hands and signs. Had a bad night. Are you sick? It's just a fever. It'll be fine. Just a fever? Why is he even at school? Midoriya guesses his question before he can ask it. I can't be home alone, so I came to school where Tired Cat and Loud Cat can keep an eye on me. Tired Cat and Loud Cat? Who are they? Midoriya frowns before fingerspelling. Aizawa and Mike-sensei, well, he should have guessed that. It's painfully obvious now that he knows. The real question is, why does Midoriya have sign names like that for their teachers? Ida barges into the room before he can ask and veers straight for them. Midoriya, that is not a school-approved uniform. You should go change at once. I'm sure Aizawa-sensei will not approve. I don't care. Tired Cat is the one who told me to wear this. That startles a laugh out of Shinso, and Midoriya gives him a small smile while Ida just looks confused. Midoriya, I clearly don't understand what you are saying, so I ask that you use your words. Ida is doing these odd chopping motions as he speaks, so Shinso decides to annoy him even further. Engines sure looks annoyed. How long do you think it will take before he sicks Tired Cat on us? That gets a loud laugh out of Midoriya, and even he looks surprised at that. Ida looks like he is about to complain again when Bakugo shoves the door open, frowning at the group behind his desk. Midoriya shrinks back from him as he draws near, and Bakugo rolls his eyes as he takes his seat. Shinso notices Aizawa-sensei watching the interaction, but doesn't say anything. Midoriya, if you do not have a uniform, I have a spare shirt in my locker. We have enough time to grab it before class starts. Can you make him go away? Words are hard today. Izuku isn't looking at him at he signs, but glances at his hands when he taps the desk. Sure thing, baby k. Izuku looks to his face at the sign name, eyes wide and confused. If Aizawa and Mike are tired cat and loud cat, then you are baby cat. Izuku nods and ducks his head, a light blush coating his cheeks. That's so cute. Mina squeals. Internally, she marks Midoriya and Shinsu's interaction as potential ship fuel for later. Ida, Midoriya says that Sensei is fine with his sweatshirt. Can we drop this now? Surely Sensei wouldn't be okay with this. This is a direct violation of the dress code, and even you should know by now that he's a stickler for rules. Ida. And that's Aizawa-sensei, rising from his sleeping bag. Sensei, I'm so sorry about Midoriya, sir. I was just about to make him change. Take your seat, Ida. Shinso doesn't think he's ever seen someone move so fast without using a quirk. OMG, how did you run that fast, Ida? Kaminari asks, laughing. Even without using my quirk, I am quite fast. Ida says, pushing his glasses up on his nose slightly. Pretty soon after that, the rest of the class is joining them, many stopping to gawk at Midoriya as they enter. They shut their mouths pretty quickly when they notice the look Shinso gives them. Aizawa-sensei then pulls a move nobody would expect from him. He puts on a movie. It's still an educational one, something about the history of quirks, and the class is assigned an essay for after the movie, but Shinso is too busy watching Midoriya fall asleep to care. Sensei then pulls another move nobody expects. Instead of curling up in his sleeping bag, he sits, wide awake, and watches the class. Mostly Midoriya. Shinso catches his eye on one of his glance-arounds and takes a risk. Is baby cat okay? His teacher raises a brow at the name, but answers nonetheless. He'll be fine. I'll make sure of it. Reassured, Shinso returns his gaze to Midoriya, still sound asleep. The screen fades to black. That was fun and all, but I still don't know why I'm considered important to the story. Shinso mumbles. He rubbed the back of his neck self-consciously. The why doesn't matter right now. All that matters is that you are. Midoriya says, throwing one of his arms around his friend's shoulders. And I think that's pretty cool. Shinso.exe has stopped working. Loading Multiverse. Just trying to survive and learn to love along the way. Loading Multiverse. Just trying to survive and learn along the way. Midoriya wakes up by the end of the PRD, bleary-eyed and confused. Aizawa-sensei calls Shinso up to his desk as the bell rings, and he knows this is it. He didn't pay attention, and now he's being kicked from the hero course on his third day. Kid, you worry too much. Aizawa says. Yeah, I've been told that. Shinso says, rubbing the back of his neck. Don't worry about the essay, Shinso. I know you don't even know the topic. With that, he's gone, and Shinso is left gaping at the open door. This must be opposite day. There is no way a teacher that's strict would exempt him from an assignment. He's heard horror stories about him from his current class. The only explanation is Midoriya. Shinso turns towards the student in question and grimaces. He is surrounded by classmates wondering loudly about how he got away with wearing that sweater. Midoriya looks uncomfortable, leaning away and frowning at them. Can't they see that he doesn't want to talk? Seriously, how many more times do I have to say it? They really need to back off. Uraraka states loudly. Uraraka, they can't hear you. Midoriya says, trying to calm his friends down. There's no reason to get so worked up over it. No reason? Midoriya, you're my friend. Of course I'm going to get upset when someone is making you uncomfortable. Midoriya hides his face in his hands. Stop. I don't know how to deal with affection. With this, nearly every person in the room collectively decided to shower Midoriya with compliments and affection. Midoriya just gets more and more red with every passing second. Guys, stop it. Midoriya whines. But Midobro, we all care about you and you should know that. Plus you're super manly. Kirishima says, holding his fist over his heart with manly tears pricking the corners of his eyes. Guys. All right, problem children, settle down. We all care about Midoriya, but you can wait to shower him with affection until after the screen turns off. Aizawa says, standing next to the group that had amassed around Midoriya. Gasp. Did Shoyuta just willingly admit he cares about Midoriya? Midnight asks, dramatically laying her hand over her chest. Am I dreaming? Hisashi, pinch me. Hisashi complies. Oh, I didn't mean pinch me that hard. Midnight yelps. You should have specified. Present Mike smirks, before leaning back in seat comfortably. Why you? Midnight was very near to launching herself at Mike before Aizawa stepped in. Enough. Come on guys. You two are supposed to be more mature than the students, not less. They both at least had the decency to look sheepish as they settled back in their seats. Sorry, Shoyuta. Shinso storms through the crowd and stands next to Midoriya, who looks at him gratefully. Uraraka had been in his face, going on about how cute the sweater is, and wondering how he got such a limited edition present Mike hoodie. Midoriya is signing at them, asking them to be quiet, but the only other person who would understand is Kuda, and he's avoiding the group like the plague. Smart guy. You think you guys could quiet down? You're making him uncomfortable. They look skeptical, but a glance at where Midoriya is now covering his ears to avoid their loud questions makes them comply. How do you know that? You can't speak for him. Tell him you're fine. And that's the usually soft-spoken Uraraka, looking put out that she's making her friend uncomfortable. I know sign language, and if you really looked at him instead of what he's wearing, you'd see that I'm right. What a bunch of idiots. Izuku giggles a little at that, and everyone looks over at him. I knew you could speak. Deku, tell him he's wrong. The speech. Uraraka. Using such language is unbecoming of future heroes. You must cease this behavior at once. Ida says, chopping his arms. Are you gonna tell me I'm wrong? Are you gonna look me in the eyes and tell me I'm wrong? Ida splutters for a second before replying, no. However, you still should not use such foul language. Fine. Uraraka says. I can't. Please stop it. He looks frustrated at himself as Shinso translates what he signed. Come on, Midoriya. Yes, you can. More voices join the fray this time, and Shinso can tell they're going for supportive, but it's also making Izuku look a lot worse. He's shaking his head at them, but only the loud entrance of present Mike gets them to stop. Are you sure I can't call her a beach? Uraraka. Fine, I get it. Present Mike leans over to Midnight and whispers, I'm totally starting to agree with Uraraka. Her other self is a beach. Midnight giggles. Hisashi, you can't say that about your students. Technically, other Uraraka isn't my student, so I can say whatever I want about her. Thank God for Loud Cat. Izuku just nods in agreement, looking worse than he had when he had entered the classroom. Izuku somehow manages to stay awake during present Mick's lecture, but it looks like he's dreading lunch hour. Shinso is tapping his shoulder as soon as the bell rings. Wanna hang out for lunch? I can show you my favorite place to hide. Izuku nods in agreement, and they pack up quickly, heading towards present Mike. I am hiding with Purple Cat for lunch. Alright, just text me or show if you start feeling any worse. Show. That's the same name he mentioned when he answered the phone. Shinso has so many questions. Oh yeah, it's all coming together. Kaminari quoted, his expression matching that of the meme. Kaminari, you really need to stop quoting pre-quirk memes. They're so outdated. Mina says, picking at her fingernail polish. But they're so good. I beg to differ. Then beg. The surrounding people went silent, before erupting in laughter. Oh my god. Kamibro, that was so manly. Nice bro. Good job, dunce face. Everyone went quiet again. They all turned to look at Bakugo, who was smirking. He quickly switched to a scowl the moment he realized everyone's eyes were on him. Kaminari was actually starting to tear up. Guys, did Bakubro just give me a compliment? Am I dead? Is this heaven? Oh my god. Denki has done the impossible. He impressed Bakugo. Mina yells loud enough the entire theater could hear, and soon enough they were all congratulating Kaminari, some even going so far as to present him with fake awards. Shut he f up, you extras. I didn't do jack shit. Yes you did, Baku bro. Don't deny you love us. Kirishima says, throwing his arms around a now lightly blushing Bakugo. There's no shame in admitting it. Shut up, shitty hair. I don't like any of you extras. Sure. Shut up. I'll take good care of baby cat. That earns a loud laugh out of their teacher before he waves them off, and Izuku shoots him a half-hearted glare. Not funny. Now that's all they're going to call me. Come on, it could have been so much worse. I could have called you broccoli head or something. That earns him a laugh, and Shinso smiles to himself as he steers his friend out the front doors of the school, taking a sharp right and walking along the wall. They reach their destination fairly quickly, a little alcove in the wall hidden by trees, and Midoriya's eyes light up when he sees it. From there they can be perfectly hidden and no one will be able to find them. Other than Nizu, of course. It only takes a few minutes of silence for Shinso to crack under the weight of his questions. He chooses the one that's least likely to upset Midoriya. So, what's your connection to our teachers? Midoriya stares at him with a small frown and he wonders if he picked the wrong question. My mother has been abusing me for a long time, but it got a lot worse this weekend. I called Tired Cat for help and they saved me. Now I live with them. And while that is not what he was expecting, Shinso suspects there's a lot more to the story than that, but he won't press. That's already more than he expected to learn. He decides to focus on the less serious part of that sentence. Them? As in Eraserhead and Present Mike? They're together. Is Aizawa a sensei the show that Mike keeps on mentioning? And now Midoriya looks mortified at having outed his guardians? I did not mean to say that. Or sign that. Please don't tell anyone. Midoriya. It is against the very laws of the universe for you to curse. You mustn't do that again. Ida says, appalled. Surely it's not against the laws of the universe. I'm not nearly important enough for that. He's right though. It is against the laws of the universe. Orakuru says, suddenly behind him. Why is that against the laws of the universe? Midoriya looks confused. You are a precious ray of sunshine. You're supposed to be innocent. The same goes for Kirishima and Kaminari, though they are a little more lenient on that law considering they're friends with Bakugo. The F is that supposed to mean, huh? Yeah, I can see it. Kirishima says. Me too. Kaminari replied. The F dash? What does that mean, shitty hair? You literally curse in every sentence, Baku bro. What do you think it means? Kirishima asks sarcastically. Bakugo grumbles in annoyance, settling down once more. Don't worry, my lips are sealed. Midoriya gives a relieved sigh and returns to his lunch. He tugs at his sleeve to get his attention and signs again a few minutes later. Hey Shinso, were you ever bullied for your quirk? That's not what he expected, but he might as well be honest. Midoriya looks nervous as he waits for his answer. I was. But you couldn't have possibly been with that powerful quirk of yours. Midoriya looks a little upset at that, but Shinso can't fathom as to why. Can you keep a secret? Shinso nods in place of an answer. I was bullied a lot. Kids would chase me down and beat me up. They started telling me to kill myself in second year of middle school. Midoriya pauses to compose himself a little before he continues. Why in the world would somebody bully him? Midoriya continues before he can ask the question. It's because I was quirkless. I didn't get my quirk until the day of the entrance exam. And that explains so much. Shinso knows there's got to be more to how he got his quirk, but in front of him Midoriya is getting more worked up, probably worried that he thinks he's lying. He places a hand on his friend's shoulder and doesn't miss the way he flinches back. I probably should have said this earlier, but I'm sorry for what I said during the sports festival. Shinso starts, I never imagined you had been bullied too and I apologize. It's okay, Shinso. I know you didn't know any of that, so it isn't your fault. I probably would have come to the same conclusion if I didn't know better. Midoriya. I believe you. Have you told Aizawa-sensei about all of this? He knows most of it. I accidentally told him when he rescued me. I know we need to talk about it more, but I think he doesn't want to pressure me. I'm grateful for that. Midoriya is calmer now, and Shinsu's head is reeling. There is so much more to this kid than he thought, and he's wondering how much he doesn't know. Probably a lot. He decides a change of topic is due, as it's nearing the end of lunch, and he doesn't want Midoriya even more upset than he already is. Hey, are you sitting out again during hero studies? You probably shouldn't participate if you're sick. I am sleeping in the teacher's lounge. Tired Cat's orders. Alright, I'll walk you there. Shinso gets up and leaves the alcove, Midoriya scrambling to catch up behind him. A tug on his sleeve gets his attention. I don't think walking me there involves me chasing you. Midoriya doesn't look mad, but he's got a small frown on his face, so Shinso slows his pace a little. By the time they make it to the lounge, the bell for end of lunch has already rung. Shinso didn't think it would take them that long to get there, but he also didn't consider the fact that Midoriya is sick and is walking much slower than he normally would. Jesus, how has he been getting places on time? Has someone been carrying him around? It's hard to imagine the Eraserhead carrying Midoriya around like a small child. It's Aizawa-sensei who opens the door when they knock, and he gestures the both of them into the lounge. Midoriya immediately flops down onto one of the couches, while Shinso just stands there awkwardly, feeling out of place. Their teacher shoves a slip of paper at him, startling him out of his thoughts. He just stares at it. Sensei sighs and shows it more aggressively until he grabs it. It's just a late slip, Shinso. Now get to class. Shinso all but runs out to the hallway, and then full-on sprints to the classroom for a lecture from All Might. Class is in full swing when he gets there, but All Might doesn't say a word as he hands him the slip of paper, simply gesturing for him to sit down while continuing the lesson. He does, however, receive several glares from his new classmates, but he simply counters with one of his own. Are they seriously upset about Shinbro getting Midobro out of an uncomfortable situation? Kirishima whispers, mostly to himself, but Kaminari overheard anyway. If they didn't realize how they were making Midoriya feel, they are seriously dense. Or just bad friends. Kamibro, don't say that. What? It isn't our friends I'm insulting, just their copies. Still, that's rude. Shinso tries to focus on the lecture, to take good enough notes for his friend to copy, but by the time the lesson is over, all he has written down are a few merger things related to battle tactics. Midoriya slips into the room as the bell rings, hardly sparing All Might a glance. He gives Shinso a small smile as he slides into his seat, looking much better than he had before lunch. Aizawa-sensei slips into the room moments later, and starts class before the bell has a chance to go off. Internships. As you know, many pro heroes were present at the sports festival. They all attend in the hopes of finding future heroes to attract to their agencies. To do this, they offer internships to the ones they are interested in. This is what you'll be picking today. If you weren't offered any, then I have a list of open offers you can pick from. He hands out the stacks quickly. Some students got huge piles, while others got only a few pieces of paper. Midoriya turns to him with his own Stark as soon as Aizawa-sensei is zipped up in his sleeping bag. Have you picked someone yet? Midoriya, we've had these for less than 20 seconds. I haven't even looked at the first name on my list. I'll help you look. Don't you have your own forms to look through? Nope, I already know who I'm going with. I'll look through these later to see who was interested in me. Who did you pick? I'm going with Loudcat. He's going to help me learn better control over my quirk. No surprises there. He should have known that Midoriya would pick one of their teachers. Alright, you can help me. But only a little. Midoriya grins at him before scooting closer to take a look at the first hero on the list. Best Genist. Interesting offer, but not his first pick. He scans through the list slowly, not recognizing many of the names. Midoriya taps his arm and points to the fourth name on his list. Gunhead. The name is vaguely familiar, but Shinso doesn't know anything about the hero. He created his own fighting style, Gunhead martial arts, and it's meant for close combat fighting and defending against different weapons. I heard that he teaches all his interns the basics of the fighting style. Of course Midoriya knows this. Sounds good to me. They spend the rest of class going over their English work together while listening to their classmates argue about which hero is best for an internship. After waving goodbye to Midoriya, Shinso starts his short walk home. His mom greets him at the door with a hug and a finger to the lips, a sign that his younger sister is napping, which is no easy feat. Shinso passes by his father in the living room as he passes through to his room, where he shuts the door and flops on his bed, completely done with the day. The screen fades to black. Loading Multiverse. Just trying to survive and learn to love along the way. Loading Multiverse. Just trying to survive and learn to love along the way. Thursday morning sees Izuku drifting out of his room after a full night's sleep. He's feeling well rested and only slightly ill, doing much better than he was yesterday. He is determined to participate in all of his classes today, even if it means having to interact with All Might. Ew. He dresses in his uniform quickly after Shoyuta takes another look at his arm, finding the infection mostly cleared up. Hisashi helps him with his tie again before they're off, and Izuku hopes that Shinso is already in class again. He'd helped him out so much yesterday when his classmates were bothering him, he only hoped he could do the same today. He told him so much yesterday and is a little worried that Shinso won't want to be his friend anymore. I don't think that is going to be an issue, Mina says, rubbing her hands together conspiratorially. Why do you say that, Mina? Midoriya asks. No reason. No reason at all. Izuku has a feeling that his classmates' questions aren't over with, and he could use all the help he can get avoiding them. Midoriya, I am glad to see you in a full uniform today. Ida is the only one in here, and Izuku prays that he doesn't want to talk. Thanks, Ida. The other boy opens his mouth as if to say something, but he seems to change his mind as he shuts his mouth just as quickly. Izuku sits down and sighs in relief when Ida simply nods and returns to his work. Shinso walks in next, slumping in his chair as he opens his mouth to speak, but he closes it just as quickly, eyes trained on something behind Izuku. He turns around just as Uraraka arrives at his desk. Hey Deku-kun. I'm so sorry about being so pushy yesterday, but you have to understand that we are all worried about you. How about I take you for coffee after school as an apology? At least she's apologizing? Uraraka looks skeptical. He appreciates that she's apologizing. It's actually quite thoughtful of her, but Izuku really doesn't want to hang out after school. He's got enough on his mind as it is without worrying about what she wants to say to him. Although now that she's brought it up, he's going to worry either way. Sorry, Uraraka. I have plans after school. Hopefully that will be enough to dissuade her. Aw, can't you reschedule, Deku? It's important. Apparently not. And she immediately did the thing she was apologizing for again. Honestly, if there was a way for us to travel into that dimension, it would be on site. Uraraka shouts. Uraraka, while I agree that the other you is being hypocritical, you cannot just go around fighting those who disagree with you. Ida says. It would be unheroic. She's in another universe, Ida. This is purely hypothetical. However, Uraraka pauses. If Orakuru has some way to get me there, she trails off, vaguely gesturing with her hand. As entertaining as that would be, I can't transport you to that dimension as I only have control over this theater. Orakuru says. Ah man. Uraraka pouts slightly. Sorry, I can't. She looks like she's going to argue more, but she glances behind him, and whatever she sees makes her turn around and leave. Izuku turns to look at Shinso, but he just grins at him and gestures to the front of their class, where Shoyuta has just arrived. Alright class, you need to hand in your internship decisions by the end of the day so they can be informed and you can leave for the respective locations on Sunday. Those of you staying in town will simply meet your pros at their preferred location, while those of you leaving will need to figure out which trains you will be taking and let us know. The cost will be covered by the school as this counts as a school-sanctioned field trip. Anyone with a completed form may hand them in now. He holds his hand out expectantly, and Izuku is the first one to the front, placing the form in his guardian's hand with a small smile before rushing back to his seat. Izuku is pleased to see that most of his classmates are also handing in their forms, and Shoyuta starts his lecture as soon as Todoroki is back in his seat. Izuku keeps up with his first 2 classes much better than yesterday. He actually stays conscious for one, and he even manages to take detailed notes on the topics. He doesn't even notice that the lunch bell rings until Shinso is tapping him on the shoulder, an amused look on his face. Cafeteria today? I didn't bring a lunch. Sure, Shinso. Sounds good. And it does. Izuku thinks that nothing sounds better than a normal lunch with his friends. The normality lasts all the way until the last 15 minutes of the lunch PRD when Uraraka taps his shoulder, looking nervous. Can we talk, Deku? Goodbye, good mood. He has a feeling that this isn't going to go well. Sure, Uraraka. Lead the way. Izuku follows her out of the loud cafeteria and down a few hallways until they find an empty one, and she stops. Listen, Deku. I just wanted to apologize further. I was being totally uncool. I was being so pushy when asking about your injuries. And I plan on chatting with Ida about it too. I'm so sorry. Will you ever forgive me? Oh, of course, Uraraka. I was just upset because it's so personal, but you apologizing means a lot. Uraraka looks like she's about to hug him, but something changes her mind and she turns away, heading back towards the cafeteria. He follows at a much slower pace, retaking his seat next to Shinso when he finally arrives. My urge to fight her is slightly lessened, but still present. Uraraka says. Uraraka dash. Ida, honey, I know what you're about to say. Just don't. I understand. You've said it 4 times. There's no need to keep reminding me. You still shouldn't try to fight the other you. Ida mumbles. I know, but you can't stop me from wanting to fight this beach. Uraraka says in a dangerously calm tone. Ida finally gets the message and backs down. What was that all about? Shinso looks mildly concerned as he asks the question. She apologized again. Seemed like she felt bad. Shinso's eyebrows shoot up, but the bell saves Izuku from having to discuss it more. When they arrive in the gym after changing into their hero costumes, Uraraka is already there, and she just shoots them one of her regular smiles before returning to her conversation with Azui. Any strangeness from the past couple days is gone. It seems like their friendship is slowly going back to normal. All Might's arrival drags him out of his thoughts and he tunes in just in time to hear what his plans are for the class. They're doing battle trials again. Just like their first class with All Might. Izuku ends up teamed up with Kirishima as villains against Ashido and Kaminari as the heroes. They're given a few minutes to set up and strategies before the heroes can come in the building. Does Kaminari's electricity affect your hardening? No, why? Kirishima is giving him a suspicious look. We need to make sure he goes after you. He'll try to stop you using his electricity. If you can hold out long enough, he'll up the voltage and won't be able to stand it himself. Then you can tie him up and come help me with Ashido. I plan on distracting her long enough for either you to finish your part or for the timer to hit 0. That is quite the impressive strategy, Midoriya. Nedza says. One could only wonder how your strategies would improve with some guidance. You aren't Dash. Present Mike looks at Nedzu with a look somewhere between horror and disbelief. You aren't suggesting what I think you're suggesting, are you, right? Oh, indeed. Nedzu responds cheerily. Mike lets out a strangled choking noise. Oh God. Aizawa whispers. Is this how the world ends? Zashi, I'm scared. Hold me. Midnight squeals. What is going on? Kirishima asks. Why are the teachers scared? Now I'm scared. Mina, hold me. Kaminari yells. Kaminari, get off me. Oh God. I think I know what's going on. Ida whispers with a similar look to present Mike. What's going on, Ida? Uraraka asks, panicking. My brother has told me horror stories about Nedzu. I think Dash, Ida gets cut off by Nedzu appearing on the top of Midoriya's seat. Midoriya, I have a question for you. Nedzu says, smiling. Midoriya looks around at all of the people in the room panicking, scared out of their lives, not entirely understanding why they were reacting like that, but every single person in the theater falls silent upon Nedzu's declaration. What is it, Principal Nedzu? How would you feel about becoming my personal student? Nedzu's smile remains in place despite one of the teachers passing out behind him. Midoriya considers this and can't really see any downsides, much to the dismay of everyone who has ever had the displeasure of meeting Nezu. I would love to. 3 distinct thuds could be heard from around the room. Great. I'll give you the details when we get back to school. Thank you, sir. Nezu walks back to his seat and Midoriya turns his attention back to his friends, one of whom had collapsed on the ground. Oh my god, Ida, are you okay? Midoriya, he's unconscious. He can't hear you, Karo. Sue says, looking from Ida to Mike and Midnight to All Might, all of whom were unconscious. I think you may have just unintentionally doomed us all, Midoriya. What? He tilts his head to the side in confusion. I don't know either, Karo. It's just a feeling. Ignoring the people passed out, everyone focused back on the screen. Albeit slightly more traumatized. Sounds good enough to me. Bomb going on the top floor? Yeah, how'd you know? Kirishima gives him a shark-like smile at that. Lucky guess. They act out their plan perfectly, Kaminari and Ashido acting just as they predicted they would. Aside from a few scrapes and bruises he got while distracting Ashido, they make it out on top, scoring the only villain victory of the day. Izuku is just leaving the changing room with Kirishima, discussing their trial excitedly when a loud voice interrupts them. Young Midoriya, could I have a moment to speak with you? He does not need this today. Or any day. Didn't Shoyuta tell him not to speak to him? Yes, I did. Aizawa says, still surrounded by his unconscious co-workers. I have to get to C-Class All Might. Nonsense. I'm sure young Kirishima can tell Aizawa where you are. Kirishima gives him a thoughtful frown before looking to the hero in front of them. Of course I can, All Might. Good luck, Midoriya. With that, Kirishima is gone, leaving Izuku alone with the number 1 hero. I'm so sorry about my other self, Kirishima says. That was really unmanly. It's alright, Kirishima. It isn't your fault, All Might isn't, but. Midoriya says cheerfully. The only thought that crosses his mind is how sad Shuta's going to be when he hears about this. The screen fades to black. Loading Multiverse. Just trying to survive and learn to love along the way. Loading Multiverse. Just trying to survive and learn to love along the way. Shouldn't we wait for everyone to wake up before continuing? Midoriya asks. Aizawa looks at his fallen colleagues. No. What? You heard me. Okay. Izuku follows All Might silently into one of the more secluded meeting rooms. As soon as the door shuts behind them, All Might is deflating into his skeletal form before taking a seat on the couch and patting the spot next to him. Actually, I changed my mind. Aizawa gets right next to All Might's ear. All Might, wake your skinny butt up, or so help me God I will kick you into next week. I'm up. All Might scrambles away from Aizawa, rubbing his ears. What the hell, Aizawa? I need you to be awake so I can kick your butt after you inevitably F something up. What dash? Well, after you and the others passed out, your other self decided to corner the problem child after training. So, prepare for that, I guess. All Might sweat drops before looking back to the other teachers. Shouldn't we wake them up? Ugh, fine. Aizawa begrudgingly waits for the rest of them to wake up. Welcome to the party. Feel free to yell at All Might afterward. Okay. Present, Mike says, settling back down next to Aizawa. Should I be concerned? Probably. Izuku takes a seat in the chair across from him, and he winces at the hurt look on All Might's face. Listen, Midoriya. I need to apologize for the incident at the hospital. I should have read the rest of Aizawa's email, and I should have realized you did not want to be left alone with your mother. I hope you can forgive me for my actions. If not, I completely understand and won't push it. At least he acknowledges it? Midoriya says. Aizawa looks skeptical. Sure. Izuku just nods, lost for words. It's definitely surprising that he's apologizing. It means a lot to Izuku, even if he can't forgive the hero yet. There's another thing I wanted to talk to you about. Internships. Why do you want to talk about internships? I've already chosen who I'm going with. And he's not changing his mind. Even if All Might offers himself up to train him with his quirk more. Please, young Midoriya. I ask that you rethink that decision. I have an old friend that can help you with your quirk. Gran Torino. He's the one who helped me with One for All. It would make sense to go with this hero that trained All Might. He could be a lot of help with his quirk since he's already taught someone how to use it, but Izuku feels a lot better with his decision than with someone All Might suggested. He's never even heard of this Gran Torino. And Izuku knows a lot about heroes. Wow. There's a hero that the nerd doesn't know about? The nerd knows every hero. Bakugo says. Did Kaken just compliment me? Midoriya.exe has stopped working. Shinso can't be the only one. No. Shut the F up, D. The reason young Midoriya probably doesn't know of him is because he was only active to train me. I guess that makes sense. Uraraka says. Sorry All Might, I'm going with Present Mike. Now All Might just looks confused. Yay! Present Mike yells. Show Yuta he's interning with me. God, even without your quirk you're loud. Aizawa says, ignoring how his husband pouts. I was just excited. Why him? He has experience dealing with a self-harming quirk, and now that he know the truth about my quirk he can dash. You told him? I told you to keep it a secret. Izuku didn't think All Might could look this scary without being powered up. He never thought he'd have to see this amount of anger directed at him from someone who isn't his mother. You have people who know I like Tsukachi, and I really trust Present Mike and Aizawa-sensei, so I each thought dash. You told Aizawa too? What a mess. Young Midoriya, you thought wrong. This was not your secret to tell, and now we have to deal with 2 more people knowing the truth. All Might runs a frustrated hand down his face. Why is this such a big deal? It is his secret though, isn't it? I'm confused. Todoroki asks. No. No one is supposed to know about it. All Might stands up. My quirk is supposed to be a secret. It's already bad enough that all of you know about it in this universe. It's his quirk though, isn't it? Todoroki glares at All Might. What? You heard me. It's his quirk now. Todoroki stands up as well. You passed it on to him, so it is no longer yours, therefore he can tell as many people as he deems fit. It seems I don't need to get involved after all. Aizawa whispers to Present Mike with a smug smile. You're going to get involved anyways, aren't you? Yep. Aizawa sends out his capture scarf and wraps it up around All Might. Sit the F back down and stop harassing the students, All Might. But dash. Beach, did I even stutter? All Might sits back down scared. That's what I thought. Isn't it though? Izuku's voice may be quiet, but he is not letting this go. See, he gets it. What? All Might looks confused, as though he didn't expect Izuku to fight for himself. Isn't it my secret to tell? It's my quirk now, and my teachers need to know the truth so they can help me. It seems like All Might hadn't thought of that. He just stands there, staring at Izuku for a long while before he has enough with the silence. Sorry All Might. I should get to class. And he's out the door, trying to remember how to get back to his class from this unexplored part of the school. It takes a few wrong turns, but eventually he makes it to the classroom, over 30 minutes late. He can feel everyone's eyes on him as he shuffles to his desk, but he keeps his eyes trained on the floor. He only looks up once he's seated and finds Shuta's eyes on him. Tell you later. The simple signs seem to be enough to appease the teacher, and Izuku focuses on his notes when class continues on. They don't talk about it after class, nor when they meet Hizashi for the drive home. As soon as they arrive, Izuku is marching to his room to change out of his restrictive uniform before throwing himself down face first onto the couch. He's so tired. He knows he needs to tell Shoyuta about this, but he's afraid that he'll get mad at him. We'd never get mad at you for something like that, listener. Present Mike says loudly. Alright, let's talk about this before Zashi has to go to the radio station. Izuku glances up to find Shoyuta standing over him, a frown on his face. Izuku sits up on the couch, and the pros take a seat on either side of him. Sho said All Might pulled you aside? What did he want? He apologized for the hospital. Shoyuta gives him a look at that. I know that's not what has you so upset. He also wanted to talk about internships. Said he had the perfect hero for me. It's a hero I've never even heard of. Aya said I already picked a hero, B, but he told me to reconsider. B. Because this Gran Torino is the one who taught him how to use his quirk. IT told him how present Mike could help and that you guys know about One for All. Izuku doesn't know how to read the looks on his guardians' faces. He would be able to help though. All Might says, "Did anyone ask you?" No they didn't, so shut the F up. I'm guessing he didn't like that. He got mad and it was so scary. I've only ever seen him look like that with villains. He told me that it wasn't my secret to share. I told him it is, B because it's my quirk now, B but he was still upset about me telling when I left. I don't get why he was so mad. You guys will help me more than he ever did. All his advice was pretty stupid. There's only a few seconds of silence before Hisashi speaks. Well, All Might's an a-hole. Shoyuta simply nods and Izuku laughs at that, sour mood improving at the bluntness of his teachers. Everyone laughs at that. You're so blunt, Mike-sensei. Anyways, I've got to head out, listeners. See you in the morning. Hisashi stands, before leaning down and giving Shoyuta a kiss on the cheek. He ruffles Izuku's hair and drops a kiss to his temple before he's running out the door, gone before Izuku can process what happened. Oh my god, that was so cute. My skin cleared. Mina screeches not unlike a dying hyena. My depression? Cured. Kirishima says. My crops? Watered. Siro continues. Hotel? Trivago. Kaminari finishes. Shut the hell up, extras. Ah, come on, Bakubro. You love us. Kirishima leans his head on Bakugo. Get the F off of me, shitty hair. Bakugo was absolutely not blushing. How dare you accuse him of such a thing? Nobody's done something so familial since before he was diagnosed as quirkless. His parents used to be so loving before his father left and his mother changed into something malicious. He can't even remember the last time somebody hugged him before his heroes saved him. It's nice to have someone like that again. Izuku feels an unfamiliar warmth bloom in his chest. That feeling comes to a sudden halt as he remembers his thoughts from before. Hey Shoyuta, are you mad at me? Well, he did not mean to say that now. Shoyuta gives him a funny look before answering. Why in the world would I be mad at you? You've done nothing wrong. It's just that you didn't want me to talk to All Might and I still did. I should have just told him not to talk to me. Or run away or something. Izuku. He cornered you in front of your classmate. Kirishima told me you looked a little uncomfortable but that he didn't want to make things worse for you by mentioning it. I know you tried to come to class but he made you talk to him anyways. I'll say this until it enters that thick skull of yours. You did nothing wrong. Got it, kiddo? Izuku nods, a little lost for words. Alright, problem child, how about we order in? We all know Zashi is the cook of the family. Izuku laughs as Shoyuta ruffles his hair and stands, heading towards the kitchen for his phone so he can order them something. The warmth from before only grows at that, and Izuku has a thought once Shoyuta returns to the couch and radio settles on his lap. This warmth he feels? This is what it feels like to be loved. Izuku goes to bed that night with a smile still on his face, and for once, dreams of nothing. The screen fades to black. All Might, if you would kindly follow me into this side room, we're gonna have another nice chat. Aizawa grins his scariest grin and grabs All Might by the ear, dragging him off. Welp, rip All Might. Mina says, folding her hands in mock prayer. He will be missed. At this point the students are ignoring whatever brews All Might comes back in with while they wait for the screen to turn on again. Shoyuta, are you ever gonna just leave him alone? Present Mike whispers as Aizawa settles back into his seat. I mean, if he acknowledges what he did and Problem Child forgives him, then maybe. Aizawa says. Maybe he was also having a little fun smacking All Might, but no one else has to know about that. Loading Multiverse. Just trying to survive and learn to love along the way. Shoyuta is halfway through his second cup of coffee when Izuku waltzes into the kitchen, smile from last night still plastered on his face. His kid looks content as wanders through the kitchen, making himself a small breakfast. Shoyuta and Hisashi both want to turn this into an adoption at some point. Hopefully soon. The Problem Child is the perfect fit for their little family. Midnight squeals and violently shakes Mick's shoulder. Does this make me an aunt now? Wa, Namuri. Let go. Mike looks to Shoyuta for help, but he just looks away dramatically. Rude. Come on. Just answer the question, Hizashi. Midnight says. Sure. I don't know. Mike yells, desperate to get Midnight off of him. Good. Midnight settles back in her seat, acting as though nothing had happened. Why are we friends with her, Shoyuta? Mike whispers. Don't ask me. You all just dragged me into your group. I had no say in the matter. Aizawa says, wishing he had brought his coffee with him when they started reacting today. They can't bring it up yet though. Their kid's gone through something terrible, has been going through it for most of his life. This isn't something they can rush. But this is their kid now, and nothing can change that. Hurry up and get dressed, we have to leave early. I have an idiot to yell at. Izuku nearly spits out his drink at that, and Shoyuta grins. What about Hizashi? Isn't he usually up by now? Izuku looks mildly concerned. It's adorable how much he cares for his husband. He had to cover for another host when his shift was over last night. I was just going to throw a cat on him to wake him up, but now I've got a much better idea. Shoyuta gives him what he knows is one of his scary grins, and Izuku must be following his line of thinking, because he gets up from the table and turns to run. To his room. Unfortunately for the kid, Shoyuta is much faster and hauls him over his shoulder before he can get away. Oh my god, it's like Midobro weighs nothing to him. That's so manly. Kirishima says, holding his fist to his chest in the way only manly men can. Kirishima, he's going to throw me on top of Present Mike. How is that manly? Midoriya asks. I don't know, it just is. Kirishima says, throwing his arm around Bakugo's shoulder. Right, Bakubro? Whatever, shitty hair. Bakugo looks away from Kirishima, trying desperately to force down the blush threatening to overtake his face, but in doing so he sees Jiro smirking at his predicament. What's that look for? Sunshine boys, Jiro says in a sing-song tone. This time Bakugo can do nothing about the blush across his face. Shut up. I think this is a bad idea. Nope, it will be funny. Izuku slumps at that, resigned to his fate as replacement cat. Shoyuta opens his door as silently as he can and creeps over to the Hizashi-sized lump on the bed. He unceremoniously tosses Izuku onto his husband and covers his ears as he backs away grinning. Oh! Hizashi wakes up screaming, not expecting the weight of a teenager thrown on top of him. Izuku frantically covers his ears from his spot on the pro hero and Shoyuta takes pity on him, laughing as he uses his quirk to shut his husband up. Thank God they've got soundproofed walls. Rest in peace, Midoriya's ears. Karo. Hizashi finally realizes who he threw on him when his quirk disappears. He slumps down with a defeated sigh. Shoo, that wasn't very nice. Maybe not, but it was effing funny. Hizashi lets out an outraged gasp at that, and Izuku bursts out laughing at his antics. No swearing around the baby. It's Izuku's turn to look dramatically outraged at Hizashi's comment as he shoves a pillow on his face. Shoyuta smiles at the scene and pulls his phone out to snap a picture before interrupting them. He pulls Izuku off of Zashi before speaking. I'm not a baby. Midoriya says, pouting very similarly to a baby. Totally not a baby. Uraraka says, her hand over her mouth in a half-butted attempt to stifle her laughter. Uraraka. Not you too. Midoriya hides his face in hands. All right, you big babies. Time to get ready for school. He and Hizashi can only watch fondly as Izuku scrambles back to his room to throw his uniform on. They get to school an hour before class is supposed to start, so they all head to the teacher's lounge. Izuku has an aversion to being in class that early. Shoyuta paces impatiently in front of the couch Izuku is sitting on as he waits for All Might to arrive. 20 minutes later he does, and Shoyuta doesn't give him a chance to say anything before he's turning him around and shoving him towards the nearest private meeting room. All Might is smart enough to at least look guilty as he sits under Shuta's glare, waiting for him to say something. Are you an idiot? Aizawa, please. I had to talk to him. You did so when I explicitly asked you not to? When he clearly did not want to talk to you? Well, yes, but it was important. He didn't refuse that much. Any refusal should be enough, All Might. He appreciates you apologizing for the hospital. What he didn't appreciate is you telling him to pick some hero that he's never heard of over someone who he knows can help him with his quirk. He told you about that? When would he have the time to do that? Oh my God. Where exactly do you think he's been living? All Might looks shocked at that, and Shoyuta can't help but to roll his eyes. Breaking news, not only is the #1 hero an idiot, he is also blind. More to come at 6. Kaminari says, holding a microphone which mysteriously appeared in his hands. Kaminari! Mina and Siro start laughing. Oidan's face. Where the F did you get that microphone? Bakugu shouts. Everyone, Denki included, looked at the microphone in his hands. I have no idea. I was just going to pretend to have a mic. I didn't actually have one on me. Bro, are you magic? Siro asks. That's so cool. Mina says. Wait, Kaminari. See if you can make something else appear. Okay, what should I try to get? Kaminari asks, looking to his friends for suggestions. Get a Pikachu. Kirishima yells and Kaminari lights up. Bro, that's a great idea. Denki puts his fingers to his temple and concentrates really hard, but nothing happens. Kaminari deflates with a pout. Oh man, I really wanted to cuddle a Pikachu. Kaminari looks at Kirishima, like, bro, imagine me with a Pikachu. We look the same and we could throw electricity around together and all of my dreams would come true. Kaminari, Orakuru says, if you would like, I can bring a Pikachu here. Kaminari looks up at her with stars in his eyes. Really? The goddess only sighed and clapped her hands. Suddenly in Denki's arms, there was an actual Pikachu. Kaminari looks like he could combust with pure joy. Ah? I think I'm actually going to cry. It can only be here for an hour before I need to return it to its universe. Oi, magic hands! Bakugu shouts. Orakuru turns around to face him with an unimpressed look on her face. Seriously, Bakugu? That's the best nickname you could come up with? Magic hands? Shut up. Bakugu's face is flushed with embarrassment. How the hell did Dunce's face get that microphone earlier? Oh, that's simple. It is one of the laws of the theater. Orakuru says with a smile. You didn't mention that rule when we first arrived. Why is that? Nedzo asks. Slipped my mind. I meant to mention it. In fact, I had a whole script for what I would say when you arrived, but I lost it right beforehand. She says, nervously rubbing her hands together. If you think of something you would like, 9 times out of 10 it will appear in your hand. What about the other time? My guess. It just straight up disappears. What do you mean? This. All of the things you think of are brought from your universe, which is why Kaminari didn't summon a Pikachu when he tried, as there are none in your world. When you return, all items will be returned, but the items that didn't appear in the theater disappear from your world. I've never been able to figure out where they went, so don't bring anything unique or important on the off chance it disappears forever. The only sure way to get something here is to ask me directly. Well then, can you bring our cat? Aizawa asks, not noticing how Shinso perks up from where he's seated with the DK squad. The goddess sighed and clapped her hands. Again. Sure. Radio plops into Aizawa's lap and immediately jumps down and runs to Midoriya. What? That's my cat. Why is going to him? Aizawa says, only a little angry because Problem Child looked adorable when the cat barreled into him. You can all take a short break while the Pikachu is here and I will allow Kaminari to use his quirk for the duration of its stay so he can play with the Pikachu. Orakuru says with a small smile. After Pikachu leaves you need to continue reacting. I don't want to write this hour with Pikachu right now because I feel like this section has already taken up too much space in this chapter, but if you would like to see me write it as a one-shot or something attached to this FIC, let me know. Well, I assumed he was placed in an orphanage. Like Shoyuta would ever let that happen. You didn't notice that he comes to and leaves school every day with me and Present Mike? Well, yes, but I just thought you took pity on him and decided to give him rides to alleviate some sort of guilt. We would never do that. Mike yells. If we choose to give someone a ride, it's because we care, not because we feel bad. God, he lives with us, you idiot. Has been since he was released from the hospital. He told us everything you said to him last night. All Might looks slightly mortified at that. He told us how scared he was when you got mad at him. When you yelled at him for spilling your secret. A secret he shouldn't have to keep. You forced him to keep a secret when you had people you told. People he doesn't even know that have knowledge of how he got his quirk. You should have at least told me at the start of the year. As his homeroom teacher, I could have helped him. Actually taught him something instead of whatever you've done that makes him break a bone every time he uses his quirk. All Might is standing now, holding his hands up in the hopes of protecting himself. Aizawa, you don't understand. You know nothing of the danger of more people knowing. Young Midoriya made a mistake in telling you. It's much safer for the both of us with less people in the know. With All for One still out there, it's dash. All for One? Is this some big enemy of yours? Whose new target is now a 15-year-old child. Is this something you've told Izuku? Are you kidding me? Who the F is All for One? Aizawa looks at All Might, expecting an answer All Might obviously didn't want to give. Well, you see, All Might stammers. Just spit it out. Who is this guy who apparently now wants me dead? Well, you are aware that One for All can be passed down, correct? Obviously. The point. Aizawa says, All for One is the original user's brother. He has the ability to take and give quirks. He is the reason for my master's death as well as the deaths of many others, but he has been targeting all of the users of One for All since his brother, trying to take the quirk for himself. I thought I killed him years ago, but recently Detective Tsukachi has speculated he might not actually be dead. Midoriya took a deep breath. And you didn't tell me this before now, why? I didn't want to scare you. Great. You screwed that up because now I'm scared. Usually people like to be informed when their life is in danger. I apologize, young Midoriya. Well, I haven't had the chance to tell him yet. There's no guarantee that All for One will even go after him. I don't want to scare him. Jesus. News flash, All Might. You've already scared him. I'll tell him myself if I have to. You should have already told him that he now has a mortal enemy. Probably should have warned him before you passed on your quirk. Aizawa, you can't. All Might looks desperate, and if it were any other situation, Yuta would have laughed. Just try and stop me. All Might doesn't move as he leaves the room, and he takes the win. He is going to make All Might tell Izuku everything. He needs to be prepared. It's already almost time for class to begin when Yuta leaves his meeting with All Might, so he heads straight for his classroom. Most of his students are already there, thankfully not all crowded around Izuku's desk this time. Only Kirishima is there, and Yuta shamelessly listens in on the conversation. Listen, Midoriya. I'm sorry I left you behind yesterday. I could tell how uncomfortable you were, but I didn't do anything. I'm also sorry about how everyone's been bothering you. I'll try to dissuade them as much as I can for you. It's okay, Kirishima. I appreciate that you told Aizawa-sensei why you noticed. And you don't have to worry about the others. They're not our responsibility. Izuku looks relaxed, and Aizawa smiles to himself beneath his scarf as the last of his students scramble in just as the bell rings. Yuta sighs as he begins his lecture. This is going to be a long day. The screen fades to black. Well, this has been an eventful chapter. Aoyama says, looking directly into the soul of you, the reader. Aoyama? What are you looking at? Sato asks, starting to inch away from the French. Oh, nothing. Just the readers. Aoyama says before getting slapped by Orakuru. Stop breaking the fourth wall. They don't like to be stared at. Orakuru says, winking at the spot Aoyama was staring at. Okay. I think I'm gonna go sit over here. Sato moves away from Aoyama to sit next to Koda. Every day I become more and more confused. Kaminari says, looking at Aoyama. We know Kaminari. Jiro says, laughing while Denki pouts again. This is bullying. Leave me alone. Kaminari whines, holding onto a Pikachu plush he brought from his house. Fine, stop pouting. Jiro says, rolling her eyes. I knew you cared about me, Jiro. Kaminari cries as he launches himself onto Jiro in a hug no self-respecting person can turn down. I immediately take back everything I just said. Jiro says, making no real attempts to get out of the hug. Loading multiverse. Just trying to survive and learn to love along the way. Alright, now get off of me, Kaminari. The screen turned back on. Jiro says, "Ah, fine." Shoyuta was right. The day was long and horrible. And it's only going to get worse. He asked All Might at lunch to meet with them after school and tell them about All for One. Now they're sitting on a couch in the teacher's lounge, Izuku sandwiched in between him and Zashi, waiting for the hero to arrive. He gets there exactly when he said he would, and sits down across from the trio. He speaks without prompting. All for One is a villain who has lived since the beginning of quirks. His power is the ability to take and give quirks as he wills. The first holder of One for All was his brother, whom was thought to be quirkless until his brother gave him a stockpiling quirk. One for All realized he could pass on his quirk, and that it would get stronger each time. This can't be going anywhere good. Shoyuta glances at Zashi and finds a small frown on his face. All for One used his quirk to gain power, and he and his brother became enemies. We believe that he stole a life force quirk along the way, and that's why he's still alive. He has killed every One for All holder before me. Shoyuta can feel the way Izuku tenses beside him on the couch. He places a comforting hand on his shoulder as All Might continues. All of the students cast a worried glance at Midoriya. He's the one that critically injured me and limited my quirk usage. He hasn't been seen since our fight years ago, but we never found his body, so we believe he's still alive. That's very concerning. His kid possibly has a mortal enemy. It seems as though All Might has one more thing to add. Although his quirk is the power to give and take them as he pleases, he has never been able to take One for All. Izuku relaxes a little at that, but Shoyuta knows that's not the end of it. That's good. At least he can't take your quirk away, right, Midoriya? Shinso says, trying to alleviate some of the tension in the theater. Why, I've totally got this. Midoriya speaks with a confidence he doesn't quite feel, but sensing this, his friends move a little closer to him to provide comfort. We believe in you, Midoriya. Ida says. Yeah. We'll totally help you too when the time comes. Kirishima smiles, unintentionally blinding the few people seated around him. Really? Midoriya asks, feeling hopeful. Totally. You're our friend, dude. We can't just let you fight all by yourself. Shiro adds. Aizawa smiles at the display, causing Mike to whisper, Dadzawa. Hizashi, I swear to God, if you are ruining this beautiful moment, I'm going to strangle you. Midnight Whisper yells. Present Mike pouts, apologizing. We fear he may find a way around that. As you know, young Midoriya, One for All cannot be taken by force. It can only be given if you are willing. All for One knows this. But the way he was coming after me a few years ago made us think that he found a way around it. And if he has, he will do everything in his power to take yours from you. All Might gets his explanation over with quickly. He seems eager to leave the room. Why didn't you tell me before giving me your quirk? Izuku's got tears in his eyes as he looks up at the number one hero. Would that have made a difference in your decision? I don't know. How could I know if I didn't know? I would have at least thought about it more if why you warned me about the danger. Izuku is full out sobbing now, tearing at his hair as he cries. Shoyuta watches as Zashi gently removes his hands from his curls before pulling him into a tight hug. I think I'll take my leave now. Good day, young Midoriya. All Might walks out and Shoyuta turns his attention to his husband and kid. Hizashi is looking lost as Midoriya's sobs get worse. Shoyuta crouches down in front of them before gently placing his hands on Izuku's cheeks, forcing him to look at him. You really just walked out, huh? Midnight asks rhetorically. I mean, yes. All Might looks at her confused. It was a rhetorical question, dumbass. Oh. Izuku, you need to calm down. You'll send yourself into a panic attack if you don't. Izuku nods, trying to take deep breaths. Hizashi exaggerates his own from next to him, and that definitely helps calm their kid down. Shoyuta gives his husband a grateful smile. Good job, Izuku. Just keep breathing like that and then dash. Shuta's phone interrupts him, and he glares at the device before answering. Erase her head. Oh God, it's Tsukachi. Aizawa drags his hand down in face, mentally preparing himself for whatever shitty news he's about to receive in that universe. Aizawa, glad I caught you. What are you doing right now? We're about to head home. Why? I need you guys to come to the station. It has to do with the Midoriya case. Can't this wait? Izuku's had a tough day. He needs a break. The kid looks up at his name, a confused look on his face as he tries to stop the crying. I'm afraid not. His mother refuses to confess to anything, saying she'll only speak if he's in the room. What's worse is the lawyer she got. He's the kind of guy who would call an abused kid to the stand and try to rip them apart. He won't be satisfied with the statement I took, even with a pro-hero witness. If she talks, we won't have to worry about going to court. Give me a minute. He mutes the phone and turns to his family with a frown on his face. God, Aizawa sighs. Why can't he call with good news for once? We've got a problem. Tsukachi says Inko will only talk if the kid's there. And we need her to talk if we want to keep you off the stand, kid. If you don't want to go, I get it. I'll do everything in my power to keep you off that stand. I don't have to talk to her, right? She just has to see me. That's what it sounds like, kid. You can still say no. Seeing her won't be good for you. It's going to make a shitty day even shittier. I'll do it. I just want this over. Shoyuta nods at him and unmutes his phone before telling Tsukachi that they're on their way. It's almost 40 minutes later that they're leading a silent Izuku into the station. Tsukachi meets them at the desk and signs them in before leading them to the interrogation rooms. He stops in front of the door and turns to face them. Izuku, you don't have to say anything to her. Do your best to avoid listening to what she's saying. She'll probably say a lot of things just to hurt you. If you get uncomfortable or scared, just tell me and we'll stop the whole thing. I don't want you suffering even more because of her. Izuku nods at the detective in lieu of answering. Shoyuta gives him a grateful smile before speaking. I'm going in with him. He leaves no room for refusal. Tsukachi simply nods his approval and Hizashi turns to Izuku before they're led in. I'll be listening from the other room. Okay, listener. Izuku nods up at him, and Zashi pulls him in for a quick hug before they're being gestured into the room. Midoriya Inko glares at him from where she sits handcuffed to the table. Her lawyer is sitting next to her, and he's got his sleazy eyes on Izuku. Like a predator watching their prey. Shoyuta has the urge to get his kid as far away from the man as he can. Shoyuta and Izuku take seats across from them, while Tsukachi leans against the wall. Deku, sweetheart. I've missed you so much. I can't believe these bad men are keeping me away from you. They better be treating you right. My little boy deserves the best. Her smile is sickly sweet as she stares at Izuku. There is something about Auntie calling him Deku that just makes my skin crawl. Bakugo says quietly. Kirishima turns to him, but you call him that too? It's different. I used to bully him. That's his mother, she's supposed to care. Bakugo looks down at his lap. You good, Bakubro? Kirishima asks. Bakugo isn't one to be this subdued unless he has something on his mind. Is there anything you want to talk about? It can wait until tonight. He says, looking back to the screen. Okay, just want to make sure you're alright, man. Yeah. Shut up, Kirishima. Kirishima smiles and then froze. Did Bakubro just use my actual name? He smiles even wider, finally looking back to the screen as well. Ms. Midoriya. We've brought him here, so you better start talking or he leaves right now. Inko frowns at Tsukachi and sighs. Alright. I suppose a deal is a deal. She begins a tale of woe. How her husband left them when he was diagnosed as quirkless, and how everything she did was out of love. Her tale falls apart quickly when she started describing every way she abused Izuku, down to the details of her attack almost a week ago. She's smiling, clearly enjoying what she's putting Izuku through. What she's put him through his entire life. Poor Izuku shrinks down further in his chair at every insult, and he's got a constant stream of tears running down his face. Can I punch her? Uraraka asks, turning to face Ida. No. You can't punch her, Uraraka. Ida pauses, a look of contemplation crossing his face for a moment. Well, maybe. Seriously? Ida? Did you just agree? Midoriya asks, bewildered. Well, she did hurt you in that other universe, so maybe I'll allow Uraraka to beat her up a little bit. Ida says, completely ignoring the incredulous looks his classmates are sending him. Ida, what the hell? I thought I could count on you to stay sane. Aizawa looks like he's one more shitty day from retiring early. Yeah, that's your own fault. It only gets worse from here, Aizawa. Orakuru says, appearing behind him. He's starting to get used to her popping in, so he wasn't as startled this time. Oh God, what does that mean? Mike yells. You'll see soon enough. If I'm correct, you don't have to wait too long either. Orakuru smirks, disappearing once again. Ida, please don't go feral. Please, you're my only hope of this class staying somewhat normal. No promises, sir. Ida smirks like the revenge-seeking little sheet he is. Nedzu, I quit. Aizawa sighs, once again wishing for his coffee. Sorry, Aizawa. You can't quit. Nedzu cackles. Stop laughing like that. Mike yells. What do you mean? He's laughing completely normally. Midoriya says. Why did I get the crazy ones? Aizawa mumbles. I bet Vlad doesn't have to deal with this in Class B. Shoyuta? You alright there? Mike asks tentatively. Yeah, perfectly fine. Why wouldn't I be? He asks, his eye twitching in irritation. No reason. No reason. Mike raises his hands in a placating motion. All right, Ms. Midoriya. We will send off a tape of your confession to a judge so they can decide your sentence. Eraserhead, you guys can go. What? He can't leave me. You can't keep him away from me. Inko is jumping from her chair, pulling on her cuffs to get to Izuku. Shoyuta gently grabs his arm and guides him from the room, meeting a tearful Hizashi in the hallway. He crushes Izuku in a hug before leading him to the car. Shoyuta climbs into the back seat with his problem child and comforts him the whole way home. Once they're home, he's guiding Izuku onto the couch while Zashi fetches the cats. He tucks their son under the comfiest blanket they own as he waits for his husband to return, and watches with a heavy heart as Izuku curls up as small as he can. They can only offer small reassurances and gentle touches as comfort while Izuku drifts off to sleep. The screen fades to black. Loading Multiverse. Just trying to survive and learn to love along the way. Loading Multiverse. Just trying to survive and learn to love along the way. Izuku is tired. Tired of the feelings his mom dredges up. He'd thought that he'd never have to see her again, but of course she found a way to get one last jab in. It hurt, sitting there and taking all the insults she threw at him with Shoyuta next to him and Hizashi in the next room. So Izuku is tired and hurt and scared. I'm going to kill her. Ida said it was okay, so there is no stopping me. Uraraka spoke with a tone that left little room for argument. No one hurts my friend and gets away with it. Murder in your head, Uraraka. I can't have you getting arrested. Aizawa said, shaking his head. Fine. Then I can make it last. Uraraka had a scary glint in her eye, which caused the two seated next to her to inch away slightly. The talk with All Might seemed like a vacation compared to his mother's words, but she hurt him in the past, and the memories will hurt him for a long time, while All for One will hurt him in the future. Of that he has no doubt. Midoriya's friends scooted closer to him in a silent declaration of support. There's no way they are letting him fight All for One alone. Izuku feels like he's cried all he can by the time they make it home. It's nearing 7 o'clock, but Izuku doesn't think he could eat if he wanted to. So he lets himself be guided onto the couch and curls up under the blanket that Shoyuta throws on him, trying to think of absolutely nothing. Tries not to think as Hizashi and Shoyuta sit on either side of him, comforting but not overwhelming. A gentle hand in his hair and a soothing one on his back are the last things he's aware of before he falls asleep. Izuku wakes up on Saturday curled up on the couch, still in his school uniform. He gets up, hardly aware of his surroundings, and makes his way to the kitchen, where he can hear his guardians talking in hushed voices. A glance at the clock as he sits down at the table tells him that it's only 9 a.m., but that means that Izuku got over 12 hours of uninterrupted, nightmare-free sleep. He can't help but think Shoyuta and Hizashi's proximity helped with that. That and the fact that he must have been more exhausted than he'd originally thought. Up and gives Hisashi a small smile as he sets a plate of food in front of him and receives a head pat in return. It's not until Izuku is finished his breakfast that anyone speaks. Hey listener. Sho and I have got to go out shopping. You want to come with or just hang here with the cats? You could always watch a movie or something. Izuku doesn't think he could bear to be away from them right now. Not after all he went through yesterday. Sitting alone with nothing but his thoughts and the cats to keep him company is the worst idea he can think of right now. Go with. Sounds good, buddy. Go and get dressed so we can head out. Hisashi gives him a smile as he wanders out of the kitchen. A glance out his window tells him it's going to be a cold day, so he opts for his favorite present Mike hoodie and a simple pair of jeans. He brushes his teeth quickly, not wanting to make the heroes wait too long. His guardians are wearing things awfully similar to their hero costumes, just lazier and comfier looking. It's not much of a surprise really. They head to a grocery store that Izuku has never heard of, and Hisashi scans his hero license before they enter. He tugs on Shuta's sleeve to get his attention as Hisashi grabs a basket. Heroes only? Heroes and important figures. And rich people. A lot of the more recognizable heroes like Zashi don't want to be bothered on their days off, so they come here where everyone else is after the same thing. Izuku nods at the answer. That lowers the chance of seeing someone he knows significantly. Most of his classmates don't have hero parents, only a few like Todoroki and Ida do. With your luck you'll end up running into one or both of them. Shinso said, smirking. My luck isn't that bad. Midoriya cried. Yes it is, problem child. Aizawa called from his seat. Midoriya pouted. He wanders a bit behind his guardians, taking everything in and only really paying attention when they ask him something. It's in his gazing that he catches sight of him and stops in his tracks, unaware that Hisashi and Shoyuta keep getting further and further away. Todoroki is there, grocery basket in hand, reading the label on some cereal box. Izuku panics and turns around, trying to leave before he's noticed when he crashes into someone and would have fallen if they didn't place a steadying hand on his shoulder. He looks up and up and up and finds the usually scowling face of Endeavor looking down at him with concern. Izuku can feel his face turning a dark shade of red. He just ran straight into the number 2 hero. What did I tell you? Shinso had a smug expression as he looked at Midoriya, who pouted even more. SSS sorry. He can hardly manage one word, and it causes Endeavor to frown even deeper. He opens his mouth to speak when a voice calls out behind him. Midoriya? What are you doing here? And that's Todoroki, drawn by the commotion of him freaking out at his dad. As it's at shopping? It comes out as more of a question than an answer. I didn't know you're related to a pro hero. Who is it? Izuku freezes at that. What is he supposed to say? There you are, problem child. Zashi started freaking out when you disappeared. And now Todoroki is staring at Shoyuta, no doubt forming some weird connection in his conspiracy theorist brain. Oh no. Midoriya groaned, already dreading the kinds of questions Todoroki is going to have for other Midoriya. This one yours eraser? Endeavor, who is still grasping his shoulder, takes this as his opportunity to finally say something. Midoriya, what's going on? Why are you here with Aizawa-sensei? Izuku thinks he could die. Anything to leave this situation as soon as possible. He's my child, why else? Let's go, kiddo, before Zashi buys the whole ice cream section. But why would you say that? Midoriya whined. Aizawa smirked behind him. What? Todoroki's yell follows them as they take their leave, and Izuku follows Shoyuta blindly as he tries to make sense of what just happened. He tugs on Shuta's sleeve to get his attention. Why did you say that? You know how he is. And that's exactly why I did. It'll be funny to watch. See what kind of weird theories he comes up with. Izuku huffs a laugh. He guesses it will be. Todoroki won't stop now until he knows if he's right or not. They find Hisashi and head to the checkout, Izuku looking anxiously for anyone else he knows that they might run into. It's just his luck that they get in line behind Todoroki and his father. So, Present Mike, you finally convinced this one to adopt? I know you've been trying for quite some time. Endeavor's question catches him off guard. His guardians had been wanting a child? It makes Izuku feel a little bit better. He's been worried that the pros had felt pressured to take him in, even though they've been treating him better than anyone ever has. Since when are we friends with Endeavor? Present Mike asked, looking at the screen with confusion. Since when was my dad so nice? Todoroki asked, also looking confused. I don't look entirely uncomfortable being in his presence, which is weird. That is definitely concerning, and Aizawa made a note to remember that for later. Honestly, I barely had to lift a finger. Sho wanted to take him in as soon as we figured out what was going on. It looks like Endeavor understands exactly what was going on as he frowns. Todoroki looks a little lost, but he doesn't interrupt the pros. Izuku risks a glance at Shoyuta and wow. He didn't realize the man was capable of blushing. Oh my god. Mina quickly grabbed her phone to take a picture. I'm totally saving that for later. Detention Ishido. How many is that now? 6? That's a lot. Kaminari cried. They were worth it though. Mina smirked, filing the photo away to her blackmail folder. So kid, how long have you been staying with these guys? Endeavor is addressing him now, and Izuku has to take a moment to gather himself before he's able to speak. Almost a WW week and now, Endeavor. The man nods at him and Izuku glances back at his classmate. He's frowning now, connecting dots that Izuku really doesn't want him to. The cashier finishes and Endeavor pays, and he turns to leave with a small smile and a wave. Goodbye, Midoriya, senseis. Bye. Izuku's reply is quiet, but from the smile on Todoroki's face he can tell that he heard it. Once they get home he checks his phone for the inevitable texts from Todoroki. He's a little worried that he'll bring up what he guesses about Izuku's previous situation. A glance at his messages tells him his worries were unfounded. Todoroki is tactile enough to not bring up something so sensitive. Midoriya, why are you with Aizawa and Mike-sensei? Is it true? Are you really his son? I thought you said your dad left you guys? Midoriya, please. Midoriya groaned. I feel so bad for other me right now. Izuku sighs and brings his phone out to show Shoyuta. Look what you've done. He's never going to stop. Shuta's cackling follows him back to his room as he goes to hide and do his homework, and to avoid thinking about the warm feelings that people thinking he's Hizashi and Shuta's kid brings up. The screen fades to black. Loading Multiverse. Just trying to survive and learn along the way. Loading Multiverse. Just trying to survive and learn to love along the way. Sunday has them meeting the whole class at the train station as everyone leaves for their internships. Why Izuku had to come, he has no idea. He literally lives with the hero he's interning with. Maybe so that people don't know he lives with his teachers? He walked into the train station with Shoyuta. If nobody's noticed yet, Izuku doubts they will anytime soon. Todoroki keeps giving him funny looks before he hops on his train, but nobody else seems to notice his behavior. Izuku notices how odd Ida is acting as he hops on his train to Hosu. There's something about that doesn't sit right with him. Ida got so many offers from so many cool pros, and yet he chose a small faraway agency. Maybe to get a different experience? Izuku tells himself that he's check in with Ida soon to make sure he's alright. If he's not, then he'll talk to Shoyuta about it. Midoriya looked contemplative for a moment, then jumped as he realized something. Wait, isn't the hero killer in Hosu? Ida froze. Ida, you're not planning to go after the hero killer, are you? Aizawa asked. He stayed silent. Ida. Aizawa ran his hand down his face. We're talking about this later. Yes, sir. Once everybody's left on their trains, Izuku follows Shoyuta and Hizashi back out to the car, and they drive to UA to use one of the private training rooms. Once there, they get straight to work. All right, little listener. I've been thinking about your little bone-breaking problem. I think you have the opposite problem than I had when I was training my quirk. I had to learn to focus it all in one place, because otherwise, it would just shoot out in all directions. So I think that you've got to learn to spread the power of your quirk out, instead of having it focused in one place. With me so far? Izuku nods, already thinking about how he could spread out his power. Whatever Hisashi comes up with is surely better than All Might's egg in a microwave analogy. I also think you're trying to use a little too much of the power. Your body is a lot smaller than All Might's, so it would make sense that you can't use the power to its full extent. That makes a lot of sense. Using more power than his body can handle is a good way to keep hurting himself. Why the egg keeps exploding? Midoriya pulled out his notebook to write present Mick's advice. I'll have to test that when we get back. So long as you stop breaking your bones. Aizawa said. That would solve one of his problems. One more thing before we get started. We've noticed that you try to emulate All Might's fighting style. While punching things to death is what works for him, you've already damaged your arms quite a bit. So I think if you focus on learning different styles, like kicks or something, then we can keep your arms protected and you can have a fighting style that's different from All Might's. I'm going to have Sho help with that. Izuku nods, ready to get started. Hisashi has him stand in the middle of the training room, attempting to spread a portion of his power out. He's trying, but it's so hard. It's always just been there, ready to use when he needed it. Now he has to figure out how to power up his whole body. It takes a while, but eventually he feels the crackle of one for all everywhere. He's sweating and trembling from the exertion, but he tries to maintain the power for as long as possible. He's not even using that much of it, so why is it so hard to maintain? He looks down and notices green pieces of energy across his body. A glance at Hisashi shows him the giant grin on the man's face and he whoops for joy, punching a fist in the air. Unfortunately, he was so focused on his quirk that he's still got it active. The fist he throws up sends a strong blast of air to the ceiling, and the whole thing shudders before the beams where he punched start falling. Directly above him, Izuku freezes and feels a snake of fabric around his middle just before he's yanked back, away from the falling beams. Just in time too. They crush where he had been standing not 3 seconds later. Whoops! Midoriya chuckled. God damn it, problem child. Maybe don't jump for joy with your quirk active. The tense voice of Shoyuta startles him, and Izuku notices the capture scarf still wrapped around his middle. He gives it an experimental tug, but it doesn't budge until Izuku looks at Shoyuta and the man knows he got his point across. He looks down at his arm as Shoyuta removes the capture weapon, expecting to find a mess of broken bones. His arm is completely undamaged. Not even a scratch. It didn't hurt? It comes out as barely a whisper, and Shoyuta leans a little closer before asking him to repeat himself. It didn't hurt. And it's not broken. This is the first time I've used my quirk without breaking anything. See? He shoves his arm into Shuta's face, not caring for personal space. Shoyuta frowns a little at the arm in his face, but the look softens when he sees how excited Izuku is. And he was expecting pain from using his quirk. That's all he's ever experienced with it. Okay, listeners. I say we switch gyms and I will let Cementos know that this one needs to be fixed. Izuku frowns a little at that, feeling guilty about making more work for the pro. They move to the hallway to find a new training room, and it's only then that Izuku notices he's still trembling. He's never used his quirk that much, and focusing it like that took a lot out of him. He's so tired and the day has hardly even started. He has to push through this and make progress with his quirk. As soon as the thought enters his mind, he stumbles into Shoyuta, who gives him a concerned look and pushes him down into a sitting position. All right, we're taking a break now. But we're in the middle of the hallway, and we each have to keep going. I'm finally making progress. Shoyuta frowns at him and places a hand on his head before speaking. This training won't mean anything if you collapse before the first day is over. The others have had 10 years to work with their quirks and build up resistance. You've had yours for less than a year. We don't need to rush this. We will keep training after internships are over. Your health comes first for us, kid. Got it? No one has ever put him before anything before. It brings that warm feeling back and Izuku is so confused. Why would his guardians put him first? That's what they're supposed to do, little listeners. Parents are supposed to love and care for you and make sure you grow up safe. Mike said, looking sadly at the Midoriya on screen. Only Aizawa noticed the expression Todoroki had, making another concerned mental note. I do why you care so much? Shoyuta frowns at him before answering. It's because we love you, kid. Have we really not told you yet? And now Izuku is crying, completely overwhelmed. And no one has. No! The baby! Someone drown him in compliments now. Uraraka screamed. What? Midoriya yelped as people descended on him from all angles to wrap him in a hug. We all love you and you can't forget that, Midoriya. Guys. I can't breathe. Sorry, Midobro. They reluctantly got off of him. Shoyuta places a comforting hand on his head while Izuku tries to stop the tears. He knows that when someone says they love you, you're supposed to say it back. But anyone that Izuku have loved has hurt him and left. Deep down he knows that the heroes would never do that to him. He's seen how much they care. But that doesn't get rid of the fear. Only makes it worse, because he cares about them too, and if they left it would completely break him. Hey, you don't have to say it back, problem child. Shuta's voice cuts through his worrying, using some sort of sixth sense to guess his thoughts. He ruffles his curls before retracting his hand and standing. How about instead of wearing you out more, we train something else? Your mind. That sounds a lot like homework. Not that Izuku would refuse to do homework. He loves learning all the stuff that he gets to learn in the hero course. Only you would enjoy doing homework. Kaminari said. That's why he's not failing any of his classes like you are. Aizawa glared at Kaminari, who gulped in fear. Actually, I have something else in mind. I've heard a few rumors about your notebooks. Something about analysis? How in the world Shoyuta heard about those he will never know? Oh, I like to analyze hero quirks and the fights they participate in. I did it a lot when I was younger to stay out of the house. I have 13 now. I haven't had the chance to work on them in a while. Nobody ever taught me or anything, so they're not very good. Shoyuta frowns at him before Hisashi butts in. Stop talking bad about yourself, problem child. You think we could take a look, listener? They're at home right now. We can go home. We're not doing anything else physical today anyways. Izuku just nods his assent, a little nervous about them seeing his notebooks. He even has notes on his guardians in those. This could go poorly. The screen fades to black. Loading universe, just trying to survive and learn to love along the way. It does not go poorly. Not at first. Izuku is practically bouncing in his seat while the pros go through every single notebook of his. They keep making positive comments and giving him little changes to make where he either had outdated information or was wrong. Some of them are very old and he was pretty young back when he started. They have less and less changes to make when they make it to the more recent volumes. They pause when they get to number 13 and spot the damage. What happened to this one? Shoyuta looks a little concerned about it, eyeing up the burn marks and water damage. Oh yeah, I've been wondering about that too. Uraraka said. Oh, one of my B-bullies used his quirk on my notebook B before throwing it into a pea pond. Then one of H's friends told Me to dash. Izuku cuts himself off, unable to finish. To kill yourself? Shoyuta is blunt, and he sounds upset, so Izuku can't meet their gazes as he nods slowly, tears welling in his eyes. Bakugo looked down at his lap regretfully, an action that went unnoticed by everyone except Kirishima, who was starting to put together pieces of a puzzle he didn't know if he wanted to solve. I have to know, listener. How many of those scars are from him? Izuku looks up in shock at that, and his tears make their way down his face. He raises shaking hands to answer, not trusting his voice. When did you see those? In the hospital when they had to fix your arm. I'm guessing there are more than what we saw. He only gave me a few of them. My back is worse. The other bullies used to push me from behind a lot while using their quirks. Mom was always extra mad those days because I went home with ruined uniforms that she had to replace. She decided to add to the marks while they were still fresh. She just used a knife instead of a quirk. That came later. Izuku doesn't know if his hands are even legible with how much they're shaking now. He can hardly see them through his tears anyways. I'm fighting her, Uraraka said. Everyone stopped trying to argue with her at this point. His hands are still raised to sign, but he has nothing else to say. He didn't mean to say that much in the first place. Warm hands close around his and holds them steady. Izuku blinks away some tears so that he can see a little more clearly, and he finds Hisashi crouched in front of his chair. He's got a sad look on his face and looks close to crying. Izuku hates that he put that look there. He starts crying harder when Hisashi tugs him forward by the hands into his chest, wrapping his arms tightly around him. Izuku grips the back of his jacket as tightly as he can, almost afraid to let go. He has to eventually, so he pulls back reluctantly, scrubbing at his eyes to try and stop the crying. Sorry. Hey. Nothing to be sorry for, problem child. Shoyuta gives him a smile from his position on the floor next to Hisashi. When did he get there? Why don't we take a little break from all this serious stuff and watch a movie or something? J, just a short one. W, can't be slacking off. W and my C classmates are all W working hard, Zashi. Hisashi grins, clearly pleased that Izuku used his nickname. He doesn't know why he did. It just felt right. Of course, listener. You know show here wouldn't let us slack off. See, can we W watch the one with T Toothless in it? You never told me the N name. The cat chirps at the sound of her name and plunks herself in the middle of their huddle on the floor. Still can't believe that the other you has never watched that movie, Midoriya? Kaminari said, shaking his head in mock disappointment. If it makes you feel better, I saw the movie in our universe. You know what? It does. Well, now we have to. It's called How to Train Your Dragon. Get ready to watch show Sirui. Izuku laughs at the blush on Shuta's face. I don't cry, Zashi. Izuku speaks before Hisashi has the chance to. Sure, show. Shoyuta raises his eyebrows at him before speaking again. How could you, Hisashi? You've turned my own son against me. Izuku almost starts crying again when Shoyuta calls him that. Both Aizawa and Midoriya turned bright red. Mike and Midnight teased Aizawa while All Might sulked in the background, clearly put out by the fact that Aizawa has already set claim to Midoriya as his son. His son. It sounds so nice. They sit through the movie and Shoyuta makes fun of Izuku and Hisashi for crying. They don't mention that they noticed how close he got to tearing up near the end. They don't get back to work afterwards. They decide to work on something other than quirk training on the second day of internships. They start the morning focusing on quirkless fighting, trying to find what he's good at. It's hard work, but Izuku finds himself having fun. He's already learning so much, and it's only the second day of internships. They find he's a natural at evasive maneuvers and say it's because he's so small. What Izuku doesn't tell them is that it's because he's had years of practice evading bullies. However, his guardians both have a look in their eyes that tells him they already know. I want names. Uraraka had a dangerous aura around her, not unlike the one she'd had before the sports festival, which had her friends scooting away from her a bit. Why? Midoriya asked warily. I just want to talk, that's all. I don't think I'm gonna give you names. I'm afraid of what you might do to them during your talk. I'll get their names eventually. Uraraka turned back to the screen, her aura dissipating just as fast as it came. Shoyuta focuses on teaching him every evasive move he can until he's got them drilled into his memory. After a break for lunch, Shoyuta brings out a small bag he'd brought with him to school. I've got a little surprise for you. It's something I want to train you how to use. It won't be easy. Shoyuta pulls something awfully familiar out of his bag. Is that what I think it is? Shoyuta just nods as he hands him a cream-colored scarf, only a few shades darker than his capture weapon. It's a Minizawa. Midnight screamed, her voice reached a volume even present Mike was impressed by. Namuri, shut up. Aizawa groaned, wishing that his friends would just be quiet, even just for once. He helps Izuku drape it around his neck and gives him a few demonstrations of the proper arm movements before he let him try, without the scarf at first. When he's satisfied, he lets Izuku try it out, and he somehow manages to trip himself within 4 seconds. Everyone laughed at the green bean's misfortune. Don't worry about it. It took me a long time to get the hang of it. You'll get it much faster because I'm here to teach you. Izuku nods before trying, feeling extra determined. He wants to make Shoyuta proud. An hour later finds him completely tangled up, unsure of how it happened. It takes both Shoyuta and Hizashi to free him. Once he's freed, they take a short break before moving on to quirk training. It goes a little better than yesterday did, and he doesn't break any training rooms. It's late afternoon before they wrap it up. Hizashi decides he should see what a real patrol is like, so he tags along with the hero. They leave, just the two of them, while Shoyuta goes to nap somewhere before he has his own patrol tonight. They walk down the streets in their hero costumes, keeping an eye out for anything and waving at people who recognize Present Mike. My patrols are much different than Eraserhead's. Do you know why? Well, he's an underground hero. So he works mostly at night, and he finds crimes as they're taking place and stops them. You, as a more recognizable hero, act more as a deterrent to crime because you patrol so visibly, but you still stop crimes as they take place. Correct, listener. Although today I chose one of the safer routes that doesn't see much crime, so we shouldn't run into anything today. Izuku nods and returns his focus to the world around them. They keep at it for a few hours before heading home, and thankfully they don't run into any crime. Izuku is grateful for that. He doesn't think he's ready to face another villain so soon. They continue the next day much in the same fashion, Izuku training with Hizashi and Shoyuta for a few hours in the morning, then going out and patrolling for the afternoon. Present Mike has him stay back and watch him stop a few petty criminals, then asks him his observations on the situations and how they were handled. Only once does Izuku have to get involved, and that's when someone decided to go after a hero in training while Present Mike was busy with his buddy. Izuku evaded him and tripped him up, and by that time Hizashi was done with his criminal and he yelled at the man until his ears bled. The screen fades to black. Loading universe, just trying to survive and learn to love along the way. Orakuru popped in at the front of the theater looking grim. Orakuru? Is everything okay? Midoriya asked. It's fine, Midoriya. The goddess smiled, though it looked more like a grimace. I just came with a warning. This next bit has a lot of violence and our resident green bean is right in the center of it. Who hurt him? Uraraka asked. I can't say. However, if at any point what's happening on screen becomes too much for you, all you have to do is say my name and you'll be taken out of the room. With that, Orakuru left and the screen turned on. Loading universe, just trying to survive and learn to love along the way. It's not until the 5th day of internships that Izuku brings Ida up to Shoyuta. He's tried getting in contact with him every day since the train station, but he's just been left on read every time. He finally remembered why Hosu is so important too. It's because of the hero killer. He's there right now and he attacked Ida's brother. Ida bristles at the reminder. Up until this point, the shock of being transported to a magic theater and watching his friend be hurt in another universe had distracted him from the hero killer. Now all of his harbored resentment and his revenge-seeking tendencies are being shoved right back in his face. Usually the other boy is very rational, but he's been acting different ever since the attack on his brother. So Izuku does what he hopes is the right thing and brings it up to Shoyuta one morning over breakfast. If you're so concerned, we can head over there tonight for a patrol and check on him. Really? You're the best. Izuku shoots forwards and hugs the man, then realizes what he did and runs away to hide in his room like a little coward. He spends most of the day distracted, anxiously worrying about Ida, and he can't help the feeling that something's going to go horribly wrong before they can even get there. It makes him sloppy in training, and he can tell that Shoyuta and Hizashi are going a little easier on him today. 6 o'clock finds all 3 of them on the train in their hero costumes. There aren't many people in the same car as them, and Izuku is grateful. Crowds are annoying. Izuku finds that he was unfortunately right to think that something would happen when a Nomu carrying a hero crashes into their train car. What the F dash? Several people screamed at the sudden appearance of the Nomu. All 3 of them rush forwards to the scene and the Nomu jumps out, back towards wherever he came from. Janice. Stick with Present Mike. If you get separated, you have permission to use your quirk to protect yourself and others. And Eraserhead is gone, jumping out of the hole in the side of the train to follow the creature. Let's go, listener. He and Hizashi follow suit after checking on the injured pro, heading towards the chaos in the city. There are a few heroes trying to combat the Nomus and protect civilians, but they jump in to help evacuate people anyways. Ida, where'd you go? Izuku whips around and finds Pro-Hero Manual calling out for his friend. He must have gone after the hero killer in all the chaos. Ida, do not try to chase after the hero killer when we get back to our universe. Midoriya grabbed his friend's shoulders to emphasize his point. He can't just go unpunished for his crimes, Midoriya. So let the pros take care of it. Because of this viewing, we know where the hero killer's going to be and when. We can send actual trained pros to deal with him instead of letting you get yourself killed. Ida sank under the weight of Midoriya's words. You're right, I suppose. I don't imagine my brother would be too happy if I got myself killed in a revenge mission. He sighed. I apologize, Midoriya. Ida stood and bowed at his green-haired friend. My plan was foolish and I see that now. Ida, you haven't done anything yet in our universe, but I'm glad you realized your mistakes. Midoriya grabbed Ida's arm, pulling him back to his seat. As long as you don't try to commit revenge murder here, you're good. Midoriya did a good job enunciating everything Aizawa wanted to say, so he just sat back in his chair, and if he hid a fond smile in his scarf? Well, no one else needs to know. Zashi, I have to find Ida. I think he's in trouble. Hizashi gives him a calculating look before answering. Call if you get into trouble. Now go help your friend. Izuku nods gratefully, relieved he won't be sneaking off to find Ida. He runs away from the chaos, but feels like he's running to his doom. The hero killer lurks in quiet, back alleyways to attack his victims, and that's exactly where Izuku finds them. Ida and Pro-Hero Native are frozen on the ground, the hero killer ready to plunge a sword into his friend. Ida! Just because Ida's classmates knew his plan might get him killed, doesn't mean they were ready to see it. No! Stain pauses in his actions and looks to Izuku. He starts ranting some nonsense about true heroes and how all might is the best. Izuku doesn't pay much attention on what he's saying, slipping his hand behind his back to send out his location to everyone in his contacts, in the hopes that someone will get here on time. He knows that he cannot handle this on his own. That's smart, problem child. As heroes in training, one of the most important things for you to learn is when to ask for help, Aizawa said. If you bite off more than you can chew and run into a villain fight unprepared, it could very well cost you your lives. Is this understood? Yes, sensei. He refocuses just as Stain is lunging for him, and he barely dodges the blade in time. Stain keeps attacking, and it takes all of Izuku's skill to avoid being cut. Ida starts yelling at him to leave, saying that this isn't Izuku's problem, and that's just enough of a distraction for Stain to nick his cheek with his blade, and he watches in horror and disgust as the man brings the blade up to his lips and licks his blood off. Izuku drops, all mobility cut off. He can't move anything, and starts to panic a little as he sees Stain walk closer to him. There's a boot in his side and it pushes him onto his back, and Stain is there, standing over him, tapping his sword against Izuku's chest. Oh God! Shinso muttered, not so subtly moving closer to Midoriya. I might just let you live, little hero. Coming to save your friend, trying even though he told you to leave. Seems like you've got the makings of a true hero. And with that, Stain is walking away, back towards Ida, and Izuku can't even turn his head to see what's happening. I want to take that as a compliment, but Stain is a serial killer, so I'm not sure how to feel about that. Midoriya said with a dry chuckle. No, stop it. He's just a student. Please don't kill him. Izuku continues his mantra mindlessly, tears falling from his eyes as he can do nothing but listen to Stain's footsteps from his position on the ground. God, don't you ever shut up? Maybe I'll kill you anyways. Make your friend watch so he knows it's all his fault. Stain is back in his peripherals now, sword dangling lazily in his hand. There's a chill in the air as he lifts his sword, only to be knocked back by a slab of ice. Can't you be a little more specific, Janice? I was almost too late. Midoriya sighs in relief at the sound of Todoroki's voice. He hadn't even known his friend was in Hosu. Todoroki! The class cheered at his arrival. Oh great! Another false hero. Let's see if you fare any better. At that, Stain is lunging towards his friend, and Izuku is struggling, trying to will his muscles to move. He can hardly see what's happening, only able to move his eyes. His finger twitches. A few more minutes and he can move again, though Ida and Native are still immobile on the ground. Maybe something to do with blood type? Izuku moves as quietly as he can towards the fight and powers up one for all. He aims the kick he's practiced the most at the back of Stain's head, but the man moves at the last second. His foot still makes contact, catching him in the shoulder and pushing him away from Todoroki. They work together then, trying to use what they know of each other's quirks to make it work. It doesn't. Aizawa shifted in his seat, sensing something bad was about to happen. Izuku has gotten faster, spreading his quirk through his body has allowed him to gain some speed. However, Todoroki doesn't know that, and manages to catch Izuku with his fire, burning through part of his costume before he can put it out. They're a little more cautious after that, but it's only a matter of time before they slip up. And they do so spectacularly. Izuku is moving far faster than anyone should on ice and he slips, careening towards his friend. Todoroki shoves himself out of the way and right towards Stain, who gives him a long slice up the arm. Todoroki collapses as the man swallows his blood, and then it's just Izuku against a serial killer. These odds are not looking good at all. Netsu said quietly. No kidding. This is 3-on-1 but they're still losing. Midnight said worriedly. He's getting tired. He's been using his quirk far too much. He doesn't have anything else to fight Stain with. He is terrible with the capture weapon, so they opted to leave it at home tonight. Maybe Izuku should ask his guardians to show him how to use other weapons as well. He's slowing down now and Stain can tell. He's basically playing with him at this point. Izuku trips up and falls to the ground and Stain is there, pushing his sword into his thigh until Izuku can feel it pierce the skin on the other side, and he's screaming himself hoarse at the pain. It's agonizing. The man takes his time pulling his sword out, intent on causing Izuku the most pain he can. He hasn't liked his blood yet, but Izuku still feels paralyzed. He's crying now, and all he can manage to do is groan at the pain. He can hear his friends yelling at Stain, maybe even hears his own name in there, but he's in too much pain to even pay attention. Izuku feels the moment the man licks the blade, and he's walking away again, back towards Ida. Wait. Don't kill him. He's quiet, thick with tears, and he's barely able to hear his own voice but Stain somehow does. Jesus kid. Where's your sense of self-preservation? Izuku doesn't reply, opting to keep up his quiet complaints, no longer aware of what he's saying. It doesn't exist. Aizawa said, glaring concerned at Midoriya. Shut the F up. There's a harsh kick to his head, snapping it to the side so that Izuku faces the mouth of the alleyway instead of his friends. He hadn't even been aware that Stain was that close to him, but now he's all too aware as the man once again presses the tip of his sword against Izuku's chest. Everyone offered up a silent prayer. Please be alright, Midoriya. And Todoroki and Ida. The pain in his thigh combined with the pain in his head makes him want to vomit. He takes deep breaths and ignores the sound of Stain monologuing again. He's hoping for one last bit of luck. Hoping that someone else is on their way to the alley. That someone can stop Stain before he kills them. Izuku narrows his eyes and catches sight of two figures at the mouth of the alleyway. The screen fades to black. Wait, that's it? Kaminari yelled. Cliffhangers, Sasuke. Mina cried, on the verge of tears. Loading universe, just trying to survive and learn to love along the way. Loading universe, just trying to survive and learn to love along the way. Shoyuta tries not to worry as he leaves his family behind in the train. Zashi is a pro-hero, and Izuku is a smart kid. He knows not to run off. You'd think so, wouldn't you? Aizawa scowled, though anyone close enough to the hero could tell he was just trying to mask his concern. Shoyuta struggles against the Nomu he followed. His quirk is not offensive and does absolutely nothing against the creature. It's awfully similar to the one from the USJ attack, and it took all might to beat it. He manages to wrap his scarf around the Nomu and decides to try stabbing the thing's brains out. He stabs it once and tries to wrench his knife free, but it refuses to move. The Nomu is still standing and leaps off of the building they landed on. Shoyuta has to unwind his scarf quickly so he doesn't get dragged along with the creature. It's fast, and now it's running away with Shuta's third favorite knife. He's about to follow when he gets a text. A glance at his phone tells him it's from Izuku, so he opens it. All it is a location. Shoyuta hopes that he's still with Hisashi. Maybe his husband asked him to stay back and call for help. He runs in the direction of Izuku's location and hopes there are some other heroes nearby. He's too far to be able to provide an immediate response, but he'll do his best. Too much time later, when he's only halfway there, he meets up with Hisashi, and they pale at the sight of each other. That means that Izuku is by himself, possibly facing the hero killer if he went to help Ida. Which is exactly something he would do. They're almost to Izuku when they hear the screams. The person has to be in immense pain, and it only gets louder as they get closer to their destination. They listen to the heart-wrenching screams turn into sobs, and both move a little faster when they recognize those soft cries. They belong to Izuku. Many people in the audience started tearing up at the sound of Midoriya's screams. This kid has been through way too much already, he doesn't need the hero killer making it worse. They freeze in the mouth of the alleyway that holds their son. Pro-hero Native and Ida are near one of the walls, sprawled on the ground. Todoroki is a little closer, leaned up against the opposite wall. All three of them are yelling, trying to stop Stain. Stain, who stands over Izuku with a sword pointed at his chest. Izuku, who's bloody and crying, and staring right at them. Shoyuta reactively activates his quirk as they start moving. It's got to be some sort of paralytic, because the moment he does, Todoroki is springing up and shoving Stain away from Izuku, stopping to stand protectively in front of him, ice and fire both at the ready. Everyone covers their ears as Hisashi yells, making Stain drop his weapons. Shoyuta is quick to tackle him. He's been married to Hisashi long enough that he's used to his screaming, so he uses that to his advantage and strips Stain of all of his weapons before tying him up with zip ties and rope, finishing it off with his capture weapon. Go Aizawa-sensei! Go Mike-sensei! Protect the bean! Hisashi doesn't stop yelling until the man is secure, and once he is there, both rushing to Izuku's side. Native and Ida are helping each other up, and Todoroki is already standing, so they focus all their worry on their son. He's bleeding from a deep cut on his leg, and a closer look tells Shoyuta that it even pierced the skin on the other side. Hisashi puts pressure on the wounds as he digs some gauze out of his utility belt, wrapping it as tightly as he can. Izuku still hasn't made a sound, and he's blinking sluggishly at them from his spot on the ground. There's a dark bruise on the side of his head. It must have been a hard hit if Izuku is this out of it. Jesus, problem child. How hard did you hit your head? I didn't it. You kicked me. Stain kicked a child in the head? Great. Now Shoyuta has the urge to commit a murder. Shoyuta turns to address the rest of the alleyway, finding them all much closer than before. Here's what we're going to do. We are moving out of the alleyway and to the road so that it's easier for emergency services to find us. While we make our way there, I'll get you to call them Todoroki. We need several ambulances and the police. Todoroki nods and pulls out his phone to do his part. Hisashi scoops up Izuku, their kid's head resting against his chest. He's a little more alert now, and sits up a little straighter as he watches Shoyuta drag Stain down the alley. They reach the end and all sit down to wait, and more pros show up and take custody of Stain so that Shoyuta and Hisashi can focus on Izuku. Shuta's head snaps up at a loud cry of warning, and he spots a flying Nomu diving towards the group of heroes. It slows down, claws extended, as the heroes try to duck out of its path. Several people cried out in shock, but Midoriya wasn't one of them. He was too focused on the Nomu's wing quirk to pay much real attention to the danger his other self is in. Midoriya's expression quickly morphed to a combination of shock and horror as he realized why it was so familiar. That's Tsubasa's quirk. Midoriya yelled. Everyone looked at him in confusion with the exception of Bakugo, who just looked sick. You're sure? He asked. I've analyzed his quirk since we were kids. Those are his wings. I know it. Problem child, who is Tsubasa? Aizawa asked. He was one of Kaken's friends and dash. I wasn't friends with that extra. Fine, one of Kaken's lackeys. Bakugo scowled but didn't correct him further. He moved schools a couple years back, which, I'm assuming, is when they made him into a Nomu. That's awful. Yeah. Shoyuta can feel the rustle of its feathers as it snatches Izuku from between them. Izuku lets out a loud cry and he's being flown away. Everyone just stands there, frozen for a moment, before Hizashi's cry snaps them out of it. Sho, get ready to catch. Oh, he can see where this is going. There's almost no way for him to land safely with his child in his arms. Todoroki, need your help with the landing. And Shuta's running, looping his scarf around a light post to launch himself into the air and towards the flying duo. As soon as he's airborne, Hizashi screams. It's the loudest he's heard him in a long time, worry for Izuku making him that much deadlier. The Nomu screeches and releases Izuku, trying to get away from the sound, but Hizashi pitched it just right that the creature's brain explodes before it can escape. Shoyuta catches Izuku almost as soon as it drops him, and lightly lands on the ramp that Todoroki created to catch them. Shoyuta supports Izuku in his arms as Hizashi starts running over and grimaces at the new wounds. The Nomu must have really wanted him, because fresh blood seeps out of marks on his abdomen where the hybrid had sunk its claws in. There's a worrying amount of blood, and Shoyuta knows that the ambulance is still a few minutes out. Izuku is hardly conscious, trying to keep his eyes open. There's a sudden heat at his side, and Endeavor is there, placing a hand on his shoulder right as Hizashi arrives. Want me to fly him to the hospital? It will be much faster than waiting for the ambulance. Shoyuta wants to say no. Wants to say that he can take his own son to the hospital. But he can't, and he knows that. That's so unsettling. Todoroki murmured, "Please." With his quiet word, Endeavor is crouching down, pulling Izuku carefully into his arms and launching into the sky before Shoyuta can even blink. The ambulances for the other kids and native arrive a few minutes later, so Shoyuta and Hizashi ride along with them. They should probably make sure their students are all right anyways. They find Endeavor waiting for them at the entrance, and he's quick to give them an update while his own son gets checked out. They're stitching him up now. Most of the wounds were pretty clean, and miraculously, nothing was damaged in his thigh where his worst cut was. It seems as though Stain didn't want to cause him permanent damage. Nothing was bad enough to require surgery, just lots of stitches. The audience let out a collective breath. They say anything about the head wound? Endeavor grimaces a little at the question. It's a bad concussion. He'll be fine, just a little messed up for a few days. While that's not ideal, it's something they can manage. Shoyuta nods his thanks to Endeavor and the man leaves to find his son. Shoyuta turns around and finds Hizashi with a frown on his face, worry creasing his brow. While they know that Izuku will be fine, it's hard finding someone in the position they did. Especially their son. Shoyuta leans forward and wraps his arms around his husband, hugging him tightly. Hizashi pulls away and leans down for a soft kiss before they separate, keeping their hands connected. Let's go find our son. The screen fades to black. That was a lot. Hopefully there are no more life-threatening injuries like this again. Present Mike said in an effort to remain positive. An effort that was immediately undone by Orakuru laughing behind them. That's a nice thought, but I wouldn't get your hopes up. Orakuru smiled and started moving to the back of the theater. Out of nowhere the wall opened up and another person walked out. Don't forget about the other thing, Orakuru. The new figure fixed the goddess with a stern gaze. Orakuru laughed sheepishly. Right. Turning back to address the audience, it has come to my attention that I was supposed to give you a break 3 chapters ago and forgot, so you're getting it now. The back wall opened once again to lead them into the living space they stayed in the day prior. As everyone made their way into the room, Midoriya stopped next to the strange figure with the goddess. "Excuse me? Do you need something, Midoriya?" The figure asked. "You know who I am?" Midoriya tilted his head in confusion. "Of course. I know a lot of things." She smiled warmly. "I believe you had a question? Who are you?" "You can call me Author-san. I'm a creator, which means that I have the power to expand the multiverse however I desire. Normally I would be in the theater while you're reacting, but this universe was made by a different creator, so I took a small vacation to visit some friends." "That's so cool. You can create worlds? Does that mean you can travel to other worlds too, or are you just stuck in one? How did you figure out you could do that? Are you Dash?" Midoriya, take a breath. Why don't you go take a break like everyone else? Author-san guided him into the room with his friends. Right, sorry. I just got excited. It's fine. I'll answer your questions later though if you'd like. I'd like that. Thank you. Midoriya ran off to go sit by his friends as Author-san and Orakuru watched over the space together.